Blood lies, the evidence that every accusation against Joseph Table of Contents. Point 1 and the Soviet Union in Timothy Snyder's Bloodlands is AL's acknowledgements and list of abbreviations plus, what really happened, the famine of 1932-33, the Polish operation, the Great Terror, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, the Soviet invasion of Poland, the Katyn massacre, the Warsaw Up _ 280. AE 65. 381. _ 486 542 567 Introduction, What is Bloodlands and why do we need to expose it? W6 Chapter 1. The Man-Made Famine and Deliberate Famine Arguments in Bloodlands, Chapter L. Collectivization and the Famine of 1932-33, What Really Happened? 56 Chapter 2. The Famine of 1932-33 Deliberate. Snyder's 7 Points Rising, Stalin's Anti-Semitism First Corrected Edition July 2014 published by Red Star Publishers PO Box 1641 Manhattanville Station 365 125th Street New York New York 10027 Webmaster at redstarpublishers.org at Grover Furr 2014 Published and printed with permission of the author, sums all responsibility for the content herein. Locally assigned LC type call number DJK49.F87 2014 Furr, Grover C. Who as Chapter 3, Snyder, Chapter 1, Appendix 118. Chapter 4. Bloodlands Chapter 2, Snyder's Claim of the Soviets Class 177. Tarot Examined. Chapter 5. Examining Snyder's Claim of National Terror in Bloodlands, Chapter 3 Chapter 6. The Azovshchina, or Great Terror, and the Polish Operation, What Really? Chapter 7. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, What Really? 299 Chapter 8. Snyder's Fraudulent Claims about the Molotov-Ribbentrop 326. Pact in Bloodlands ch. Chapter 9. Snyder's Fact Claims in Bloodlands Chapters 5 and 6 Examined Chapter 10. The Katyn Massacre. The Katyn Massacre, What Really Happened? 387. Chapter 11. The Partisan War and Related Issues in Bloodlands Chapter 7, 404 Chapter 12. Bloodlands Chapter 9, Poland and the Home 429. 448. The Warsaw Uprising, What Really Happened? Chapter 13. Bloodlands ch. 10, Accusations of Soviet Crimes near the 463 War's End. Chapter 14. Snyder's Accusations of Soviet Anti-Semitism in Bloodlands. Chapter LLX 486. The Lie that Stalin was anti-Semitic. Chapter 15, An Examination of the Falsehoods in 526. Conclusion, The Missing Crimes of Stalinism. Bibliography and Sources. Index. Blood Lies, the evidence that every accusation against Joseph Stalin and the Soviet Union in Timothy Snyder's Bloodlands is false. Grover C. Furr, translations by Grover C. Furr. ISBN 978-0-692-20099-5565 pp. Includes index. 1 Snyder, Timothy. Bloodlands. 2. Europe, Eastern History 1918-1945. 3. Poland History 1918-1945. 4. Ukraine History 1921-1944. 5. Stalin, Joseph, 1879-1953. 6. Soviet Union History 1917-1956. 7. World War, 1939-1945 Atrocities. 8. Massacres Europe, Eastern History 20th century. 9. Antisemitism Poland's century. 10. Fascism Ukraine. Acknowledgements and dedication. I would like to express my continuing thanks to the staff of Harry A. Sprague Library, Montclair State University, and especially to Kevin Prendergast and Arthur Hudson. The indefatigable and extremely helpful interlibrary loan librarians. Without their help I simply could not obtain the many hard-to-find books and articles, in many languages, that make my research possible. I dedicate this book to Vladimir Lvovich Bobrov, of Moscow, Rus-Sla. A fine historian, superb translator, a tactful yet sharp critic, he contacted me first in March 1999 to suggest that we begin collaboration on a thorny mystery concerning Soviet history of the Stalin period. When I was hesitant to do so, his patient, persuasive voice convinced me. From there our collaboration has continued for more than 15 years. We have co-authored a number of articles and, at this point, one book. But everything I have written under my own name owes a great deal to him. Without his collaboration, encouragement, and limitless help I would not have written this book or any of my previous books and articles. Words cannot fully express my debt to him, and my gratitude. Introduction. List of abbreviations. Lubyanka 1922–1936, Lubyanka. Stalin IVCHKGP Uogpunkt. Yanvar 1922, December 1936. Moscow, IDF, 2003. Lubyanka 1937–1938, Lubyanka. Stalin I Glavno Upravilnye Gozbezopasnosti NKVD. 1937–1938. Moscow, Materich, 2004. Lubyanka 1939–1946, Lubyanka. Stalin I NKVD NKGBG UKR Smersh. 1939, Mart 1946. Moscow, MDF, 2006. Lubyanka Golgotha, Lubyanka. Sovetskaya Elita N.A. Stalinskoy Golgotha. 1937–1938. Ed. V. N. Kostov. It has been translated into at least 25 languages, including Ukrainian, Polish, Hungarian, Romanian, and all 3 Baltic languages, plus German, French, Spanish, and all 3 Scandinavian languages. And yet it is a complete fraud, false from beginning to end. It is no exaggeration to say that Snyder's Bloodlands is a litany of falsehoods. That fact is exemplified by the following story. Petrophildii. During 2011 and 2012 Snyder had a standard book talk on Bloodlands that he delivered many times. Here are some passages transcribed from the YouTube video of that standard talk as delivered in Chicago in 2011:5. This is a difficult book to introduce, and I'd like to introduce it by way of what's most important to me, namely, the individuals who are its subject. In early 1933, in what was then the Soviet Ukraine, a young man dug his grave. The reason he dug his grave was that he was sure he was going to die of starvation, and he was right. The other reason he dug his own grave was that he knew that once he died his body would lie in a field beside the road until it was picked up, thrown in the back of a cart, and then dumped with a number of other corpses in a mass grave where there would be no marker. So he knew that he was going to die, but he wished to preserve some element of dignity. So he dug his own grave. Then when the day came he went there. Snyder returns to the story at the end of the talk. So 14 million is not just 14 million, but it is 14 million times 1, where that 1 is not just an interchangeable unit, but that 1 is an individual who is different than the individual that came before. http://www.youtube.com/watch?FQCXMV4HFXS February 15, 2014. In 2010 a book was published that rewrites the history of the Soviet Union, Poland, and Ukraine between the years 1932 and 1945. Its title is Bloodlands. Europe between Hitler and Stalin. Its author is Timothy Snyder, a professor of Eastern European history at Yale University in New Haven, Connecticut, USA. In Bloodlands Snyder equates the Soviet Union with Nazi Germany and Stalin with Hitler. 2 Bloodlands is a worldwide success. It has been lavished with praise in dozens of book reviews worldwide, praised as a work of near-perfect history by many critics. 3. A selection of the awards and praise can be seen at the special web page created for this book. Editor's pick: New York Times Book Review, Die Welt, Book of the Week; NRC Handelsblad, Book of the Week; El Pals, Book of the Week; NDR Sachbuch des Monats, New York Times Nonfiction Bestseller, Der Spiegel Nonfiction Bestseller, Gazeta Wyborcza Nonfiction Bestseller, Dziennik Polski Bestseller, Wall Street Journal No. 1 Hardback History Bestseller. New York, Basic Books, 2010. Although Snyder concludes that the Nazis did kill somewhat more people than did he still them in a mole. 33 Oliver Boluff. Poking with the Human Rights Stick. January 20, 2012. At http://www.opendemocracy.net/od-russia/oliver-with-human-rights- translations are listed at http://timothysnyder.org/books/2/biudian/awards and selection are at pages listed at http://timothysnyder.org/blood lies the individual who came after. In other words, the book is ultimately about people, and it succeeds insofar as it turns numbers back into people. I can't succeed with a lecture like this, but what I would like to leave you with is the names of the 3 people that I mentioned at the beginning. The young man in Ukraine who dug his own grave is Petro Fuldii. This incident is described in Bloodlands on page 47, where it reads as follows. To die of starvation with some sort of dignity was beyond the reach of almost everyone. Petro Fuldii showed rare strength when he dragged himself through his village on the day he expected to die. The other villagers asked him where he was going. To the cemetery to lay himself down. He did not want strangers coming and dragging his body away to a pit. So he had dug his own grave, but by the time he reached the cemetery another body had filled it. He dug himself another one, lay down, and waited. 69 Snide Euro's source for this story is as follows: on Veldii, C. Kovalenko, Holland, 132. Snyder spells the man's name Fuldii in the text but Veldii in the footnote, as we shall see. Neither is correct. Kovalenko's Book 5 is rare in the United States, so few if any readers will check this story. Here is the original, at page 132. 5 Ahi HK Spur 0 Ahi, CEJ 10 MBJ 1 BAIII ILTPO, HES B Pikax CAC KJIY HOKO K. GOA CTORTB 6 IJIHCIJ 1 BPAAH, Hamena Hi. OJ1 ENE Repo YCBATKO Bain 33 YHOIOD, Narodna Oporidad Nike LBVA. Maniac Kiev. Radians KYY 1991. /YN0 FAR KHJLB.co and K0, BA. Ma HRK. K Hybe, 1991. WorldCat gives the title S transcription as 33 Holody. Introduction. Nono Ryako Pakti, Urahax Nono THHHHX, G Gil KOMY Pikax. KYAH. Nrk, TBGOA. Ha YMHPATH. Ta KHEABHH Tap. Koro. Koki, 11106 Mihi Harap 6 IBHB03 HJIM, Cam. Flyu 10B, Ana RMA, Hi Psycam CE6 Lupa Hit 1_16 YBBH Konabi, 6 Inami 3 AIIHH Ta. ILTPO Ruby M Konabi C06 II Ta KHR 10 MEP Ha ABMHTAPI. Translated. I can see like lit happened, today. Petro Beldiy is going to the village and is carrying in his hands some kind of little bundle. People stand by the village Soviet, in the square. Petro is walking in a festive linen shirt, linen trousers, with a tsipak in his hands. Where are you going? The people ask. To the cemetery. Why? To die. Since I do not want to be carried in a cart, I will go myself. He went, but the pit that he had dug earlier for himself was already occupied. Petro dug himself another grave and so died at the cemetery. Snyder has seriously distorted this story. Asterisk, the man's name was not Veldi or Veldi but Beldi. There is nothing at all about starvation or famine in the story. There is no indication that Beldi is even hungry. Asterisk, the original has nothing about Beldi dragging himself through his village. It simply says that he walked to the village. Snyder *''s phrase dragging himself suggests weakness, and is no doubt also intended to suggest starvation and the famine. Showed rare it permits Snyder to claim that Veldi strength. But the original suggests nothing of the kind. In it 7 can mean a stick or cane. Beldi is dressed in his best. The cane would he was elderly or infirm. I have been informed that can also mean one of in the Ukraine several different kinds of dang implements depending on the where word used. Since Beldi thinks his has already been dubbed, he probably not bring a implement. But how does he dig himself another grave? Blood lies, the villagers standing around the village Soviet just wonder what he is doing. Asterisk, in the original Beldi is carrying a little bundle. This AE count does not say what was in it. One likely possibility would be food. Snyder omits the bundle altogether. In the original Beldi is dressed in his holiday clothes. Clearly he wants to be buried looking his best. Snyder omits this detail. Asterisk, Snyder claims that Beldi did not want strangers coming and dragging his body away to a pit. But there is nothing like this in the original. Kovalenko quotes Beldi as telling some of his fellow villagers that he did not want to be carried away in a cart. Since this is what normally happens when a person dies, the body is taken away in a cart, it means that Beldi has some private reason for not wanting this. Asterisk, in the original Beldi dies in the cemetery after digging himself a second grave. In Snyder's version he lay down and waited. Asterisk, in his book Talk Snyder calls Veldi a young man. But in Snyder's source there is no indication at all of his age. Snyder has falsified this story. He has appropriated it to the famine by adding some details that are not in the original story while omitting other details that are in it. Even in Kovalenko's book the story says nothing at all about the cause of the 1932-33 famine, or anything about any famine at all. But more than that, Snyder's version simply can't be true. This man who, in Snyder's version, was starving to death, starving so badly that he thought he would die on that very day, dug not just one grave, but two. It's no good to dig a shallow grave, the body would probably be dug up by dogs. Digging a deep grave is hard work. It shows exactly the opposite of the lassitude that accompanies slow starvation. But according to Snyder, Veldi was not just starving, he was so far gone that he expected to die that very day. This is impossible. A starving person would not have had the energy to dig these two graves, one some days before, when he introduction must have been starving as well, and another on the very day he expected to actually die of starvation. Sure enough, the original story has nothing about starvation, famine, dragging himself, strangers dragging his body to a pit, or even anything that suggests hunger. This story has the form of a legend or folklore, the man who dug his own grave and then waited for death to come. Here is a similar story about a legendary French-Canadian voyageur, preserved in a ballad or folk song. Pursued by the Indians through the forest, Kellerix gradually weakened, he dug his own grave, erected a cross above it and composed a ballad about his misfortune, which he wrote in blood on birch bark. It was found by those who came to look for him. 8 In any case, no conclusion can be drawn from this rumor, or from any rumor. It does not even mention famine or starvation. Even if the original version in Kovalenko's book could somehow be verified, it would not prove anything relevant to Snyder's book. Kovalenko's book. This book was the first collection in Ukraine of testimonies about the famine. Under the prodding of the Anti-Communist Memorial Association, Stanislav Kulchytsky, a Ukrainian scholar, published an advertisement in the widely circulated newspaper Silsky Visti in which solicited letters from those who had experienced the famine. He obtained 6,000 replies. According to Ukrainian scholar Hiory Kasyanov, Paradoxically, these questions and the memories they stimulated, regardless of motives that led to their appearance, could have become one important element in a more adequate reconstruction in the picture of the events of 1932-33. However, the final product, that is the book created on the basis Keller's gene. The Canadian Enos Ptla, Vol. IP 254. 12. Blood Lies. Introduction. The cemetery, to climb into a grave. He did not want strangers to drag his body to a pit. So he dug himself a grave, but when he reached the cemetery, another body was already lying in it. He dug himself another grave, lay in it, and began to wait. Anyone who checks the original version of this story against Snyder's version would see immediately that Snyder has seriously falsified it. It is hard to believe that no one, the translator, the Ukrainian publisher, the Ukrainian historians who work with Snyder, those who arranged for his many talks to Ukrainian audiences has ever done this. But they chose to. Ukraine, the US, Canada remain silent about it. The Petrophildii story is an example of something we will see a great many times in this book. Snyder cannot be trusted to use his sources honestly. When Snyder makes an assertion of fact, or fact claim, about something involving communists, the Soviet Union, or Stalin, the sources for this fact claim must be double-checked. Upon checking Snyder's source, we normally find either that his source does not support what Snyder's text says or implies that it does, or that the source does reflect what Snyder says in his text but that source itself is dishonest, in that does not reflect what its own evidence states, or its source is yet another secondary source which, when examined, does not support the fact claims given, or it cites no evidence at all. In his standard book talk, Snyder names 3 people who were, supposedly, victims of Hitler and Stalin. He claims that 2 of these were in fact victims of Stalin. One is Petrophildii. That story is a fabrication. In fact, the falsification goes far beyond the story of this one man. We shall show that there was no Holodomor flow at all, no deliberate or man-made famine in 1932-33. Snyder's Petrophildii falsification ought to make us curious about the second victim of Stalin, whom Snyder features at the start of his book talk. He is Adam Salski, one of the Polish officers whose corpse was disinterred by the Nazis at Katyn in April-June 1943. Unlike Fildii/Veldii/Beldiv, there is no doubt about Salski's identity. He was a real person whose corpse was indeed unearthed by the Germans at the Katyn forest. However, the evidence available off the materials thus gathered, testified to the fact that at the turn of the 1990s the concept of the project had changed fundamentally. For the book they selected only information from eyewitnesses who painted terrible pictures of people dying in their own homes and related excesses. Though Kovalenko's book, from which Snyder took this story before falsifying it, is hard to find in the USA, it is famous and widely available in Ukraine. In fact, it is famous as the first collection in Ukraine, still at that time a Soviet republic, of stories by those who lived through the famine of 1932-33. The book is so well known that we might expect that the Ukrainian translation of Snyder's book would reprint the original story from Kovalenko's volume. But instead, it translates Snyder's distorted version, even to the point of getting Beldia's name wrong as Snyder did. Nirpo BJ1 bio BH Ka 3 of Pi AKIC Hi Che Boni 23 No Hboro 11 PHHAECMEPTB. OA host J1 B HH 11 Her JIH Moro, BIHIE, Ha ABHH Tap JI Her THB Morning. BIHEXOTIB. 11106 QYUCITQRHYAHIROTINO YAMI. Tox BIHBH Kona BC06 I more HNY, Anakoji AOU _1 KHAH6 of AOABHH Tap H, Tam is Nexig J10 IH1 NETino. BIHBH Kona BC06 ILGEOAHY, Air I know Hobby Hika TH.10 translated. Petrophildii showed rare strength of will and with his last strength went into the village on the day that he was waiting for death to come for him. His fellow villagers asked him where he was going, to Kasyanov, 1932 to 1933 BYKPAHHCKOHM *CCAGO M3 248 to 9. The EDI tours Lydia Kovalenko and Volodymyr Maniak were husband and wife. This article is in Russian. Georgii is the Russian transliteration of the Ukrainian he or I. 0 NPOBJTBAI *AHG, Koitekso, 132. In the Ukrainian translation of Snyder, Zem / Vidavni Tesvio Graniti, at http://www.svabda.com ua/ukr/research 2011/1112516297 at note 69. Blood Lies Able Today points to German rather than Soviet guilt in the murders of Salsky and the other Polish prisoners. We will discuss the Katyn massacre later in this book. The present book presents a detailed, heavily documented critique of Bloodlands. It concludes that virtually all of Snyder's charges and statements about Stalin and the Soviet Union are false. I prove this by checking the evidence Snyder cites, by including when appropriate the evidence Snyder's sources cite, and by citing other evidence he omits. Snyder's book has become a Bible for East European neo-Nazis and right-wingers generally. Here is a collection of articles from the Holocaust research site Defending History. Foreign Minister of Lithuania invokes Timothy Snyder in launch of newest European Union campaign for double genocide. Vytautas Magnus University professor tells Lithuanian Daily that Timothy Snyder is the one great hope. Kaunas professor tells the leading Lithuanian daily that reburial of the wartime Nazi puppet prime minister reconfirms the drama of Lithuanian history while attacking the Jews who allegedly threatened university and national officials with getting hit over the head with a club over the reburial. He also refers to Timothy Snyder as his one great ray of hope. Book event for Lithuanian edition of Bloodlands at Lithuanian Foreign Ministry. Historians use the occasion to besmirch Holocaust survivors who joined the anti-Nazi partisans and to cement red equals brown equation. Introduction. Professor tells Lithuanian radio audience that lay not all hopeless thanks to Timothy Snyder's Bloodlands. At a symposium of historians speaking for a wider Lithuanian audience, one accomplished professor put on the record, when discussing the difficulties in selling the revisionist history to the West, but IES not all hopeless. Timothy Snyder has written an important book called Bloodlands. And some Holocaust researchers have appealed to Snyder to dissociate himself from the political uses of his book. List of experts cited during preparation of Lithuanian parliament-sponsored film glorifying the local Holocaust killers. For the record, I do sincerely regret the inclusion of Professor Snyder's name in the planning stages of a 2011 ultranationalist film, supported by the Lithuanian parliament, which glorifies the Holocaust perpetrating laugh as freedom fighters. Its Vilnius premiere on June 22, 2011 included swastika-stamped souvenir tickets. I respectfully call on Professor Snyder to publicly disavow and /or sever any links to the planning for the film, and to now condemn the final product as the product of ultranationalist, anti-Semitic East European Holocaust revisionism designed to glorify the perpetrators and deflect attention from local participation in the Holocaust in the making of state-sponsored revisionist history. //defendinghistory.com/East European National Stabieqf Timothy Snyder's Blood Lies. Good luck with that. There is no way that Snyder is not completely aware of the political tendency of Bloodlands and whom the falsehoods and distortions in his book benefit. The page in question is titled East European Nationalist Use of Timothy Snyder's Bloodlands 12. But it is not an abuse at all. This is in fact the political tenor of Bloodlands. The East European nationalists and neo-Nazis have understood it all too well. I have specialized in researching the history of the Soviet Union during the Stalin years, particularly the crucial decade between 1930 and the Nazi invasion of June 22, 1941. I first became acquainted with Snyder's research some years ago when studying the Volhynian massacres, the mass murders by Ukrainian nationalist forces of 50,000 to 100,000 or more Polish civilians in the western part of the Ukrainian SSR then under German occupation. In the 1990s, Snyder published the only scholarly studies in the English language of these horrifying slaughters, Although his anti-communism and tendency to minimize the crimes of anti-communist nationalists are already evident in these articles. Several years ago a friend and colleague asked me what I thought about one of Snyder's essays in the influential American journal The New York Review of Books. There Snyder asserted, without evidence of any kind, that the famine of 1932-33 was man-made and deliberately directed by Stalin to kill and terrorize Ukrainians. Serious students of Soviet history have long known that there is, in fact, no evidence of any Holodomor, any deliberate famine. This has been described as a fiction by mainstream Western anti-communist scholars since at least Robert Conquest's book Harvest of Despair was published in 1987.13. Conquest himself has withdrawn his accusation that the famine was deliberate. We discuss this matter thoroughly in chapters 1 through 3 of the present book. It is clear to any objective student of Soviet history that Snyder is wrong about the famine. But non-specialists like my friend and C. Jeff Koplan, In Search of a Soviet Holocaust, a SS-year-old famine feeds the right. Village Voice, January 12, 1988. At http://missaweb.montclair.do/ferg/versus/htmi introduction. Colleague, do not know it. So I began collecting Snyder's essays. He publishes widely in intellectual and semi-popular journals, where he is assumed to be an expert on Eastern European history. It soon became clear to me that Snyder's book gives a false account not only the famine of 1932-33 but virtually every point of Soviet history with which I was familiar. It is the professional responsibility of historians to acknowledge disputes and disagreements in the fields they research. But Snyder never informs his readers about the scholarly disputes that exist over many of these issues, whether it be the famine, the Azovshchina or Great Terror, the Katyn Massacre, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, the Partisan War, the Warsaw Ghetto Revolt, the Warsaw Uprising, or others. Without exception, Snyder repeats an anti-Soviet, anti-communist position without any qualification. It is not only that many statements in Snyder's book are factually false. There are so many such false statements that they could not be the result of carelessness. Moreover, there is a systematic quality to all of them. Every one is tendentiously anti-communist. I realized that I would have to systematically check every factual statement about the Soviet leadership or Soviet actions that had a negative tendency, every allegation of a crime or an atrocity. In April 2012, Snyder was invited to speak at a Holocaust commemoration event at Keene University of New Jersey, not far from my own university. I wrote a two-sided flyer detailing a small number of Snyder's most brazen falsehoods and distributed 100 copies of it at the talk. The flyer was well received by the audience of students and others. Intel percent stayed in the Holocaust. 14. I am pleased that the present book, in which Snyder's falsehoods about Soviet history are exposed and refuted in a more detailed and complete manner, is now available to readers. Like any work of history, Bloodlands contains a great many assertions of fact, statements that affirm that something occurred. The present book examines and checks all of the assertions of fact per testi of Professor Timothy Snyder. At http://misaweb.montclair.edufferg/Timothy_protest0412_HTML. Blood lies that have a clearly anti-Soviet or anti-communist tenor. It does not verify other of Snyder's fact claims, in particular, Snyder's statements about Nazi Germany. There are a great many experts on the history of Nazi Germany. If Snyder has made any factual errors in his discussion of Nazi crimes, it is unlikely that this will escape notice. My working hypothesis was as follows: I would find that many of Snyder's anti-Soviet assertions or fact claims were false, not supported by the evidence Snyder cites or indeed by any other evidence. My further hypothesis was that the secondary sources Snyder cites in support of these statements would either not support Snyder's fact claims, or would themselves be fallacious, unsupported by the evidence that they cited. My research has fully corroborated both of these hypotheses. In fact, I discovered that my initial hypothesis was too cautious. I have found not that many, but that virtually all of Snyder's fact claims of an anti-Soviet and/or anti-communist tendency are false. In this book I present the results of that research. Organization of this book. The chapters in this book adhere to the following method of presentation. After an introductory section I quote every passage in which Snyder makes a fact claim that accuses the Soviet Union or one of its leaders or communists generally of some crime or that tends to reflect negatively upon Stalin or Soviet actions. Then the evidence Snyder cites to support his statement, normally found in a footnote, is identified and, where possible, reproduced. Then each of the sources in that footnote, whether primary or, usually, secondary, is checked and verified in order to assess whether that source provides support for Snyder's fact claim. In the case of secondary sources I have checked further for the primary sources that these secondary sources use. This is essential because the fact that one historian agrees with another does not constitute evidence. Only primary sources are evidence. Accordingly, in each instance where Snyder cites another secondary source in his footnote I have obtained and studied the primary introduction. 19. Source evidence upon which that secondary source relies. This procedure continues until we reach the primary sources upon which all the other secondary sources are based, or until we discover that, in reality, there is no primary source evidence supporting the series of fact claims, which are thereby revealed to be falsifications. This method is essential in order to verify Snyder's fact claims concerning Soviet crimes or, as it turns out, in order to demonstrate that they are false virtually without exception. Whenever possible a summary title, or subheading, has been given to each of the passages from Snyder's book. The purpose of this subheading is to aid the reader in deciding whether he or she wants to examine these fact claims, or wishes to pick and choose, examining some and passing over others. In the case of the most famous alleged Soviet or Stalinist crimes, the 1932-33 famine, the Azovshchina or Great Terror, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, the Katyn Massacre, the Warsaw Uprising of 1944, and Stalin's alleged anti-Semitism, I have preceded my investigation of Snyder's account with a section titled What Really Happened. No one else has taken the trouble to do this. This would not be a bad thing if Snyder's book were generally ignored. Historians of the USSR, like historians generally, should spend their time in discovering the truth rather than in double-checking every fact claim and allegation made by other historians. But Snyder's book is very influential, as are his published articles in semi-popular journals. Snyder's fact claims are normally assumed to be true while the reality is that they are virtually always false. Through books such as Bloodlands falsehoods become accepted as truths, the current of historical understanding polluted. The anti-Stalin paradigm. In the present book I demonstrate, using Snyder's own sources and other evidence, that the fact claims in Bloodlands are false, that not a single one of the accusations Snyder levels against Stalin, the Soviet leadership, or pro-communist forces such as partisans, is true. Such a conclusion demands explanation, and I outline my own views in the conclusion. One important element of that explanation is what I call the anti-Stalin paradigm, about which a little should be said here at the outset since the Bolshevik Revolution itself the academic field of Soviet history has been dominated by anti-communist bias. In February 1956, at the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Nikita Khrushchev, first secretary of the party and leader of the Soviet state, gave a secret speech in which he accused Stalin of great crimes. Khrushchev and other party leaders under him went even further in their attacks on Stalin at the party congress in 1961. After that and until Khrushchev's ouster in October 1964, a flood of pseudo-scholarly Soviet works were published in which accusations about Stalin's crimes multiplied wildly. Khrushchev's 1956 secret speech, the anti-Stalin speeches at the 22M Party Congress and the ensuing torrent of Khrushchev-orchestrated fabrications became the basis for the avalanche of anti-Stalin books that followed. Notable among them was, for example, Robert Conquest's tome The Great Terror, which drew heavily upon these Khrushchev-era materials. In an earlier article Vladimir L. Bobrov and I examined the last chapter of Stephen F. Cohen's book Bukharin and the Bolshevik Revolution, another of the anti-Stalin books based on Khrushchev-era materials. There we showed that Cohen relied entirely upon Khrushchev-era revelations in this chapter of Bukharin's fate between 1930 and 1938, and that every single revelation Cohen makes in that long chapter is demonstrably false, thanks to evidence from Soviet archives now available to researchers. 15. The Khrushchev-era Soviet works were not simply the result of bias. Rather, they were deliberate lies. Khrushchev and his men had all the evidence of the Soviet archives, everything we have today plus much, much more. The same is true of Gorbachev's Grover Furr and Vladimir L. Bobrov. Stephen Cohen's biography of a study in the falsehood of Khrushchev-era revelations, Cultwall Logic 2010. At http://dogic.server.org/2010, April 12.2012. At quotations from Kuchil Maybe FMMD in his book Stalin. Stona I una agenda nera. RMNE, Curricle, 2008, p. 243. Their ultimate source P. Schmidt, Chichels Krieg in Kruntian und Kente Revolution Bürgerkrieg, November 1918 Mars 1920, Atlantis, Zurich, 1974, pages 48-49. Introduction. Chill. However, all of the Bolshevik leaders spoke up against colonial expansionism, while Churchill wrote, "War is a game at which one should smile." Then there was the carnage of the First World War. The Bolshevik leadership group, including Stalin, was against this carnage, but Churchill said again, "War is the greatest game in world history, here I play with the highest stakes, war is the sole acute sensation of our lives." So why the psychopathological approach in the one case and not in the other? Fabrications, falsifications, and lies. It will surprise, even shock, many to learn that a major work by a prominent historian can be, at base, nothing but a chain of untruths, its scholarly trappings a demonstrable fraud, a trap intended to lure the unwary or the hopelessly biased into believing falsehoods. Yet Bloodlands is precisely such a book. That is the inevitable conclusion of my study. It will appear to readers that many of Snyder's fact claims are almost certainly lies in the strict sense. That is, they must have been made by conscious decision rather than as the expression of bias coupled with ignorance. At the same time, many readers will assume that the word lie should only be used when deliberate dishonesty by a writer can be clearly demonstrated. For this reason I am reluctant to have recourse to the word lie. In all cases where deliberate intent to deceive cannot be clearly demonstrated by the evidence, I use another term such as fabrication or falsification that connotes something made up, not contained in any of the evidence cited. As I have written elsewhere, that women and non-whites were intellectually inferior. Those notions were common sense, taken for granted by almost every white male of European ancestry, including scientists. They were questioned by few, firmly rejected by fewer still. Yet they were never true. They were avidly promoted because they served definite political and economic interests. An objective study of the evidence now available shows that, contrary to what everybody knows, what I call the anti-Stalin paradigm, none of the mass murders and atrocities alleged against Stalin and the Soviet leadership of his day can be verified by the evidence. Because this conclusion will strike many readers as outrageous, the evidence supporting it must be more fully expounded than is 7. Grover Furr, Murder of Serge/Kirov, Scholarship, and the Anti-Stalin Paradigm. Kettering O.H., Erythros Press and Media, LLC, 2013, p. 7. Introduction. Normally the case in historical studies. After all, a major conclusion of this book is that, on any important matter, the fact claims of historians should not be simply believed, accepted as true, but must be verified. Why, then, should any reader believe the fact claims in this book, namely, that some statement in Bloodlands is false, when the same book cautions them not to believe SNY? Accordingly, the footnotes, references, and where necessary the primary documents essential for any reader to check my conclusion, are reproduced here. This adds to the length of this study. But there is no other way to document such a travesty of historical scholarship as Bloodlands presents us with. In some cases I have put longer passages from primary or secondary sources on the internet as web pages and provided URLs to them. The aim of the present study is to examine the allegations by Snyder against Stalin, the Soviet leadership, and pro-communist forces. Although Bloodlands reads something like a prosecutio Euro Esprier against Stalin and the USSR, the present study is fundamentally different. It is not a defense at Ernef's brief. It is not an attempt to prove either guilt or innocence. Rather, it is an attempt to find the truth. I have tried hard to do what an investigator does in the case of a crime in which he has no parti pris but only wishes to solve the crime. This is what all historians are supposed to do, and what most historians who investigate the more distant past do all the time. I wish to persuade the fair-minded, objective reader that I have carried out a competent, honest investigation. Namely, that I have done the following. Collected all the evidence that Snyder has cited to prove his allegations against Stalin et.al., and also any negative evidence that contests those allegations, studied all this evidence carefully and honestly, drawn my conclusions on the basis of that evidence. Political prejudice predominates in the study of communism and in particular of Soviet history. Conclusions that contradict the dominant anti-Stalin paradigm are routinely ignored or dismissed. Blood lies. Conclusions that cast doubt upon accusations against Stalin or whose implications tend to make him look either good or even less evil than the predominant paradigm holds him to have been, are called Stalinist. Any objective study of the evidence now available is bound to be called Stalinist simply because it must reach conclusions that are politically unacceptable to those who have a strong anti-communist bias, those who are enthralled to the false anti-Stalin paradigm. I wish to persuade the objective reader that I have reached my conclusions on the basis of evidence and its analysis and not on any other basis such as political bias. My aim is neither to arraign or convict Snyder nor to defend Stalin, the Soviet leadership, or pro-communist forces. Specifically, I assure the reader that I remain ready to be convinced that Stalin et.al. did commit the atrocities alleged by Snyder if and when evidence is disclosed that supports that conclusion and that evidence can withstand the scholarly scrutiny to which all evidence should be subject. Before proceeding to study the relevant evidence, we must briefly consider the question of evidence itself. Whereas documents are material objects in our case, writing on paper evidence is a relational concept. In the present study we are concerned with investigating Snyder's allegations in Bloodlands of criminal, atrocious activity by Stalin, the Soviet leadership, and pro-communist forces. There is no such thing as absolute evidence. All evidence can be faked. Any statement, a confession of guilt, a denial of guilt, a claim one has been tortured, a claim one has not been coerced in any way may be true or false, an attempt to state the truth as the speaker remembers it, or a deliberate lie. Documents can be forged and, in the case of Soviet history, often have been. False documents have on occasion been inserted into archives in order to be discovered. Or it may be alleged that a given document was found in an archive when it was not. Photographs can be faked. Eyewitnesses can lie, and in any case eyewitnesses are so often in error that such evidence is among the least reliable introduction kind. In principle there can be no such thing as a smoking gun evidence that is so clearly genuine and powerful that it cannot be denied. Identifying, locating, gathering, studying, and interpreting evidence are skills that can be taught to anyone. The most difficult and rarest skill in historical research is the discipline of objectivity. Statements that are more in order to reach true conclusions truthful than other possible statements about a given historical event. A researcher must first question and subject to doubt any preconceived ideas she may hold about the event under investigation. It is one's own preconceived ideas and prejudices that are most likely to sway one into a subjective, inaccurate interpretation of the evidence. Therefore, the researcher must take special steps to make certain this does not happen. This can be done. The techniques are known and widely practiced in the physical and social sciences. They can and must be adapted to historical research as well. If such techniques are not practiced, the historian will inevitably be seriously swayed from an objective understanding of the evidence by her own pre-existing preferences and biases. That will all but guarantee that her conclusions are false, even if she is in possession of the best evidence and all the skills necessary to analyze it. Nowhere is a devotion to objectivity more essential or less in evidence than in the field of Soviet history of the Stalin period. As it is impossible to discover the truth absent a dedication to objectivity, the present study strives to be objective at all costs. Its conclusions will displease, even outrage, a good many persons who are dedicated not to objectivity and the truth but to promoting some nationalist anti-communist narratives or to defending the Cold War anti-communist paradigm of Soviet and European history. The role of appropriate skepticism. Throughout this essay I have tried to anticipate the objections of a skeptical critic. This is no more than any careful, objective researcher should do. In the body of the essay I follow each presentation of evidence with a critical examination. Blood lies. Scholarship is the attempt to ascertain the truth. Arguments that proceed not from an objective search for truth but from some other motive, such as an attempt to attack or defend some specific allegation or historical paradigm, may fairly be labeled propaganda. When accompanied by the trappings of scholarship, references, bibliography, assurances of objectivity devoid of its es, such writing in reality constitutes not scholarship but sense propaganda with footnotes. It is the conclusion of the present study that Bloodlands is precisely such a work. I am aware that there is a subset of readers for whom evidence is irrelevant, for whom, to put it politely, this is not a matter of evidence but one of belief or loyalty. In any historical inquiry, as in any criminal case, belief and loyalty are irrelevant to the truth or falsehood of the hypothesis. By definition, a belief that is not rationally founded on evidence cannot be dispelled by a sound argument and evidence. However, those who cannot bring themselves to question their preconceived ideas may nevertheless be provoked by those same prejudices to look especially critically at the evidence and to find weaknesses in its interpretation that might escape other readers for whom there is less at stake. This sometimes makes objections from such quarters worthy of attention. I have tried hard both to anticipate and to deal with such objections in an objective and satisfactory manner. True fact claims are acknowledged. The results of my study of Bloodlands are so overwhelmingly negative that some readers may suspect that this study lacks objectivity. I wish to assure the reader that I have done my best to point out those very few cases in which Snyder makes a fact claim about the Soviet Union that both is of a negative tendency and is true. Polish and Ukrainian nationalism. Snyder's falsehoods about Soviet history are not original to him. Snyder is a captive, albeit a willing one, of right-wing Polish and Ukrainian nationalists who have ruled these countries since the end of the Soviet Union and Soviet bloc. The lies and other falsehoods Snyder repeats come mainly from those sources. This fact can be most easily seen from the books Snyder cites. When writing about Soviet history, Snyder almost never cites Russian-language sources. His main sources are in Polish, secondarily in Ukrainian. But Snyder also frequently cites Ukrainian and Belarusian works in Polish translation. Polish nationalist, anti-communist writers, then, are the main fount from which Snyder draws. I ask the reader to imagine how competent research on, say, the history of the United States could be done without citing a great many sources in the English language, or the history of France written without a preponderance of French sources. Yet Snyder seldom uses a Russian language source. The blatant fraudulence of such an approach should be obvious, though many reviewers, sympathetic to Snyder's anti-Stalin and anti-communist bias, seem not to have remarked it at all. Snyder repeats and thus conveys to an unsuspecting audience the mythology of Polish and, secondarily, of Ukrainian nationalists. This is the distortion of history that is taught as truth in today's Poland and Ukraine, but also in Eastern Europe generally and increasingly, thanks to books like Bloodlands, in the rest of the world as well. Here are some of the chief elements, the principal falsehoods, of Polish and Ukrainian historical mythology that compose the framework around which Bloodlands is constructed. We will examine all of them in the course of the present study. In this chapter and in the conclusion have put scare quotes around the words nation and nationalist. I do so because the right-wing nationalists claim that ONB communists can be really nationalist communist Poles, Russians, and others claim to national in form, socialist in content is one formulation. There is no reason that the right-wing fascist, etc. definition of nationalist be conceded to be the only legitimate natim taligme. Fact, the very concept of nationalism has long since been deconstructed, though we go into that here. Blood lies. Poland. Asterisk, the USSR was an ally of Hitler's. Asterisk, the Treaty of Non-Aggression between Germany and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, popularly known as the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and called the Hitler-Stalin Pact by anti-communists, was an agreement to attack and divide up Poland and the Baltics. Western Ukraine and Western Belorussia were integral parts of Poland, the Kresy Osadni or Eastern Territories. The Soviets aimed to eliminate the Polish elites, a kind of genocide not unlike that of the Nazis. The Soviets shot about 22,000 Polish prisoners of war in the massacres called the Katyn Massacre. The Polish Home Army, who were armed by, allied with, and loyal to Nazi Germany, was a minor episode unworthy of more than the briefest attention. Introduction. 31. The Ukrainian nationalists in the UN were freedom fighters, against both Stalin and Hitler. They were not significantly implicated in the Jewish Holocaust or other mass murders. The armed Ukrainian nationalist forces who remained after the war in the underground, killing Soviet civilians, soldiers, and policemen, were not terrorists but heroic freedom fighters. It is hard to exaggerate the vehemence with which these false historical mythologies are officially propagated in Poland and Ukraine, as well as in the rest of Eastern Europe. Snyder feeds them to a largely Western public that is unaware of the history of Eastern Europe and has been indoctrinated over many years to accept as true any accusations of crimes against Stalin and the Soviet Union. Both nationalist mythologies are based on historical falsehoods. Both mythologies are aimed to cover up the crimes of the Polish and Ukrainian nationalists of the 1930s and wartime period. These crimes include Poland. Poland's imperialist invasion of Soviet Russia in 1919. Poland's seizure by conquest of western Ukraine and Belorussia, ignoring the Curzon line drawn by the Allies to show where Poles were in the minority. Poland's killing of between 18,000 and 60,000 Russian prisoners of war in Polish POW camps. Poland's imperialist seizure by force of Lithuania's capital Vilnius in 1922, restored to Lithuania by the USSR in October 1939. The sending of Polish veterans as settlers to Polonize the conquered territories. Polish racist oppression against Ukrainians, Belarusians, and Jews, and suppression of their languages and cultures. The pervasive nature of anti-Semitism in Polish society during the Second Republic, an anti-Semitism OFFI blood lies chaly promoted by the Polish government and Polish Roman Catholic Church, which made Poland perhaps the most anti-Semitic country in the world at that time. The Polish government's deliberate sabotage of the Soviet attempts to build collective security against Hitler's Germany. Poland's participation with Germany in the partitioning of Czechoslovakia. The Polish government's abandonment of the country by fleeing to internment in Romania on September 17, 1939, thus destroying the Polish state and condemning the Polish people to Nazi occupation and mass murder. The Polish Home Army's collaboration with the German Army against Soviet partisans and the Red Army. The Polish Home Army's murderous anti-Semitism and anti-communism. The Polish Home Army's failure to help the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising of 1943. The crime of the Warsaw Uprising of 1944. The Polish Home Army's clandestine terrorism, 20 murder and sabotage in socialist Poland after 1945. Ukrainian nationalism. Since the Second World War, the two pillars of Ukrainian nationalism have been the Holodomor, or deliberate starvation of several million Ukrainians by Stalin in the so-called man-made famine 1932-33, and the supposed heroism of the armed forces of the UN as freedom fighters against both Germany and the Soviet Union, for independence. Both are myths. No Holodomor occurred. The terrible famine of 1932-33 was caused by natural phenomena. The UN forces were Nazis and Nazi-like mass murderers. We discuss the 1932-33 famine, and Snyder's lies about it, in a separate chapter. The principle not the much Polish Catholic Church, a derent Catholic term here is used in its sense of organized violence by forces not representing any state. Introduction. Characteristics of Ukrainian nationalism, all of which Snyder either omits or mentions only in passing, include the following. The fascist nature of Ukrainian nationalism. The collaboration of the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists with the Nazis during the invasion of the USSR in 1941 and during the war. The UN's participation in the mass murder of Soviet Jews and of a great many other Soviet citizens. The mass murder by Ukrainian nationalist forces of 50,000 to 100,000 Polish civilians. The UN's underground terrorism against Soviet citizens after the war, including collaboration with the American OSS/CIA. Why now? During the period of the Cold War, Polish and Ukrainian nationalists pushed this mythology hard. It is easy to understand why they did so. Their aim was to try to help the Western capitalist powers to weaken and perhaps overthrow socialism in the USSR and Eastern Europe. Following the principles of the big lie out in this case, any deligned by Hitler, they considered any means of lying and falsehood to be legitimate towards this goal. After 1990 and 1992, the nationalists found themselves in power in capitalist states. The goal of capitalists is to enrich themselves by extracting value from the working class. This meant lowering the standard of living of the working class of Poland and Ukraine. Nationalism, the myths of the heroic past and of the two Holocausts, one by the Nazis, the other by the Soviets, has been the main way the economic and intellectual elites of Poland and Ukraine have attempted to create a history useful to the new anti-communist ruling elites. By constructing nationalist lies, they also cover up the shameful truth about the past. Such national mythology also serves the important function of distracting the population away from the fact that its own rulers, through their government, are exploiting them more, lowering their standard of living. Most other post-Soviet countries, from blood lies the Baltics to Hungary, have witnessed the imposition of similar false nationalist and anti-communist historical constructions by their new capitalist rulers. Until recently, this nationalist mythology was virtually unknown outside Eastern Europe. Why is it now being popularized in the rest of the world? There appear to be several reasons. Anti-communism. The anti-communist motive is simplest to understand. Polish and Ukrainian nationalist mythologies, like those of the other former Soviet and Soviet bloc countries, rely on pushing anti-communist lies, the more the better. They do this in order to disguise or minimize the fascist, racist, and pro-Nazi crimes of their nationalist predecessors, most of whom are praised as heroes today. For capitalists anywhere, it is always logical to promote anti-communism in order to disarm protests against the injustices of exploitation. By demonizing communism, and then by describing protests against socio-economic inequality as communists, capitalists attempt to delegitimize any protest against their exploitative policies. Militant trade unionists, students fighting for lower tuition or free education, struggles against imperialist wars and military expenditures, all can be, and are, condemned as communist. If communism can be equated with Nazism, then anti-communism and, thereby, exploitation can be portrayed as praiseworthy, even virtuous. Meanwhile, the essential similarity between Nazi-type anti-communism and ordinary capitalist anti-communism can be obscured, as can the fact that fascism was and is another form of capitalism. 20 years after the end of the Soviet bloc, many citizens of Eastern Europe look back upon it with some, often much, nostalgia. Like the USSR, these were social welfare states that provided basic benefits and jobs to all, or almost all, citizens, free or cost medical care, education, job training, retirement pensions, and many benefits for the youth. This basic economic security is entirely lacking in capitalist states, leaving most citizens vulnerable and fearful. Cultural activities were popular, free, or low cost, and encouraged by the government. Racism, the ethnic hatred's introduction, and rivalries that have been the curse of Eastern Europe in the 20th century and are now coming back was at a minimum. The sense of internationalism within the socialist bloc, taken for granted at the time, is often remembered now with fondness. Geopolitics. The United States encouraged and aided the breakup of the Soviet Union and the Socialist Bloc in an effort to weaken its main political and economic rival. An important ideological weapon in this effort was the demonization of the Soviet Union generally and especially of the Stalin era. Since then the United States and NATO have engaged in wars and killed civilians on a scale that no 1 million civilians, mostly Chile, could blame the Soviet Union for 2003, and Dren, by the war and then boycott on Iraq from 1991, another several 100,000 at least since then. This boycott and these invasions would have been impossible if the USSR and Soviet bloc had still been in existence. Stimulated once again by the US and NATO, ethnic hatreds have hatred against immigrants, flared up again throughout Europe, gypsies, and anybody of the wrong national background. These have led to terrible wars and anti-civilian atrocities in the former Yugoslavia, and to racist violence and murders and the rise of fascist parties throughout Europe. When the USSR sent an army into Afghanistan in December 1979, the USA and Western capitalist governments howled with protest, cancelled the 1980 Olympic Games, armed and trained the future Al-Qaeda terrorists. In 2001 the United States invaded Afghanistan, in 2003 it invaded Iraq. Now the USA has gone far beyond what the Soviet Union ever did in the Middle East. The US is more heavily involved in military imperialist ventures in Africa as well. American influence has been challenged in Latin America by mildly reformist governments in Venezuela, Ecuador, Bolivia, and throughout the region. In the Eurasian area, one of the United States' main obstacles to expansion is Russia, still a major regional military and economic power now that the period of collapse and shrinkage of the post-Soviet period has ceased. China is now another major economic bloodlines and military rival to American power, a fact which threatens to drive Russia and China into closer alliance against the United States. U.S. competition with Russia. This is the geopolitical context for the escalation of hostility in American scholarship and elite discourse concerning Soviet history, especially history of the Stalin period. The United States did not split up the Soviet Union. Top figures in the Soviet Communist Party did that, but the United States ruling elite has benefited tremendously from the way the USSR broke up. Most of the countries that had previously been in the Soviet bloc, plus most of the new countries that had been part of the USSR itself, instantly became anti-Russian, more closely allied to the United States and Western Europe than to Russia. This was a great geopolitical victory for the US ruling elite. It is presumably helpful to their interests to accept large parts of the nationalist mythology promoted by Polish and Ukrainian elites. Russia is blamed as the successor state to the Soviet Union. The more crimes that can be attributed to the USSR, the more negative, even criminal Russia can be made to appear. The campaign to associate the Soviet Union with Nazi Germany serves to obscure the far more accurate parallels between the pre-war capitalist states and Nazi Germany, and the fascist mass murders by capitalist states before and after World War II. It is similar to the French and American rewriting of their wars to preserve colonialism in Vietnam by calling them wars of liberation against communist aggression, since the anti-colonial movement in Vietnam was indeed led by the Communist Party. One could argue that there has indeed been a second Holocaust, not by the Soviet Union during 1930 to 1945 but by the Western imperialist nations in their colonial empires during their final century of roughly 1880 to 1975, with tens of millions of victims. This second Holocaust has only escalated since the demise of the Soviet bloc. Introduction. Method of presentation. The present book takes upon itself the task of examining and checking every single statement in Bloodlands that has an anti-Soviet or anti-communist tendency, and reporting the results of this research of verification. It presents for the reader's consideration the proof that virtually every fact claim of an anti-Soviet tendency in Snyder's book is false. Most people rely upon the statements by supposedly authoritative figures such as Snyder. They trust that scholars from respected institutions of learning with renowned academic reputations do not fabricate evidence and consciously lie about important historical events. It is this trust that enables false scholarship to shape opinion on important historical questions. Most of the chapters in Snyder's book focus on a single event or chain of events: the famine of 1932-33, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, the resistance, the post-war deportations intended to separate people of different nationalities, Soviet suppression of Zionism within the USSR during the period up to 1953. Chapters 5 through 7 are not organized about a single main event but deal with a number of events related to the war. Only Chapter 8, The Nazi Death Factories, which is devoted solely to Nazi crimes, contains no fact claims of an anti-Soviet tendency. It is no exaggeration to state that, as concerns Soviet history, Snyder's Bloodlands is a work of falsification from beginning to end. I have established that this is so through an exhaustive process of checking every footnote, every reference that Snyder cites in support of any fact claim or statement of an anti-Soviet tendency. The first chapter of Bloodlands contains a many more falsifications. Those concerning the not only FFE first but of the chapters of Snyder's book consist of a veritable litany of fact claims whose purpose is to show the Soviet Union, its leadership, and its policies in a very negative light. Blood lies. The big lie technique, a normal practice for those who intend to deceive others, is to mainly tell the truth, and smuggle in the falsehoods intermingled among the true statements. Snyder did not choose to follow this technique of deception. Rather, Snyder employs method of the big lie. Though it is ostensibly not a work of propaganda, Snyder's book follows the technique of propaganda recommended by Adolf Hitler in Mein Kampf, such as the following. The function of propaganda is, for example, not to weigh and ponder the rights of different people, but exclusively to emphasize the one right which it has set out to argue for. Its task is not to make an objective study of the truth, insofar as it favors the enemy, and then set it before the masses with academic fairness. Its task is to serve our own right, always and unflinchingly. It was absolutely wrong to discuss war guilt from the standpoint that Germany alone could not be held responsible for the outbreak of the catastrophe. It would have been correct to load every bit of the blame on the shoulders of the enemy, even if this had not really corresponded to the true facts, as it actually did. Point 22. The big lie was not original with Hitler. He learned of it by studying the anti-German propaganda put out by the Western Allies during the First World War. After the war, a number of books were written, often by shocked and deceived journalists, exposing these Allied falsifications. Point 23. Thus there was no need for Snyder to learn the big lie technique from Hitler. That Snyder does utilize this technique is beyond question. The present book establishes Z. Adolf Mellencamp's Part 1, 6, War Propaganda. At http Hitler Writings 1 mein.mpf/mch06.html there ls a large literature these Allied lies. A famous example is Arthur Ponsonby, Falsehood in Wartime, cx containing an assortment of lies simulated throughout the nations during the Great War. London, G. Allen Unwin Ltd., 1928, in the USA. So-called Creel Committee coordinated false propaganda for the American home front. Introduction. 39. This fact, by carefully checking every one of the references Snyder uses to support his anti-Soviet fact claims. Snyder makes no attempt at objectivity. Indeed, his anti-Soviet hostility often boils over in passages of heated rhetoric, fervent moralizing, and moral condemnation that serve no analytical purpose. Yet objectivity is first among the requirements of any historian worthy of the name. If one does not strive for objectivity from the outset of one's study, one will never discover the truth. The truth was never Snyder's goal in the first place. Hitler also succinctly explained why the big lie technique is so effective. In this they proceeded on the sound principle that the magnitude of a lie always contains a certain factor of credibility, since the great masses of the people in the very bottom of their hearts tend to be corrupted rather than consciously and purposely evil, and that, therefore, in view of the primitive simplicity of their minds they more easily fall a victim to a big lie than to a little one, since they themselves lie in little things, but would be ashamed of lies that were too big. Such a falsehood will never enter their heads, and they will not be able to believe in the possibility of such monstrous effrontery and infamous misrepresentation in others. Yes, even when enlightened on the subject, they will long doubt and waver, and continue to accept at least one of these causes as true. Therefore, something of even the most insolent lie will always remain and stick, a fact which all the greatly virtuosi and lying clubs in this world know only too well, and also make the most treacherous use of. Some readers may think that it is inappropriate to compare Snyder's method to Hitler's, regardless of the apparent accuracy of that comparison. As understandable as such reluctance may be, the Camp Part I Chapter 10, at http Blood Lies reader should note that Snyder often compares Joseph Stalin to Adolf Hitler, but utterly fails to demonstrate that similarity, because the evidence he cites in support of this Stalin-Hitler comparison is not evidence at all but is based on falsification. Consciously or not, Snyder uses the big lie technique to compare Stalin to Hitler, the communists to the Nazis, communism to Nazism. This comparison falls apart if one sticks to the truth dismantles it entirely. Hence the lies and falsehoods, deliberate or not. A full professor of history at Yale University, publishing with a major American commercial publisher, can rely on credibility, the only coin in the propagandist's purse. The present study shows this coin to be counterfeit. Chapter 1. The Man-Made Famine and Deliberate Famine Arguments in Bloodlands. Chapter 1. More pages of Bloodlands are devoted to the subject of the famine of 1932-33 than to any other single event. Though he has never done research on the famine, Snyder promotes a view that contradicts all the evidence as well as the view of the best scholars of this subject, that the famine was man-made and deliberate. We present the conclusions of these scholars here. In the course of studying Snyder's account of the famine and proving it wrong, we also consider, and disprove, the works of scholars who are motivated not by objectivity and a desire to discover the truth but by ideological partisanship, anti-communism and Ukrainian nationalism. Snyder devotes the whole first chapter of Bloodlands to insistence that the famine was deliberate. This is all wrong. Moreover, Snyder ought to be aware that it is wrong because the unanimous conclusion of the best experts who have studied this question is that the famine was a secular one caused by weather conditions and plant diseases. Snyder cites the works of these scholars. But he never informs his readers that they reject entirely the deliberate starvation notion that is central to Snyder's book. There are two distinct though related parts to the man-made famine allegation. First, it is asserted that the Soviet government Stalin deliberately murdered the several million people, mainly Ukrainian peasants, who died from the famine. The reasons alleged for the decision to murder vary. Sometimes it is claimed that starvation was used to crush Ukrainian nationalism. Some blood times it is suggested that the Soviet government decided to export grain to fuel the program of crash industrialization in full knowledge that this meant death of millions by starvation. These two explanations are not mutually exclusive and are raised in an inconsistent manner, an inconsistency attributable to the fact that there is not the slightest evidence to support either one of them. As a preface to our detailed critique of Snyder's account in Chapter 1 of Bloodlands, we note the following passages from Snyder's articles in influential American and British intellectual journals. These passages attest to the fact that Snyder promotes this false position with great energy and persistence. We have emphasized some phrases for the reader's convenience. A. The famine itself was deliberate murder. Jewish communist partisans in Belarus or Ukraine obviously seem heroic as enemies of the Nazis and avengers of their families. Their legacy is muddled by the fact that they bore arms to defend a system that had killed 3.5 million Ukrainians and a similar number of Kazakhs by famine 10 years before, and a million other Soviet citizens by execution in 1937 to 1938. The Soviets hid their mass shootings in dark woods and falsified the records of regions in which they had starved people to death. The Soviet policies that killed people directly and purposefully, by starvation. Of the Stalinist killing policies, two were the most significant: the collectivization famines of 1930-1933 and the Great Terror of 1937-1938. It remains unclear whether the Kazakh famine of 1930-1932 was intentional, although it is clear that over 1 million Kazakhs died of starvation. It is established beyond reasonable doubt that Stalin intentionally starved to death Soviet Ukrainians in the winter of 1932-1933. Soviet documents reveal a series of orders of October-December. Chapter 1. The Man-Made Famine and Deliberate Famine Arguments, 1932, with evident malice and intention to kill. By the end, more than 3 million inhabitants of Soviet Ukraine had died. 43. Here Snyder says over 1 million Kazakhs died. In the previous quotation, from the same article, he says 3.5 million Ukrainians and a similar number of Kazakhs. Millions of Ukrainians were deliberately starved by Stalin. The preoccupation with Ukraine as a source often was shared by Hitler and Stalin. Both wished to control and exploit the Ukrainian breadbasket, and both caused political famines, Stalin in the country as a whole, Hitler in the cities and the prisoner of war camps. The famine certainly did happen, and it was deliberate. He threatened local officials with the Gulag, forcing them to collect grain from the starving, and he sealed the internal borders of the republic so that they could not beg in other parts of the Soviet Union. The deliberate starvation of the 3 million inhabitants of Soviet Ukraine by the Stalinist regime. While it is true that Stalin's policy of collectivization, the state seizure of farmland and the coercive employment of peasants brought enormous suffering throughout the USSR in the early 1930s, it is also true that Stalin made deliberate decisions about grain requisitions and livestock seizures that brought death to 3 million people in Ukraine who did not have to die. Some of the very worst of the killing took place in southeastern Ukraine, where Stalin is now being celebrated and where Yanukovych has his political base. The famine destroyed that region's rural society by killing bloodlines many, cowing more, and permitting the immigration of people from beyond Ukraine, chiefly Russians, some of whom inherited the homes of the starved. The cult of Stalin is thus no empty symbol in Ukraine, it is a mark of active identification with a person who owed his mastery of Ukraine to a campaign of death. We now know, after 20 years of discussion of Soviet documents, that in 1932 Stalin knowingly transformed the collectivization famine in Ukraine into a deliberate campaign of politically motivated starvation. Of those who starved, the 3.3 million or so inhabitants of Soviet Ukraine who died in 1932 and 1933 were victims of a deliberate killing policy related to nationality. Stalin requisitioned grain in Soviet Ukraine knowing that such a policy would kill millions. In these semi-popular articles, Snyder is at liberty to make the charge of deliberate famine and mass murder without citing evidence of any kind. In Bloodlands, Snyder finally has to present his evidence to the scrutiny of his readers. We shall examine his argument in detail and expose it for the fraud that it is. The Ukrainian famine and post-Soviet nationalism. Since the 1950s, Ukrainian nationalist organizations have been claiming that Stalin and Bolshevik leaders deliberately starved the Ukraine in order to punish Ukrainian nationalist spirit. The same Ukrainian nationalist groups entered the USSR with the Nazis and collaborated in massacring at least hundreds of thousands of Soviet citizens, mainly other Ukrainians, as they were largely confined to the Ukraine, as well as Jews. They also committed the Volhynian massacres of 50,000 to 100,000 Polish peasants in their Chapter 1. The Man-Made Famine and Deliberate Famine Arguments. 45 Attempt at ethnic cleansing, a little-known Holocaust that has received attention only since the end of the USSR and Eastern Bloc. Their version of the famine, which they call Holodomor, or to liberate death by starvation, is best known in the West from the 1986 book by Robert Conquest, Harvest of Sorrow, Soviet Collectivization and the Terror Famine. Conquest has retracted his claim, as we shall see below. The thesis of Conquest's book, that the famine was deliberate and aimed at Ukrainians, is today's Holodomor thesis, though this term was not yet used in the 1980s. Anti-communist Soviet studies experts rejected it at the time the book was published. There is no evidence it was intentionally directed against Ukrainians, said Alexander Dalin of Stanford, the father of modern Sovietology. That would be totally out of keeping with what we know. It makes no sense. This is crap, rubbish, said Moshe Lewin of the University of Pennsylvania, whose Russian peasants and Soviet power broke new ground in social history. I am an anti-Stalinist, but I don't see how this campaign adds to our knowledge. It's adding horrors, until it becomes a pathology. I absolutely reject it, said Lynn Viola of SUNY Binghamton, the first U.S. historian to examine Moscow's Central State Archive on collectivization. Why in God's name would this paranoid government consciously produce a famine when they were terrified of war? Yet the man-made famine claim continues to be presented either as settled fact, as Snyder does, or as one plausible theory among others. In 1995 Davies, Togger, and Wheatcroft outlined their conclusions about the famine in this way. We therefore conclude. 1. All planners stocks the two secret grain reserves, NEP-Fond and MOB-Fond or GOS-Fond, together have put these from this collection online at http://misaweb.montclair.edu/ferg/research/ukfaming.c_s97.pdf. Davies and Stephen Wheatonfeed. Debate. Stalin and the Soviet Famine of 1932-33. A reply to Ellman Studies 58 2006.629, also in Davies and Wheatcroft, The Years of Hunger Soviet Agriculture, 1931-1933 Palgrave Macmillan, 2004, .441 and .145. In a polite but firmly negative review of Conquest's book in the London Review of Books in 1987, American Soviet scholar J. Archgetty wrote, Conquest's hypothesis, sources, and evidence are not new. Indeed, he himself first put forward his view 2 years ago in a work sponsored by the American Enterprise Institute. The intentional famine story, however, has been an article of faith for Ukrainian émigrés in the West since the Cold War. Much of Conquest's most graphic description is taken from such period pieces as The Golgotha of the Ukraine, The Black Deeds of the Kremlin and Communism the Enemy of Mankind. Conquest's book will thus give a certain academic credibility to a theory which has not been generally accepted by nonpartisan scholars outside the circles of exiled nationalities. In today's conservative political climate, with its evil empire discourse, I am sure that the book will be very popular. Despite their best efforts, Ukrainian researchers have been unable to find any documentary support for their claim of deliberate starvation. A huge number of archival documents, a few of them reproduced in a Library of Congress volume, Revelations from the T, quoted in Jeff Kopelon. In Search of a Soviet Holocaust. A 55-year-old famine feeds the right. Village Voice, January 12, 1988. Starving the Ukraine. Review of Conquest. Me Harvest of Sorrow, The Terror Famine, London Rewo Books, January 22, 1987, pages 8-9. Conquest's reply, Getty's response it, and the ensuing back and forth, bitter on and skillful on Getty's, was online on October 24, 2013 when I accessed it. Now only % of it is available for free. Blood lies with transitional stocks held by grain organizations amounted on July 1, 1933 to less than 2 million tons. Persistent efforts of Stalin and the Politburo to establish firm and inviolable grain reserves amounting to 2 or 3 million tons or more were almost completely unsuccessful. 2. We do not know the amount of grain which was held by grain-consuming organizations, notably the Red Army, but we suspect that these consumers' stocks would not change the picture substantially. 3. These findings do not, of course, free Stalin from responsibility for the famine. It is difficult, perhaps impossible, to assess the extent to which it would have been possible for Stalin to use part of the grain stocks available in spring 1933 to feed starving peasants. The state was a monopoly supplier of grain to urban areas, and the army, if the reserves of this monopoly supply system, which amounted to 4-6 weeks' supply, were to have been drained, mass starvation, epidemics and unrest in the towns could have resulted. Nevertheless, it seems certain that, if Stalin had risked lower levels of these reserves in spring and summer 1933, hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of lives could have been saved. In the slightly longer term, if he had been open about the famine, some international help would certainly have alleviated the disaster. And if he had been more far-sighted, the agricultural crisis of 1932 to 1933 could have been mitigated and perhaps even avoided altogether. But Stalin was not hoarding immense grain reserves in these years. On the contrary, he had failed to reach Chapter 1. The man-made famine and deliberate famine arguments, the levels which he had been imperatively demanding since 1929.5. 49. In their major work on the subject published in 2004, Davies and Wheatcroft outline their conclusions as follows. Our study of the famine has led us to very different conclusions from Dr. Conquest's. He holds that Stalin wanted a famine, that the Soviets did not want the famine to be coped with successfully, and that the Ukrainian famine was deliberately inflicted for its own sake. This leads him to the sweeping conclusion: the main lesson seems to be that the communist ideology provided the motivation for an unprecedented massacre of men, women, and children. We do not at all absolve Stalin from responsibility for the famine. His policies towards the peasants were ruthless and brutal. But the story which has emerged in this book is of a Soviet leadership which was struggling with a famine crisis which had been caused partly by their wrong-headed policies, but was unexpected and undesirable. The background to the famine is not simply that Soviet agricultural policies were derived from Bolshevik ideology, though ideology played its part. They were also shaped by the Russian revolutionary past, the experiences of the Civil War, the international situation, the intransigent circumstances of geography and the weather, and the modus operandi of the Soviet system as it was established under Stalin. They were formulated by men with little formal education and limited knowledge of agriculture. Above all, they were a consequence of the decision to ins R.W. Davies, M.B. Togger and S.G. Wheatenfeed. Stalin, Grain Stocks and the Famine of 1932-1933, Slavic Review Volume 54, ISW 3, 642-657, at 6% 7. 50. Blood lies industrialize this peasant country at breakneck speed. 6 Chapter 1. The man-made famine and deliberate famine * arguments, Zionist interpretations. It presents more evidence than any previous study documenting the intentions of Soviet leaders and the character of the agrarian and agricultural crises of these years. 51. Mark Togger did not co-author this book. Of these three authors, only Togger has devoted his professional life to the study of the 1932-33 famine, Russian famines, and famines generally. In his review of Davies and Wheatcroft's book, Togger both sums up their conclusions and expresses some criticisms of them. Popular media and most historians for decades have described the Great Famine that struck most of the USSR in the early 1930s as man-made, very often even a genocide that Stalin perpetrated intentionally against Ukrainians and sometimes other national groups to destroy them as nations. The most famous exposition of this view is the book Harvest of Sorrow, now almost 2 decades old, by the prolific historian Robert Conquest, but this perspective can be found in History Channel documentaries on Stalin, many textbooks of Soviet history, Western and even world civilization, and many writings on Stalinism, on the history of famines, and on genocide. This perspective, however, is wrong. The famine that took place was not limited to Ukraine or even to rural areas of the USSR, it was not fundamentally or exclusively man-made, and it was far from the intention of Stalin and others in the Soviet leadership to create such as disaster. A small but growing literature relying on new archival documents and a critical approach to other sources has shown the flaws in the genocide or intentionalist interpretation of the famine and has developed an alternative interpretation. The book under review, The Years of Hunger, by Robert Davies and Stephen Wheatcroft, is the latest and largest of these. W. Davies and Stephen G. _Wheat CT Oft. The Year's Hunger, Soviet Agriculture, 1931-1933. New York, Palgrave Macmillan, 2004, p. 441. Togger also expresses some serious criticisms of Davies and Wheatcroft's work. Second, the book still does not satisfactorily explain why the famine took place when it did and especially why it ended. The author's chapters on agriculture and procurements in 1933, which was of course the crucial agricultural year because this was when the famine basically ended, are substantially shorter than those on 1931 and 1932 and have a certain rushed quality. Davies and Wheatcroft identify several objective factors to which they attribute the declines in food production in 1931-1933 that in great part caused the famine. Most of those factors that they identify for 1932, however, still prevailed or were even worse in 1933. The decline in livestock numbers and draft forces, for example, continued into 1933 and possibly 1934. The disorder in crop rotation was not overcome even by the reduced sowing plans of 1933, or for some years thereafter. Most important, famine conditions were much worse. The authors cite a few sources claiming that peasants somehow knew in 1933 that they had to work hard, but they also acknowledge in another context that at least some peasants worked hard in 1932 as well. In any case, all evidence about peasants' resistance is anecdotal and can be shown not to be representative of their views and actions generally. Without any doubt, however, working conditions for peasants in 1933, because of the more severe famine conditions, were much worse in 1933 than in 1932. Given these inconsistencies, there remains one factor in explaining the cause of the small harvest of 1932 that can account for the improved harvest in 1933, and that is the complex of environmental factors in 1932. As I documented in a recent publication, the USSR experienced an unusual environmental disaster in 1932, extremely wet and humid weather that gave rise to severe plant disease infestations, especially rust. Ukraine had double or triple the normal rainfall in 1932. Both the weather conditions and the rust spread from Eastern Europe, as plant pathologists at the time documented. Soviet plant pathologists in particular estimated that rust and other fungal diseases reduced the potential harvest in 1932 by almost 9 million tons, which is the largest documented harvest loss from any single cause in Soviet history. One Soviet source did estimate higher rust losses in 1933 than 1932 for two provinces in the central Black Earth region, which is a small region of the country. Davies and Wheatcroft cite this and imply that it applied to the rest of the country, but that source does not document larger losses from rust in 1933 anywhere else. Further, the exceptional weather and agricultural conditions of 1932 did not generally recur in 1933. Consequently, I would still argue, against Davies and Wheatcroft, that the weather and infestations of 1932 were the most important causes of the small harvest in 1932 and the larger one in 1933. I would also like to point out for the record here that the criticism they make of my harvest data is invalid and represents an unjustified statistical Chapter 1. The man-made famine and deliberate famine arguments manipulation of what are in fact the only genuine harvest data for 1932 integrated mass murder with economic planning. 80 years ago, in the autumn of 1930, Joseph Stalin enforced a policy that changed the course of history, and led to tens of millions of deaths across the decades and around the world. In a violent and massive campaign of collectivization, he brought Soviet agriculture under state control. Once the agricultural sector of the USSR was collectivized, the hunger began. The shooting and deportation of the best farmers. After Mao made his revolution in 1948, Chinese communists followed the Stalinist model of development. This meant that some 30 million Chinese starved to death in 1958 to 1961, in a famine very similar to that in the Soviet Union. Maoist collectivization, too, was followed by mass shooting campaigns. As we have seen above, Togger believes that climatic conditions played a greater role in the famine than policy factors such as collectivization. There have been hundreds of famines in Russian history, about one every second or third year. There were serious famines in 1920. Togger. Review of R. W. Davies and G. Wheatcroft. The Years of Hunger. Soviet Agriculture, 1931 to 1933. York, Palgrave Macmillan, 2004. At Re-1931-1933 Blood Lies 1921, 1924, 1927, and 1928. The Volga famine of 1920 to 1921 is well known, in part because of the Nansen Relief Commission, which took many horrifying photographs of the suffering. There was another weather-induced famine in 1924. In 2001, Togger published an article about the 1924 and 1928 famines titled Grain Crisis or Famine, 8. Official Soviet-Ukrainian primary sources prove that the 1928-29 famine was a serious famine, including in the Ukraine, which received more aid than it sent to other parts of the USSR. This disproves the exploitation theory of some Ukrainian nationalists. The 1928-1929 famine was caused by natural disaster, mainly drought. It was not induced by Soviet taxation or procurement policies. Moreover, government relief efforts and agencies organized the shortage to distribute very significant amounts of food to the poorest persons, undoubtedly saving many lives. But the famines of 1924 and 1927 to 1928 are largely ignored. When they don't ignore them, anti-communist researchers deny that these were famines, calling them instead regional and local problems. Evidently they do this in order to hide the fact that famines of greater or lesser intensity occurred in Russia very frequently. Anti-communist writers would like others to believe that such famines were rare until collectivization, but in reality famines were common. Collectivization was in large part an attempt to solve this perennial problem. In a famous passage in his memoir of World War II, Hinge of Fate, Churchill quoted Stalin as saying, "10 millions, he said, holding up his hands. It was fearful. 4 years it lasted. It was absolutely necessary for Russia, if we were to avoid periodic famines, to plow the land with tractors. We must mechanize our agriculture. When we gave tractors to the peasants, they were all spoiled in a few." 8 Mark Togger, Grain Crisis or Famine. The Ukrainian State Commission for Aid to Crop Failure, the UKRIIAF, and Enaminov 192H29. In Donald 1_Lan and Abe S. Local Dimensions of Soviet Power 1917 to 1953. Pittsburgh, University of Pitts, BTUGH 2001, 146 to 170. Chapter 1. The One-Made Famine and Deliberate Famine * Arguments Months. Only collective farms with workshops could handle tractors. G. 55. Churchill wrote these volumes years later, and his memory was probably far from precise. But no one has suggested that Churchill invented this passage about avoiding periodic famines. Therefore, collectivization was necessary not simply to fund industrialization, although it was indeed essential for that purpose. It was essential to put an end to periodic famines, during which a great many people died. Indeed, 1932-33 was the last famine, except for the post-war famine of 1946-1947, the basic cause of which was the worst drought in many decades, combined with the immense destruction caused by the war. Stephen Wheatcroft's recent article convincingly demolishes the ideological anti-communists who tried to make this famine to a man-made famine to punish peasants. 10. This fact that collectivization saved the Soviet people from Furr is virtually always erased in discussions of the Their famines famine of 1932-33. Collectivization certainly caused deaths. However, not to collectivize would also have caused deaths. The status quo caused deaths from famines. Continuing the NEP would have caused deaths from famines. Poor peasants died from starvation even in non-famine years because they could not afford to buy enough grain. The only alternatives to collectivization of agriculture were 1. To permit famines to continue every 2 to 3 years indefinitely, as the Tsars had done. 2. To forego industrialization for decades, if not forever. In terms of the good that it did and the evils that it avoided, collectivization, with all of its problems and deaths, was one of the great triumphs of public policy of the 20th century. Had it been a calm Winston Churchill. The Hinge of Fate. Rosetta Books LLC 2002.44728. Wheatcroft, Stephen G. The Soviet Famine of 1946-1947. The Weather and Human Agency in Historical Perspective. Europe-Asia Studies, 64:6, 987-1005. Blood lies published by a capitalist country. It would probably have long since been generally acknowledged as such. The Chinese communists and Vietnamese communists learned much from studying the Bolsheviks' experience with collectivization and industrialization. They resolved not to slavishly imitate the Soviet example, and they did not do so. But Stalin and the Bolsheviks were the first. They did not have the benefit of hindsight. It is to be expected that they would make many decisions that later turned out to have been mistakes. That is always the case with pioneers. During collectivization the Bolsheviks made many errors. But it would have been an immeasurably greater mistake not to try in the first place. And here is the problem. It is unfashionable, politically incorrect, to point these things out. The prevailing anti-communist, and specifically anti-Stalinist, orthodoxy among elites, East and West, make it literally unprintable. Lay of fact, it's the truth, but you can't say it. Collectivization and the famine of 1932-33, what really happened? This is a brief account of the 1932-1933 Soviet famine as supported by the primary source evidence now available. It is based upon the research of Professor Mark Tauger of West Virginia University. Tauger has spent his professional life of more than 20 years studying famines and is a world expert on Russian famines. He has written several special studies of the 1932-33 famine. This brief introductory have drawn the following works by Mark Tauger. The Harvest of 1932 and the Famine of 1933 Review, Valso, No. 70-89. Grain Crisis or Famine. The State Commission for Aid to Crop Failure Victims and the T.J. Kamenian Famine of 1928-1929 in Provincial Landscapes of Power, ed. By D.J. Raleigh, 146-170, 360-36s, Natural Disaster and Human Action in the Famine of 1931-1933, Carlbeck Papers No. 1506s Wyatt Peasants and 1930-1939. Resistance and Adaptation. Of Peasant Studies 2004.427-256. Reprinted in Rural Adaptation in Russia, ed. Stephen K. Wegran, London, and N. M. York, Routledge, 2005, 6594. Chapter 1. The Man-Made Famine and Deliberate Famine Arguments. Famines in Russian History. 57. Famine has struck Russia hundreds of times during the past millennium. A 1988 account by Russian scholars traces these famines through historical records from the year 736 AD to 1914. Many of these famines struck Ukraine as well. The year of the two Russian revolutions, 1917, saw a serious crop failure leading to an urban famine in 1917-18. In the 1920s the USSR had a series of famines, in 1920-1923 in the Volga and Ukraine plus one in western Siberia in 1923, in the Volga and Ukraine again in 1924-25, and a serious and little-studied famine in Ukraine in 1928-1929. In 1920-1923 Russia experienced a devastating famine, often a misnomer since it affected at least the Volga famine Volga region, Ukraine, and the North Caucasus with accompanying typhus epidemic. The Soviet government requested and received considerable help from abroad, including from the famous commission headed by Norwegian explorer and humanitarian Fridtjof Nansen and Herbert Hoover's American Relief Administration. 12 Another famine struck in 1924-1925. Again in 1927 to 1928 a terrible crop failure struck the Ukraine, the result of a combination of natural disasters. Stalin, Soviet Agriculture and in Food and Conflict in Europe in the Age of the World Wars, edited Hi Frank Trent Man Fleming Just New York and Hounds Mills, F. Al Grave Macmillan, 2006-109-142. Famine in Russian History RHE Supplement The Modern Encyclopedia of Russian and Soviet Hist. 00. Edited by George N. Ryan. Volume 10 7992. 2011, I have also drawn up two unpublished by Togger of April 12.2012 and April 13, 2012, I cite other works of Toggi's in the discussion of Snyder's version. The Nansen Commission took many photographs of the dead, dying, mid-starving. Some of these have been by Ukrainian nationalists to illustrate their works on the 1932-33 famine. Blood lies. The Soviet-Ukrainian government established a famine relief commission, the Uryadkom 13. The central government in Moscow transported food from the Russian Republic to Ukraine, and the Uryadkom distributed food to nearly 400,000 peasants, as well as livestock feed, farm equipment, and credits. This history of 1,000 years of frequent famine and of a dozen years that witnessed 3 significant crop failures and subsequent famines is the essential context for understanding the famine of 1932 to 1933 and the response of the Soviet government to it. The Ukrainian famine of 1928 to 29 was the third famine in the Soviet Union in 7 years due to a natural disaster and was the most extreme part of a broader food supply crisis that affected most of the country. This crisis did not result exclusively or even mainly from price policies. The Soviet Union clearly had an extreme vulnerability to natural disasters, and Soviet leaders interpreted this vulnerability in comparison to the West as a sign of agricultural backwardness. For Soviet leaders, the Ukrainian famine was an important part of the argument that Soviet agriculture had to be changed. Collectivization. The collectivization of agriculture was designed to end the cycle of famines that had tormented Russia and Ukraine for centuries. It was a reform, a significant improvement in the security and lives of the peasant population and therefore of the entire population. It was not undertaken to tax or exploit the peasants or to extract value from the countryside. On the contrary, during the Uriadovakomigia Podopomo I Paterpalim Videa Abbreviaticum for the Unanayan Nevroziu, State Commission for Aid to Peasants Suffering from the Crop Failure Chapter 1. The Man-Made Famine and Deliberate Famine Arguments 59 Decade 1929 to 1939 The Soviet government spent tens of billions of rubles on agriculture. Its primary goal was increasing food production by using what seemed to be the most modern and reliable methods available at the time. Stalin and the Bolsheviks viewed collectivization as the only way to swiftly modernize agriculture, to put an end to the wasteful and labor-consuming cultivation of individual land holdings, often in tiny widely scattered strips, and put it on a large-scale basis. They used the large-scale, highly mechanized agriculture of certain American farms in the West as models for the Sovkhazi. They did not see collectivization as a means of exploitation or as recreating serfdom, and certainly not as deliberate killing or genocide. Nor was it. Peasant protests against collectivization. Peasant protests did occur. According to an OGPU report of March 1931, right in the midst of collectivization, about 5% of the peasant population was involved in protests. This also means that the vast majority of peasants was not involved in such protests. Most of these protests were settled peacefully. The OGPU reported that they had recourse to force in fewer than 2% of them. Many peasants actively supported collectivization. This number increased when local activists were experienced or sensitive enough to patiently explain the purpose of collectivization to the peasants. Some peasants spontaneously formed kolkhozy and consolidated their fields. Togger concludes that the regime implemented collectivization coercively, violently, and without adequate appreciation of or concern for its disruptive consequences. Nevertheless, he concludes, collectivization was a program to achieve a clearly necessary goal, to increase food production. Blood lies in a country plagued by famines, and that it was implemented after the apparently successful experiment of the Sovkhoz project and with substantial governmental investments. Many historians claim that peasant opposition to and even rebellion against collectivization was widespread, and thus that collectivization produced famine and failure. Tauger believes the facts show otherwise. His studies minimize or ignore the actual harvest data, the environmental factors that caused low harvests, the repeated recovery from the famine and crop failures, the large harvests of the 1930s, the mechanization of Soviet farms in these years, Soviet population growth, and the long-term increases in food production and consumption over the Soviet period. In short, collectivization was a success for the Soviet and Iranian peasantry and for all of Soviet society, which, of course, relied on the peasants' agricultural labor to feed it. Collectivization brought substantial modernization to traditional agriculture in the Soviet Union, and laid the basis for relatively high food production and consumption by the 1970s and 1980s. Many accounts of dekulakization and forcible grain procurements emphasize the violence that was often necessary to force determined opponents of collectivization off the land into exile, and the fact that peasants who were forced to give up grain during the famine experienced this force as cruelty. There must have been many incidents that could be described by anyone as cruel. In Tauger's view, the cruel forced movement of population dekulakization, or what Stalin called the destruction of the class of kulaks, was not necessarily the best means to achieve the regime's objective of collectivizing agriculture. I am not convinced by those who claim that the Soviets rejected better or less cruel methods of collectivization. The Truth is Chapter 1. The Man-Made Famine and Deliberate Famine Arguments 61. That collectivization was a massive enterprise that was unprecedented in history. Stalin and the Soviet leadership undertook it because they saw no other way to avoid devastating famines in the future. They made a plan and carried it out, and that meant disempowering any people who were determined to stop it. The Soviet leadership was flexible. The plan was changed several times in response to feedback from local activists who worked directly with peasants. The most famous change in plan is that associated with Stalin's article Dizzy with Success, published on March 2, 1930. This article re-emphasized the need to persuade rather than to force peasants to join collective farms. When the famine occurred, not caused by collectivization but by environmental factors, as we discuss below, the Soviet leadership had to deal with that too. There was no choice but to take grain from peasants in the countryside in order to redistribute it in a more egalitarian manner, as well as to feed the cities and the army, which produced little food. Whatever excesses or cruelty took place were the inevitable result of errors in the plan for carrying out collectivization. Inevitable too was the unevenness in the abilities and characteristics of the tens of thousands of activists and of the peasants themselves. All were faced with a terrible situation under emergency conditions, where many people would inevitably die of starvation or its effects, simply because there was not enough food to feed the whole population. No perfect plan is ever possible at any time. None was possible in 1932. A great many mistakes were made. It could not have been otherwise. But the biggest mistake would have been not to collectivize at all. This evidence shows, in particular, that collectivization allowed the mobilization and distribution of resources, like tractors, seed aid, and food relief, to enable farmers to produce a large harvest during a serious famine, which was unprecedented in Russian history and almost so in Soviet history. By implication, therefore, this research shows that collectivization, whatever its disruptive effects on agri-bloodlines culture, did in fact function as a means to modernize and aid Soviet agriculture. The famine of 1932–33 14. Two incorrect explanations of this famine are widely accepted. The Ukrainian nationalist explanation claims that Stalin and the Bolshevik leadership withheld grain from Ukrainian peasants in order to export it, deliberately starved Ukrainian peasants to suppress Ukrainian strivings for independence, or both. The alleged motives vary because there is no evidence to support any of them. This is the myth of the Holodomor. Consciously modeled on the Jewish Holocaust, it originated in the Ukrainian diaspora, among and under the influence of the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists and Veterans of the 14th Waffen-SS Galizien Division and Ukrainian Insurgent Army. These forces had fought on the side of the Nazis and had fled to the west with German troops as the Red Army advanced. In true Nazi fashion, early proponents of this deliberate famine myth blamed Jews for it. Two Ukrainian quislings of Moscow, D. Shumsky and M. Kvilovich, who believed that Moscow is working for a better communist Ukraine but eventually realized that she was only expanding her empire, committed suicide. They were replaced by Kahanovic as secretary of the Communist Party of Ukraine and one Shalehus, A. Schlitter, Y. Rais, among others, as assistant secretaries. All of them were Jews. The following Jews held positions in the Ministry of Police: V. Balicki, Carlsson, M. Latzis, F. Kuk, C. Fuchs. Kahanovic realized he would have a monumental task in bringing the Ukrainian villagers to heel. They were hard-working farmers, fiercely proud of their livelihood and land, and would defend these to the death. Moscow's plan was to take all the land. This section is largely taken from Tauger 2001b. Chapter 1. The man-made famine and deliberate famine arguments, and reduce the villagers to virtual serfdom under the guise of collectivization. To achieve this, Kahanovic and the Politburo organized a man-made famine in which 7 million Ukrainians died. Is. 63. When Ukraine became independent in 1991, these forces flooded into the country and exercised a determining influence in historical ideological questions. They promoted the status of the UNUPA forces, guilty of immense mass murders of Jews, Poles, and Soviet citizens generally, as heroes who were fighting for independence. Thus the myth of the Holodomor was never based upon any evidence. Rather, it was politically motivated from the beginning. It has been officially adopted by the Ukrainian state and is now compulsorily taught in Ukrainian schools and promoted by Ukrainian academics. Since there is no evidence at all to support it, it is simply taken for granted. It is unofficially taboo, forbidden to dissent from this view in the public sphere in Ukraine. A law threatening anyone who publicly dissented from this view with criminal penalties was briefly considered under the presidency of Viktor Yushchenko, a leader of the Orange Revolution. A more mainstream but still politicized interpretation states that the famine was due to the collectivization of agriculture, and excessive state grain requisitions, which led to disruptions, mismanagement, and peasant rebellion, and ultimately to famine and starvation. This is the official position of the Russian government. Neither of these explanations is borne out by primary source evidence. See Kumotsk J.J. Why worth more than others? BM_11 Cam Hills, NSW, Australia, Busnessel Press Printing Party 1986.31. The title page informs us that it is to be veterans of the Ukrainian Insurgent Army. In today's Ukraine, dominated by pro-Nazi ideology, THJS Group is praised as fighters for independence. Blood lies. Environmental factors caused the famine. The main causes of the 1932-33 famine were environmental factors that led to a poor harvest. These factors were, drought in some areas, unusually heavy rainfall in others, serious infestations of the crop diseases rust and smut, plagues of pests, including Asian locusts, beet weevils, meadow moths, and caterpillars, and a huge infestation of mice. The harvest was so small that the amount of food available in the USSR was apparently less than was necessary to feed the whole population. Contributing factors were due to the interaction of human agency with these environmental causes. There was a widespread and serious problem of weeds, caused by a shortage of labor to weed the fields due to population flight and the weakness of many remaining peasants. Much land remained unplanted or unharvested due to labor shortages caused by population losses both from peasants moving to towns and cities and from peasants weakened by or dying of starvation. Horses were the chief draft animals used for plowing and other agricultural tasks. Many horses had been lost or were already severely weakened by a famine in 1931-32 and by desperate peasants eating oats, the horses' fodder. The Soviet state imported some tractors and manufactured others. This did have some effect but not enough to overcome the loss of draft power from horses. Much of the land had been planted in grain for years in a row. This resulted in soil exhaustion that severely reduced fertility. Farms and agricultural officials were finding it hard to find additional land in the established agricultural regions. The increased area put the peasants under considerable strain. Nevertheless, there was sufficient labor to bring in a good harvest in 1933 and so put an end to the famine. That means there had been enough labor in 1931 and 1932 as well. That the harvest in those years was fatally small was mainly due to the environmental factors listed above. The Soviet leadership did not fully understand these environmental causes. Nor did their informants, the Okpij, and local party leaders. Therefore, they tended to blame human factors like Chapter 1. The man-made famine and deliberate famine arguments 65 mismanagement, faulty leadership, and, to some extent, peasant resistance and kulak sabotage. Not understanding, at least for many months, the primary importance of environmental causes, and believing reports that the harvest should have been a good one, the only logical alternative was that the famine was caused by various kinds of sabotage, direct sabotage by Ukrainian nationalists, peasants withholding grain, peasants and others hoarding grain for sale, peasants unwilling to work the fields, party, kolkhoz, and other officials collaborating in these efforts, and so on. Nevertheless, the Soviet government did greatly reduce exports of grain. It also began to ship aid in food and seed to Ukraine and other hard-hit areas. Tagore writes, by early 1933 the USSR was in the throes of a catastrophic famine, varying in severity between regions but pervasive. After efforts in January to procure more grain, the regime began desperate efforts in February to aid peasants to produce a crop. The political departments, which the regime introduced into the state farms and the machine tractor stations in early 1933, played a crucial role in these efforts. These agencies, composed of a small group of workers and OGPU personnel in each MTS or Sovkhoz, removed officials who had violated government directives on farm work and procurements, replacing them with kolkhozniki or Sovkhoz workers who they thought would be more reliable, and organized and otherwise helped farms to produce a good harvest in 1933. They were supported by draconian and coercive laws enforcing labor discipline in the farms in certain regions, but also by the largest allocations of seed and food aid in Soviet history, 5.76 million tons, and by special sowing commissions set up in crucial regions like Ukraine, the Urals, the Volga, and elsewhere to manage regional-level aspects of organization and supplies to the farms. Blood lies. Historians seldom discuss the role of these politotally. Tagore believes they made a significant contribution to the efforts to organize production and overcome the famine. He summarizes at some length a report of December 1933 from the Central Black Earth Oblast about the important role these bodies played in helping the peasants bringing in the good harvest of 1933. The report first describes the crisis conditions of early 1933, peasants starving and dying, horses exhausted, dying, and neglected, tractors repaired poorly or not at all, labor discipline weak among kolkhozniki, tractor drivers, and individual peasants, with frequent cases of refusals to work and avoidance of responsibility. The politotally began by talking with and organizing the kolkhozniki, and by purging kolkhozy, MTS, and other local agencies of what it termed kulak and counter-revolutionary elements. According to the report, kolkhozniki participated in these actions and developed enthusiasm for work from them. With politotal help, MTS and kolkhozy finished sowing 15 days earlier than they had in 1932, and sowed 3.4 million hectares instead of the 2.85 million hectares they had in 1932. They used fertilizer for the first time and sorted seed, they treated more seed against plant diseases, they weeded crops sometimes 2 and 3 times, and they took measures against insects. They completed harvesting grain crops in 65 days, versus 70 in 1932, and threshing in December 1933, a process that in 1932 had lasted in the region into March 1933. They completed grain procurements in November 1933, paid off all of their seed loans, formed the necessary internal funds in Kolkhozy and still managed to distribute to Kolkhozhniki much more in Labor Day payments than the previous year, thereby ending the famine in the region. The Kolkhozhniki also provided all their Chapter 1. The man-made famine and deliberate famine arguments livestock with basic fodder, and built granaries, livestock shelters, clubs, and other buildings. As a result of these efforts, the CBO harvested some 24% or more grain in 1933 than in 1932. While weather conditions played a role in these successful results, clearly peasants worked harder and differently in 1933, during the peak of the famine, than they had earlier, and management by the politotally contributed to this. 67. Tauger cites evidence that many peasants who hated or did not like the Kolkhozy nevertheless worked hard in them, while many other peasants worked willingly during the whole period siding with the system. As a result, on the whole peasants accepted collectivization. All of this is not to deny that some peasants in the 1930s, especially in famine years, used the weapons of the weak against the kolkhoz system and the Soviet government. The issue is how representative evidence is of peasants generally, which is another way of asking how important such incidents were. Certainly resistance was greater and more important in 1930 and possibly 1932. But any analysis of this must also take into account natural disaster, the diversity of peasants' responses, and overall results of their work. Studies conducted in the mid-1930s found that Kolkhozhniki actually worked harder than non-collectivized peasants had worked in the 1920s, clear evidence of significant adaptation to the new system. The question of grain exports: like the Tsarist governments, the Soviet government exported grain. Contracts were signed in advance, which created the dilemma Tauger describes as follows. Blood lies. The low 1931 harvest and reallocations of grain to famine areas forced the regime to curtail grain exports from 5.2 million tons in 1931 to 1.73 million in 1932, they declined to 1.68 million in 1933. Grain exported in 1932 and 1933 could have fed many people and reduced the famine. The 354,000 tons exported during the first half of 1933, for example, could have provided nearly 2 million people with daily rations of I-kilogram for 6 months. Yet these exports were less than half of the 750,000 tons exported in the first half of 1932. How Soviet leaders calculated the relative costs of lower exports and lower domestic food supplies remains uncertain, but available evidence indicates that further reductions or cessation of Soviet exports could have had serious consequences. Grain prices fell in world markets and turned the terms of trade against the Soviet Union in the early 1930s, its indebtedness rose and its potential ability to pay declined, causing Western bankers and officials to consider seizure of Soviet property abroad and denial of future credits in case of Soviet default. Failure to export thus would have threatened the fulfillment of its industrialization plans and, according to some observers, the stability of the regime. At the same time that the USSR was exporting, it was also allocating much more grain to seed and famine relief. Tauger documents the fact that the Central Committee allocated more than 500,000 tons to Ukraine and North Caucasus in February, and more than 500,000 tons to Ukraine alone by April 1933. The government also accumulated some 3 million tons in reserves during this period and then allocated 2 million tons from that to famine relief. Soviet archival sources indicate that the regime returned 5 million tons of grain from procurements back to villages throughout the USSR in the first half of 1933. All of these amounts greatly exceed the amount exported in this period. Chapter 1. The man-made famine and deliberate famine arguments. 69. The Soviet government was faced with a situation where there was simply not enough food to feed the whole population, even if all exports had been stopped instead of just drastically curtailed, as they were. The severity and geographical extent of the famine, the sharp decline in exports in 1932 to 1933, seed requirements, and the chaos in the Soviet Union in these years, all lead to the conclusion that even a complete cessation of exports would not have been enough to prevent famine. This situation makes it difficult to accept the interpretation of the famine as the result of the 1932 grain procurements and as a conscious act of genocide. The harvest of 1932 essentially made a famine inevitable. Grain delivery targets were drastically cut back multiple times for both collective and individual farmers in order to share the scarcity. Some of what was procured was returned to the villages. It is these collection efforts, often carried out in a very harsh way, that are highlighted by promoters of the intentionalist interpretation as evidence of callousness and indifference to peasants' lives or even of intent to punish or kill. Meanwhile, the regime used these procurements to feed 40 million people in the cities and industrial sites who were also starving, further evidence that the harvest was small. In May 1932, the Soviet government legalized the private trade in grain. But very little grain was sold this way in 1932 to 1933, this too is a further indication of a small 1932 harvest. About 10% of the population of Ukraine died from the famine or associated diseases. But 90% survived, the vast majority of whom were peasants, army men of peasant background, or workers of peasant origin. The surviving peasants had to work very hard, under conditions of insufficient food, to sow and bring in the 1933 harvest. They did so with significant aid from the Soviet government. A smaller population, reduced in size by deaths, weakened by hunger, with fewer draft animals, was bloodlines nevertheless able to produce a successful harvest in 1933 and put an end to the famine. This is yet more evidence that the 1932 harvest had been a catastrophically poor one. Government aid included 5 million tons of food distributed as relief, including to Ukraine, beginning as early as February 7, 1933, the provision of tractors and other equipment distributed especially to Ukraine, a network of several thousand political departments in the machine tractor stations which contributed greatly to the successful harvest in 1933, other measures, including special commissions on sowing and harvesting to manage work and distribute seed and food aid. This interpretation of the 1932 to 1933 famine as the result of the largest in a series of natural disasters suggests an alternative approach to the intentionalist view of the famine. Some advocates of the peasant resistance view argue that the regime took advantage of the famine to retaliate against the peasants and force them to work harder. Famine and deaths from starvation, however, began in 1928 in towns and some rural areas because of low harvests and of some peasants' unwillingness to sell their surpluses. The food supply generally deteriorated over the next few years, due not only to exports in 1930 to 1931 but also to the crop failures of 1931 to 1932. The harsh procurements of 1931 and 1932 have to be understood in the context of famine that prevailed in towns as well as villages throughout the Soviet Union by late 1931. By 1932-1933, as noted above, workers as well as peasants were dying of hunger. If we are to believe that the regime starved the peasants to induce labor discipline in the farms, are we to interpret starvation in the towns as the regime's tool to discipline blue and white collar workers and their wives and children? See document htlp://montclair.edu/ferg/research/8-2-0207333 PDF Chapter 1. The man-made famine and deliberate famine arguments. While Soviet food distribution policies are beyond the scope of this article, it is clear that the small harvests of 1931 to 1932 created shortages that affected virtually everyone in the country and that the Soviet regime did not have the internal resources to alleviate the crisis. Finally, this essay shows that while the USSR experienced chronic drought and other natural disasters earlier, those which occurred in 1932 were an unusual and severe combination of calamities in a country with heightened vulnerability to such incidents. The evidence and analysis I have presented here show that the Soviet famine was more serious and more important an event than most previous studies claim, including those adhering to the Ukrainian nationalist interpretation, and that it resulted from a highly abnormal combination of environmental and agricultural circumstances. By drawing attention to these circumstances, this study also demonstrates the importance of questioning accepted political interpretations and of considering the environmental aspect of famines and other historical events that involve human interaction with the natural world. That the Soviet regime, through its rationing systems, fed more than 50 million people, including many peasants, during the famine, however poorly, and that at least some peasants faced with famine undertook to work with greater intensity despite their hostility to the regime in 1933, and to some extent in previous years as well, indicate that all those involved in some way recognized the uniqueness of this tragic event. 71. Snyder has adopted the Ukrainian nationalists' intentional interpretation, the Holodomor myth, though Snyder chooses not to use this term. He strives to give the impression that the Soviet government cut the Ukraine off completely, making no effort to blood lies relieve the famine. Snyder ignores environmental causes which were in fact the primary causes and fails to mention the Soviet government's large-scale relief campaign which, together with their own hard work under the most difficult conditions, enabled the peasants to produce a large harvest in 1933. In Togger's judgment, this is the polar opposite from what Snyder and the Ukrainian nationalists contend. The so-called Holodomor or deliberate and man-made famine interpretation is not simply mistaken on some important points. Its proponents misrepresent history by omitting evidence that would undermine their interpretation. It is not history but political propaganda disguised as history, what I have called elsewhere propaganda with footnotes. Togger's view is also significantly different from that of R.W. Davies and Stephen G. Wheatcroft, who attribute the famine to several causes, including collectivization. In their opinion, environmental factors played only a secondary role. Davies and Wheatcroft believe the Soviet government could have saved many, perhaps millions, of lives if collectivization had not been undertaken and mitigated if the Soviet government had not handled the famine in a brutal manner. The official position of the Russian government and academic establishment is similar, that the famine was caused by excessive grain requisitioning and by collectivization. This hypothesis is mistaken. The reality is that collectivization put an end to famines in the Soviet Union, except for a serious famine in 1946-47. Wheatcroft, author of the most recent study of this famine, has concluded that this famine too was due to environmental causes. 18 years of hunger. Soviet 1931-1933. Palgrave Macmillan 2009. Wiederoft, Stephen G., The Soviet of 1946-1947, The Weather and Human Age in Historical Perspective. Europe-Asia Studies, 64:6, 987-1005, Chapter 2. The Famine of 1932-33 Deliberate. Snyder's 7 Points of Proof. The central section of Snyder's first chapter is his attempt to prove that he has evidence of clearly premeditated murder on the scale of millions in the Ukraine. As evidence, he outlines 7 crucial policies that were applied only, or mainly, in Soviet Ukraine in late 1932 or early 1933, each of which had to kill. Snyder must have been aware that none of the bevy of Ukrainian nationalist or Russia anti-communist scholars who claim that Stalin intended to kill Ukrainian peasants by intentionally starving them to death has proven this claim. Snyder also knows that the Western experts on this question, Togger and Davies Wheatcroft, as well as many other historians of the Soviet Union including bitterly anti-communist writers like Nicholas Wirth, reject the notion of a deliberate famine. Yet Snyder must claim the deaths were the result of premeditated murder because, without the 5 million famine deaths, the whole thesis of his book, that the Nazi and Soviet regimes murdered some 14 million people, falls to the ground, and with it goes the Stalin-Hitler comparison so treasured by ideological anti-communists. Our analysis of Snyder's first chapter begins with a detailed study of each of what Snyder calls the 7 crucial policies. Snyder does not outline these 7 points until the last third of his chapter. But the whole chapter, and indeed Snyder's whole book, depends upon these 7 points. They are Snyder's proof that the several million Soviet citizens who died as a result of the famine of 1932-33 were murdered by Stalin and the Soviet leadership. It will be shown that in every case Snyder falsifies his claims and his evidence. Blood lies. Because of the importance of these 7 points to Snyder's whole project, somewhat more detail is devoted to them in the main text of the present study than to most of Snyder's other fact claims. The reader may always consult the full documentation in the appendix to this first chapter. Point 1. Were Ukrainian peasants required to return grain advances? Snyder states that on November 18, 1932, peasants in Ukraine were required to return grain advances and that the leadership of the unsuccessfully protested this policy. His note to this passage cites the following sources. Graziosi, New Interpretation, 8, Kniertz, Ukraina, 143, Maksyudov, Victory, 188, 190, Davies, Years, 175 and, on seed grain, 151. Graziosi. Clearly Snyder's chief source here indeed makes these charges, but Graziosi cites no evidence at all, not a single reference of any kind for these statements or for the entire paragraph of which they are a part. Snyder had to know this, of course, just as anyone who reads Graziosi's article would know it. But Snyder cites these statements anyway. Of course Snyder's readers will not know that Graziosi has no evidence for these very serious charges. Kuznierz has nothing about any decision of November 18, 1932 on p. 143. He has nothing about returning grain advances, taking away seed grain, the Ukrainian party leadership trying to protect it, etc. as stated by Snyder. Nothing about shooting hundreds of officials or arresting thousands of them. Maksyudov's article, in Harvard Ukrainian Studies, contains no evidence itself. Instead it refers the reader to a volume in Ukrainian, Renew 1932-1933 Pokig. There are no relevant documents on the pages Maksyudov cites from this book. Elsewhere in this vol chapter 2. The famine of 1932-33 deliberate. There is a document dated November 18, 1932 regulating grain collections. This is the document discussed below. Davies, Years 175 has nothing about either returning grain advances or anything at all about seed grain. On pages 151-2 Davies does record the struggle between Moscow Stalin and Lazar Kagano and the Ukraine, mainly Kozier. Both the decrees of Vichy November 18 and November 29, which in part concerned seed grain, were cancelled. In any case these decrees permitted confiscation of seed grain only in exceptional circumstances. On November 18 on December 25, 1932 Kozier self-critically discussed his responsibility for these two documents and made it clear that it was a case of confiscating seed grain only from kolkhozes that did not fulfill their plan for delivering grain to the state. 293 cubic centimeters 388 to 395. This document is online at http://misaweb.montclair.edu/ferg/research/pytine0293.pdf. It is also at this site. http://www.1932 Bloodlies OC Bulletin 1 HCB NEPKBBLB 030 MCEME HHB1 XTB0 HAOBH3 Kojix 030B Kotiapol HBBLR 10 JIHH 10 Tina HZ 603 Arrow T0B0K, 3 translated. Referring to the export of seed funds from the collective farms that do not fulfill the grain procurement plan. Conclusion to Snyder's point 1, not only is Snyder wrong here, in fact, he has it exactly backwards. Not the Soviet, but the Ukrainian Politburo did approve a document allowing for confiscation of seed grain, though only under extreme circumstances. It was Stalin and the Moscow Politburo that cancelled this decision. As a result, Ukrainian First Secretary Kozier apologized for drafting the document in question. This is the opposite of what Snyder claims. Point 2, did the meat tax cause starvation? Snyder claims that on November 20, 1932 a meat penalty was imposed upon peasants who were unable to make grain quotas and that the peasants starved as a result. His references are: concerning the meat penalty, Shapoval, Prolotrahedi I Holodou, 162, and Maksyudov, Victory, 188, for the quotation, Dzwonkowski, G16d, 71. For the example described, Dzwonkowski, G16d, 160 and 219. Here is what Shapoval, Snyder's first citation, has to say about the meat penalty. 20 JIH Krona A 1932 Poki Pahap 0 MYCPPYXBA JIHB PMHHH NPO3 NPO BAAXEHHH Hot IPAN BHN X ERPA 4, IB, AOKOJI Rockney B, 1110 P03 KPAAAHHH Conraker 1 Horo XJ1 I6 AI3 1H03 PH BAT 0 TBRLJ1 XJ1 I603 AR0 TIBJ1B, 3 at Chapter 2. The Famine of 1932-33 Deliberate. 3 Akrosi BATH Hot IPA J1B2 Rapak Bh 110 PFLAKO MA0 ATKO Burrow 3 Abah 3 MHC03 AR0 TIBJ1BB06 CH3 IIS ME CRHH0 I Hop Mite 3 AABAHHFLAAHHM Conroger 10 MMNCAHK Isikni 11 BH0 IXYG06H, TAC IXYA06H Conrocknkib. 6 RPYAHQ Spain H0 NOC Tahoni 11 KI Pahapkomi YCPP Rilbo 3 A Hes HHH Ha GOP High A0111 KYCIA, HK 331 H0 CA 60 Rai 0 TB SNI 603 AR0 T IBNI. LLE. PMHHHCN PHHHHW 1036 IJ12HHR ZIP TB RON 0 AO MOPI. Translated. On November 20, 1932 the People's Commissar of the Ukrainian SSR approved a decision to introduce fines in kind, to the collective farms, which allowed the theft of kolkhoz grain and maliciously sabotaged the grain procurement plan, to apply fines in kind of an additional task of meat requisitions in the amount of a 15-month norm in contribution by the kolkhoz in question of meat as socialized livestock and of the livestock of kolkhoz members. On December 6 was approved the decree of the Central Committee of Ukrainian CP and of the People's Commissars of Ukrainian SSR on entering on the blackboard a blacklist L villages that willfully sabotage grain procurements. This decision caused an increase in the victims of the Holodomor. 77. We should note a few interesting things about this quotation from Shapoval's article, an article which is also available in Russian, in the volume cited by Snyder in his bibliography, and is also available in Ukrainian on the internet. For there is no source, either printed or archival, for the quotation. Nothing is said about how many kolkhozes this meat penalty was applied to, or indeed whether it was ever applied at http://memorial.kiev.ua/statry/75-3 Conferencia KPWP Aralig Tragediate Galota.html. For some reason Shapoval is not cited here as author of this article. By OOD lies nothing is said in the source about it contributing to the famine. This sentence is present in Shapoval's article and in all the other internet sites, but there is no evidence to support it. Maksyudov is Snyder's second and last citation about the meat penalty. He does discuss the meat tax, but not on page 188. On page 191 Maksyudov writes as follows. Among the punishments for those who did not fulfill required grain deliveries was the penalty of having to surrender a 15-month supply of meat in advance. 12. In other words, the state officials knew there was no grain to be seized in payment. The peasants, of course, considered their livestock as insurance against a famine, either slaughtering the animals for food or selling them in order to buy grain. State confiscation of this livestock was a particularly malicious act. If a peasant sold his livestock on the open market, he could easily have paid his tax, but the authorities did not want it, preferring instead to take the livestock on a low fixed price as a form of punishment for the peasant's non-payment of taxes. Such penalties in meat did not exempt the peasant from fulfilling his original grain procurement quota, which remained in effect. Maksud's conclusion in the second sentence does not follow from the first. It is likely neither Snyder nor Maksudov give sufficient context that the meat penalty was intended to force peasants to give up grain that they claimed they did not have but in fact had hidden. Also, Maksudov says nothing about the meat tax causing starvation. The question naturally arises, why don't Snyder or any of his footnoted sources actually identify and quote the relevant passages from this meat penalty decree? As previously noted, Shapoval quotes from it but does not give a reference to the original text. The document is called a Decree of the Council of People's Commissars of the Ukrainian SSR, but without any indication as to where such documents can be consulted. Chapter 2. The Famine of 1932-33 Deliberate. As it turns out, this is the same document Maksudov refers to. It may also be found in the multi-volume collection of documents on collectivization entitled Tragedia Sovetskoy Derevny. The relevant part of the lengthy decree of the Bolshevik Central Committee, dated November 18, 1932, reads as follows. 5b Kojix 03 Ax, Anik Th Bulletin _1 HX Pa 3 BOPOBB 1 BAH He Kojix 03 Horo XNE 6 AH 3 J10 CTH 0 CPB 1 BA RHX 603 AR 0 Topk. NPH Me HHTB Haripa J1 BHB 1 E Erpak Blue BBHAE Ikrahabner AOHOJIHHTE J1 B Horo 3 AAAHHH No MQC 03 AR 0 TOB KMB PA 3 MAP 15 MEC HHH 0 AHOPMB 1 UAH Horo Kojix 03 Mfloka, CAC No 0606 The C Tibni HHO My. TAC HHHAHBHI J1 BHO My CKO Tai Kojix 03 HH Ka. RLPH Me He 3 Toro Ipaboch Pa C110 Jaco Mom CA Pay Baprend Horo Pa 3 Pu _1 N9 B Ka MAO MOTN BHO MCJ1 AE 06 JI Non K0 Ma. Ilpk Mparn 0 JIKOMB1 Urahabi JIHBA 0 TCPOKHB3 B1 C KHHH PA 3 MAP 1111 T Patba AJIH Kojix 03 NPH Me J1 BH 0 K Kok ROQHH 10 OTAE J1 BHB1 X Konks 030 B. Hanox He or Patba He OCB 060 Zat He Kojix 030 T Noji Horo BBLR 1011 He HH9 Ikra 0 Bni H Horo RLJ1 Ahaza 603 AR 0 Tobak. B Nigai, ECJIH Kojix 03 NPHHHJ1 Ikra BWRE J1 BHB1 EMAP Block AR10 JIH 0 My BB1110 JIH High 0 Ruraha XJ1 E603 AR 0 Tobak B Ikra HOB J1 EHHB1 UCPOK, MOX T6B1 TB0 T Mi HC NP Above Tej 1 B Horo Pa 3 Pu 1 EHHH 06 JIHCN 0 JIKO Ma.5 Translated. 5 In collective farms that have permitted the theft of kolkhoz grain and are willfully frustrating grain procurement, to apply penalties in kind in the form of fixing additional targets for giving in meat procurements on the order of a 15-month delivery of Estrij Derevny. T3. Konet 1930-1932. M. Rospin, 2001, p. 543. Blood lies meat for the collective farm in question, for both socialized livestock and that of the individual farmer. The application of these penalty is to be carried out by the Regional Executive Committee with prior approval in each case of the Provincial Executive Committee. Moreover, regional executive committees are to set deadlines for the recovery and the size of the fine for each farm according to the situation of the individual collective farms. The imposition of this penalty does not relieve the collective farm of the requirement of full compliance with the established grain procurement plan. If the collective farm has made real efforts for the full implementation of the grain procurement plan within the prescribed period, the penalty can be waived with the prior approval of the Provincial Executive Committee. This Russian text corresponds exactly to the text published in Ukrainian by Shapoval. But Shapoval gave only the first paragraph. With the full text in hand, including the part that describes the meat penalty, it is clear that Shapoval and Snyder have withheld a few important details from their readers. The local officials, those most closely in touch with each farm, were to impose this meat fine. Asterisk they had to receive prior permission from the provincial government each time before imposing this fine. The 15-month meat delivery was the limit of the fine, its maximum size. A lesser fine could be levied according to the situation of the individual kolkhoz. Asterisk the third paragraph makes it clear that the purpose is to push recalcitrant kolkhozes to make real Chapter 2. The famine of 1932-33 deliberate efforts to fulfill its grain collection plan. If they did so, the fine could be cancelled even if already levied. This means the purpose was to get each kolkhoz to make real grain and then claim that for its rather than to withhold hide they had none. Clearly, the government felt that it had to have some way of forcing recalcitrant peasants and collective farms to cough up hidden stores of grain. If they did not, what was to prevent every kolkhoz and peasant from claiming that they had no more grain while hiding whatever amount they could? The result would be starvation in those areas that genuinely had no grain, including the cities and towns. Conclusion on Snyder's point 2, if Snyder did find and read this text, he falsified its contents to his readers. But most likely Snyder never troubled himself to find this text. Yet it constitutes the evidence for his fact claims in his point 2. It is his responsibility to verify that the fact claims he makes are backed up by evidence. Point 3, did the blacklist cause zones of death? Snyder claims that the blacklist, introduced in late November, 1932, required kolkhozes that had not met their grain collection targets to give up 15 times a 1 month's tax in grain. As a result, says Snyder, such kolkhozes became zones of death. His evidence. Shapoval, Prolo Trahedi I Holodu, 162. Maksyudov, Victory, 188. Morocco, Holodomor, 172. Worth, Terror, 123. None of these sources even mention Snyder's central accusation here, the supposed requirement to immediately surrender 15 times the amount of grain. Here, once again, is what Shapoval states. 6 rpyahhxba.qeh0 noc ta 0 by like ipahap 0 my ycpp npo3 ashhq ha hope y blood li cin, hk3 nicH0 ca60 tyk, tbz 603 ar0 tibj1i. PMHH9 CNPHHHHJ1036 IJ1B1 NEHHH ZIP TB RON 0A0 MOPI. Translated. On December 6 was approved the decree of the Central Committee of Ukrainian CP and of the People's Commissars of Ukrainian SSR on entering on the blackboard a blacklist I villages that willfully sabotage grain procurements. This decision resulted in an increase in the number of victims of the Holodomor. Shapoval cites no evidence that anyone died as a result of the blacklisting of some villages. Maksyudov has nothing like this on page 188 or on any page of Victory. He merely refers to the meat procurement of 15 months in advance. Morocco, Holodomor does not refer to such a policy on page 172 or on any page of this book, which in any case is merely a brief chronology of events. November 28, 1932 is dealt with on page 162, no such blacklist document is mentioned here. The December 6, 1932 document, identified above, is mentioned on page 166. It says nothing about any fine of 15 times the amount of grain. It is not clear that this new regulation was introduced on November 28, 1932. The collection by Georgy Papakin archival documents on the blacklist as a weapon of Soviet genocide in the Ukraine in 1932 to 1933 mentions many documents, but none of them fit this description. Point 6 Perhaps the following resolution mentioned by Shapoval and dated December 6, 1932, is the one meant. 219. Georgy Papakin. Archivm dokumenti pro Kerny doshki jak zinariadia v Ukraini v 1932 to 1933 Rokak in Kadomer 1932 to 1933 Rokiv Ukrainsko, 14-2b. Chapter 2. The famine of 1932 to 33 deliberate Nakra H0 Bnami Czech YCCPH like O3A Hes HHH Hakep Hi.oaaki Sen, 3J10 CTH0 CA60T Hopi 1011 AHX 603 Aero TOBKH Czech H11K Nokta Habja, T. 3 HBHB1 UCPB1B11J1 AHA XNE603 AR0 Top 0 KH Nok THB1 UCA60 Tax, Opera HH30 BAHHB1 H Kinok HMHM3.NE MH Ta MH, 3A HEC RH Ha HEP HY10 CJ1 EAYEOUA He Sina. 1C. BEP6 Ka RL Pi AC Koro Pi 0 Ha A Henpon RP0 Back 0206N. 2 CRABPHAOB Com XCBC Koro Pi 0 Ha A Hen 011 ETP 0 Back 0206J1. 3 CJ Ikari HBKHRA Act Koro Pi 0 Hazap KOBCK 0A0611. 4 C Kami HHB1 Erodok Cape Mi HQYRC Koro Pi 0 Hazap KOBCK 020641. 5 C. CBH2RP0HA Ko TPO Hu Koro Pau 0 Ha Oik Cow 061. 6 C Relik KH Boran Koro Pei E0 Ha 1 CK 020611. B0 T Home HMH3 TMX Sen NPO Beck THCJ1 EAYE0111 He. Mepon HHTHH, 7. Translated. Number 219. Decree of the SNK of the Ukrainian SSR and CC of the CPU on inscribing on the blackboard of villages that maliciously sabotage grain collection. The SNK and CC decree. For flagrant disruption of the grain collections plan and malicious sabotage organized by Kulak and T3, CC 562-3. The same decree in Ukrainian is widely available on the internet. Blood lies counter-revolutionary elements. The following villages are inscribed on the blackboard. 1 Vililagel. Verbka, Pavlogradsk Dnepropetrovsk OBL, or Chierneadoska had been used in the Russian Empire since the 1840s and in the USSR since the 1920s. 8 Worth, Terror, 123 and surrounding pages consist mainly of quotations from Kaganovish's letters to Stalin and a mention of the blacklist. There is no mention of anything concerning 15 times the amount of grain. Worth, by the way, asserts that collectivization caused the famine, a claim that Togger and Davies Wheatcroft both disprove. But Worth strongly rejects the notion that the famine was délibérant. Beaucoup de documents sters et forts sur les terribles famines qui se sont abattus et la suite de la collectivisation forcée, chul serait absurde de qualifier de famines organises, mais qui sont de conséquences directes de cet énorme chaos, de cette désorganisation de tout le système de product for inrempel http://uk.wikipedia.org/wiki/h05.ao1kh/http://chapter 2. The famine of 1932-33 deliberate. Shin traditional, au moment de la collectivisation forcée, 9 translated. The terrible famines that took place following forced collectivization, which it would be absurd to call organized famines. Conclusion on point 3, none of Snyder's sources show any knowledge of the text of the resolution to which he refers, one requiring the immediate surrender of 15 times the amount of grain that was normally due in a whole month. Snyder certainly never saw it himself. Point 4, did Vsevolod Belytsky terrorize Ukrainian party officials? According to Snyder, Vsevolod Belytsky, NKVD chief of the Ukrainian SRIO handpicked by Stalin, terrorized Ukrainian party officials by treating anyone who failed to do his shapoval, Holodomor. This article has been forthcoming for several years now in the journal Harvard Ukrainian Studies. Evidently it was delivered at a conference at the Harvard Ukrainian Institute on November 17 to 18. 2008.12. It has finally been published in English translation in a collection devoted to this 2008 Confer 9 Ni Lossworth, Stalin etle Stalinism dans I Histoire. April 12.2012, at this was Belytsky's from July 15, 1934 to May 11, 1937. According to Petro von Skorkin. To NKVD 1934-1941. 1999. At http, me.mo. history/nwd/to/31_htm. This journal subsidies NL by Ukrainian nationalists. As of December 2012, the last of these journal is of 2007. Snydeuro's book published in 2010 and, presumably, written or more before that time article had been forthcoming 6 years. The article is probably the same one that published in a 2013. See below. 2 cf. CE 060A, and 4614 200 BC 14, Oppo Blood Lies ins. Point 13. There is nothing in this article about terrorizing the Ukrainian party officials or treating anyone as a traitor to the state, as Snyder claims. As will be shown later in the present chapter, Shapoval has a history of making false claims. According to Snyder, Bielitsky claimed he had uncovered a Ukrainian military organization and underground Polish groups. He would report, in January 1933, the discovery of more than 1,000 illegal organizations and, in February, the plans of Polish and Ukrainian nationalists to overthrow Soviet rule in Ukraine. 61 Snyder's sources, R. Davies, years 190, Morocco, Holodomor, 171. Davies. Years 190 simply quotes a part of a Politburo resolution of December 14, 1932, stating in part, I shunter revolutionary elements kulaks, former officers, Petliurians, supporters of the Kuban Rada and others were able to penetrate into the Caucasus land, the village Soviets, land agencies, and cooperative ESL. They attempt to direct the work of these organizations against the interests of the proletarian state and the policy of the party. They try to organize a counter-revolutionary movement, the sabotage of the grain collections, and the sabotage of the village. Morocco, Holodomor 171 does mention Bielitsky's report of December 20, 1932 on Polish and Ukrainian nationalists as follows. B. EAJIHUB Koro NPOA per 27 THC. OC6A. XJ1I603AR0 TIBJ1BHHMH NPHA MH, NPO3A SIAXHHHAOP03 CRPIJ1Y108, LipoBHNHHH7 THC. HMTAHOPFSCOMOP IBHJ1EHHH3HHX700 THC. NUNIBXJ1I6A, NPOBHKPHTTH Ben HKHX110BC Rospks RPYN Yuri Shagoval, The A Prologue to Repressions and in the UK in After the Holodresner. The Enduring of the Great Famine in Ukraine. Ed. Andrei Krazio CET 99-122. Chapter 2. The Famine of 1932-33 Deliberate. Non-CB Koro 110XO XHHFL, Oprah 130 BAHHXYPHAOM Translated. V. Bielitsky. The arrest of 27,000 persons for grain procurement cases of condemnation to death 108, the discovery of 7,000 holes and black barns and removing them from 700,000 poods of grain, the exposure of major insurgent groups of Polish descent, organized by the leadership of the UNR. Did Kaganovich condemn millions to die of starvation? In his fifth point, Snyder makes the following claims. On December 21, 1932, Stalin and Kaganovich confirmed the grain collection quota for the Ukrainian SSR, Pyry and RED, How 1932-1933 Rokiv BV Krani, Dokument 5I Materially, number 458, pages 631-634, and 476, 672-3. Blood Lies. Kaganovich arrived on December 20 and forced the Ukrainian Politburo to meet and reaffirm the quota. This was a death sentence for about 3 million people. Snyder concludes. A simple respite from requisitions for 3 months would not have harmed the Soviet economy, and would have saved most of those 3 million lives. Yet Stalin and Kaganovich insisted on exactly the contrary. The state would fight ferociously, as Kaganovich put it, to fulfill the plan. 63 SNID-S sources for this paragraph are asterisk quotation, Davies, years, 187. Asterisk for the December 20th meeting, Vasiliev, Chsina, 55, asterisk Graziosi, new interpretation, 9, Kniarts, Ukraina, 135. None of the statements in this paragraph of SNID-S are supported by the sources in Snyder's footnote 63 to this passage. Asterisk Davies, years, 187, the only quotation in this paragraph is the single word ferociously. Davies, 187, does not mention Kaganovich and does not contain the word ferociously. Asterisk Vasiliev, Chsina, 55. The December 20th meeting is actually discussed on page 54. Vasiliev is honest enough to note that BW Sirinaki 6YJIH NIP 0 Hahi B Tomi, UXO. CXOBAH 0 Seji Hamite BHOPHHX. KOMO Paxa 63 Akona H0 BH Max. Translated. The speakers were convinced that grain was hidden by peasants in black closets or buried in pits. As we show below, there is clear evidence that peasants did indeed hide grain in pits and other places. Graziosi, new interpretation, has no page 9. Snyder may have in mind this passage on the 9th page of the article, page 105. Chapter 2. The famine of 1932-33 deliberate. On the night of December 20, at the urging of Kaganovich, the Ukrainian Politburo committed itself to new targets for grain requisitions. 9 days later it declared that the precondition to fulfilling the plan was the seizure of seed stock reserves. 2b Note 2b on p. 114 of Graziosi reads. 28. Danilov, Manning, and Viola. Tragedia Sovetskoy Derevny, 3, 603, 611. Now to check Graziosi's sources. Asterisk Volume 3 p. 603 is Kaganovich's letter to Stalin of December 22, 1932, concerning the meeting of the Politburo of the Ukrainian CP on measures for strengthening the collection of grain. 15 Asterisk Volume 3 p. 611 is the same document briefly considered above from the volume Golod 1932-1933 Rokiv na Ukraini. There it is, document number 129.15. The text is as follows. AOCHXNOP at NIPA 0 HHB1 EPA 60 THHKH He no HFLJIH, HTO NEP Bugpe Hok TBXNE 603 AR0 Tobak B Konks 03 Ax, He B Blunan Rutmuzg Spomks 06 H3 ATEJ1 BCTB Napen Rosiop TBOM, 03 Hakit, to BCEH Mik, Yotkh Hanwh Ho 3 F0 BTHX Konks 03 Ax, B Tom Kukni H Tak Ha 3 B1 BM B1 ECE Mi HHB1 E4, 0 Hab, 6 B1 TBB NEP by OOJPUB CAAH 0 BRLJ1 AXNE 60 GAR 0 Tobak. HMI HH0 1103 Tomi 1.1 KBKFL 0 TMI HHJ1 PEMH HELAC 0 T18 HOR 6 PHO HEB 1B03 ECE MI HHB1 X40 HAOB CAC PRU HE, ACAS 6 AHE 01 underscore UEE Hall R103 H11 HHB 60 PB 6 E3 XJ1 E6. CHTTP//Tragedia Sovetskoy Derevny 3.blogspot.com/200b/09/17 3.html 236. http://mchive.is/cfas number 236. At http. Blood lies 14k npj1 ari tb0 tholu hhh. Kojix 030b. He BB 1110 JIHHBTUHX na HZA 603 Aero T0B0K, He Mi AJ1 A0, Ha NP Orungsa 5 to 6 AH, BBLB3 THBCE Ha JIHQHB1 ETB0 Hab 1, B Tom H Ni Rak Ha 3 B1 BM1 ECE Mi HHB1 E, Ha BBLN0 JIHERLJ1 AHA XJ1 E603 AR0 Tobak. 11K06N3B1 Bayar Hemiana HH0M06HJIH30BATB3T0ROBCE NEEP B030HHB1ECPEWRBA, BioTHRN0 by 10CNNY, ABT0TPA NOP TTPA BOAHOA HEBHB1 UCPOKAATBTBEP1 UXIA abide blue hap HA ha NOCRABKY he 05XOAH Moro Koji Kekrua Jalochuani, B Tom HHCJ1 EHEAHH011 Gamite. BC9 Chi 03 AAP, KKYBBBLB03E3THXTB0HAOB ERK6 UDPAC MA TPHBATB CAC CA60 RAX X1 E603 Aero T0B0K CO CROP0 HBL PE0 HORO Pi K0 B0 ACTBAH ENFMIT MPLUG. Translated. Even at this point the regional workers have not understood that the priority of grain collections in those collective farms that have not fulfilled their obligations to the state means that all the gram on hand in these collective farms, including the so-called seed reserves, must be included as a priority in the plan of grain collection. That is the reason that the CC of the VKP set aside the decision of the CC of the CPU of November 18 on not exporting the seed reserves as a decision that weakens our position in the struggle for grain. The CC of the proposes in relation to those collective farms that have not fulfilled the plan for grain collection to immediately, within the next 5 to 6 days, bring forth all the Chapter 2. The famine of 1932-33 deliberate asterisk. Serves they have, including the so-called seed reserves, for the fulfillment of the grain collection plan. The CC demands immediate mobilization for this purposes of all means of transportation, live animal power, automobile, and tractor transportation. Within 1 day give a firm daily accounting to supply the required number of horses, including by individual farmers. The CC will regard any and all delay in the transportation of these reserves as sabotage of the grain collections on the part of the regional leadership and will take appropriate measures. Here it is Graziosi who has falsified the meaning of the document. Recall that Graziosi wrote. 9 days later it declared that the precondition to fulfilling the plan was the seizure of seed stock reserves. But the document says nothing about any precondition and strictly limits seed stock seizures, as the bold-faced passages above indicate. The issue seems to be as follows. Some kolkhozes had stated that they had no more grain except for seed grain. The party did not believe them. If the party accepted the statement of every such kolkhoz, then more kolkhozes would make the same claim, in order to avoid grain collections, and the grain collection would fail. That would mean starvation in the cities and towns, where the residents could not grow their own grain. Therefore, the excuse that we only have our seed grain left was not to be accepted. Note that Graziosi lied when he stated that all seed grain had to be given in. The document Graziosi himself identifies as his source clearly states that seed grain was to be collected only from those kolkhozes that had failed to fulfill their quota in the grain collections. Blood lies. Knyerts, Ukraine 135 simply outlines a few of the events and decisions of late November to late December 1934. Snyder states that Kaganovich toured the Ukrainian SSR, demanding 100% fulfillment of the grain collection quota while sentencing local officials and ordering deportation of families as he went. Moreover, Snyder claims, on December 29, 1932 Kaganovich told Ukrainian party leaders that they also had to collect the seed grain. His evidence, Davies, years, 190-192. Davies does discuss Kaganovich's trip, though only on page 192. But Davies' outline of what Kaganovich's message was is quite different from Snyder's characterization of it. When the plenipotentiary of the USSR Party Central Committee in Chernigov declared that the region would complete 85% of its plan by January 1, Kaganovich interrupted, "For us the figure 85% does not exist. We need 100%. Workers are fed on grain and not on percentages." He addressed a conference of district secretaries in Odessa region in even more uncompromising terms. "There is no need to punch people in the jaw. but carefully organized searches of collective farmers, communists, and workers as well as individual peasants are not going too far. The village must be given a shove, so that the peasants themselves reveal the grain pits. When our spirit is not as hard as metal, the grain collections don't succeed. According to Davies, Kaganovich specifically opposed the demand that collective farmers return the grain they had been issued as advance payment for their labor days. The compulsory return of part of their grain advances by collective farmers risked creating a united front against us, insulting the shock worker, and undermining the basis of the labor days. In Chapter 2. The famine of 1932-33 deliberate. Stead he. As for the seed grain, Kaganovich defended the seizure of seed on the grounds that it could be assembled again after the grain collection was complete. In other words, Kaganovich never planned to keep the seed grain but, evidently, to hold it hostage to guarantee grain deliveries and then to return it. Davies concludes, the decision was perverse, and was ultimately ineffective. Its consequence was that the central authorities had to issue substantial seed loans to Ukraine during the spring sowing. So some seed grain was to be collected from recalcitrant peasants, but it was returned for sowing in the spring. Conclusion to Snyder's point 5, there is no evidence for Snyder's claim that the demand that requisition targets were to be met meant a death sentence for about 3 million people. Nor does Snyder cite any evidence at all for his claim that a simple respite from requisitions for 3 months would not have harmed the Soviet economy, and would have saved most of those 3 million lives. These are pure assertions by Snyder. They are good of examples of the logical fallacy of begging the question asserting that which should be proven. According to Davies and Wheatcroft, where seed grain was collected it was returned for spring sowing. Since seed was not intended to be eaten in the first place, no one starved as a result of all the confiscating and returning. Point 6. Did Stalin doom peasants to starve by forbidding train travel? That the borders of the Ukrainian SSR and certain other areas were sealed is not disputed. But did this cause starvation? Snyder claims it did, concluding, blood lies. By the end of February 1933 some 190,000 peasants had been caught and sent back to their home villages to starve. His evidence on the interpretation of starving people as spies, see Shapoval, Holodomor. Asterisk on the 190,000 peasants caught and sent back, see Graziosi, New Interpretation, 7. Asterisk on the events of January 22, see Morocco, Holodomor, 189, and Graziosi, New Interpretation, 9. As noted above, Shapoval's Ukrainian language article Holodomor has not appeared, but the English version has been published. There is nothing about interpreting starving people as spies in it. Moreover, it is hard to believe that primary documents with contents as dramatic as Stalin describing starving people as spies have not been published somewhere else. But Shapoval may simply mean the document reproduced below. Graziosi, New Interpretation, p. 105 refers to the well-known order of January 22, 1933, to stop peasants generally, not just Ukrainian peasants, from moving to other areas. Here is the text 1722 HH-BAP H 1933 R. Poktabaoh, Zapkob, Bapo Hex, CMOJ1 EHCK. MHHCK, C. Roger Pat, CA Mappa. N65/111. AO 1.1 KBKILH check AOU _1 AC Bani HHH. QRO HAKY 6 AHHHYKPAH He Hakan Mac 0 BB1 U Bebel 3 AK PEC TBHH 3 XNE 60 MB 11140, Ha BOJ1 Re, Makakio 05. 1, 3 Anna AHYK, 06 M, EA APIC H10. 1.1 KBKIIHCOB HAP KOMCCCP He COM He BAK, TCN. ITO3 tot Bebel 3/1 KPEC TBHH, CAC H Bebel 3 AYKPAMHB1B NPO 1J10 MRO, Opera HH30 Bopera MHCOBTCKOH Trijdla Sovetskoye Derevn /T3, 634-5, number 258. Also at http://ru.wiki/ama_q_check_bkll_check_c/wiki_20.0.1933_ne_65 Chapter 2. The famine of 1932-33 to Iberate BJ1ACTH, Isipa MHH Eretamite CUEJ1B10R Tata Cape 3 Capec RBHHBCEBEPHB1X Pay 0 Hack CCCPNP0 THB Conx 030 BHB006 US 11 P0 THBC0 BRCK02 BJ1ACTH BNPO_1 Namro NAP R High HB1E COBTCKHGEKHCTCKH Opera HB1 YKPAH HB1 NP03 EBAJIH REKOH TPOJ11011HOH High K 3810 Pro B Cobe RCK0H BNAC TH B3 Tom ROAY Hemox R6 BRRBA and Yux H0110 B Toph He NPO 1 Noro AHA OU_1 H6KH IL PIBO 11 KBKFIHCOB Ha PKOMCCCP NPN HCB1 Bach, TKPK0 My, KPHCN 0 JIKO My H1 to 111 CEBEP Horo Kabika 3 Ahianik Ka TB Mac 0 BB1 HBBL 3 A KPEC TBHH3 CEBP Horo Kabika 3 AB Apir He KPAH HBBN B NPIG Sen Bloke Pan H3 YKPAH HB1 B Topo 1.1 kbkiihcob hap komnqnhcb1 ba10t 1.1 kbaji hu ko my hpej hcy hinanik ka tb mac 0 bb1 u bbl 3 a kpec tbhhh3 ykpah hb1 b apir he kpah hbban ha ykpah hyh3 cebep horo kabika 3 a teep tb hcrajihh translated 96. Blood lies. It has come to the attention of the CC of the VCP and the SNK that there has begun a massive exodus of peasants in search of bread into the central Black Earth district, the Volga, Moscow Oblast, the Western Oblast, and Belorussia. The CCVCP has no doubt that this exodus of peasants, like the exodus from the Ukraine last year, is being organized by enemies of the Soviet government, socialist revolutionaries, and agents of Poland with the goal of agitating, through the peasants, in the northern regions of the USSR against the collective farms and against Soviet power in general. Last year Party, Soviet, and Chekist organs of the Ukraine neglected this counter-revolutionary plot by enemies of Soviet power. This year a repetition of last year's mistake cannot be permitted. First, the CCVCP and the Council of People's Commissars Lin Russian, Sovnarkom, abbreviated SNKI of the USSR instructs the area committees, the Area Executive Committee, and the PP of the OGPU of the Northern Caucasus not to permit a massive exodus of peasants from the Northern Caucasus into other areas or entry into the regions of the area from the Ukraine. Second, the CC of the VCP and the Sovnarkom instructs the CC of the Balitsky, and Redens, not to permit any massive exodus of peasants from the Ukraine into other regions or entry into the Ukraine from the Northern Caucasus. Third, the CCVCP and the Sovnarkom require the PP of the OGPU of the Moscow Oblast, Central Black Earth District, Western Oblast, Belorussia, the Lower Volga, and the Middle Volga to arrest peasants making their way north from the Ukraine and Central Caucasus and, after detaining Counter-Revo Chapter 2. The famine of 1932-33 deliberate revolutionary elements, to return the rest to their places of residence. Fourth, the CC of the VCP and the Snovarkom require the director of the GPU Service Division Prokhorov to give appropriate directives throughout the system of the Service Division of the GPIJ. Representative of the Sovnarkom VM. Molotov. Secretary of the CC of the VCP J. Stalin Graziosi continues. In the following month, the decree led to the arrest of 220,000 people, predominantly hungry peasants in search of food. 190,000 of them were sent back to their villages to starve. This conclusion and these figures, which Snyder simply repeats verbatim, are not supported by any primary sources Graziosi cites. Graziosi has no way of knowing how many of the persons stopped were hungry peasants. In reality, very few of them, if any, could have been. Starving people do not travel long distances by train, they do not have the energy for long trips, much of seek food which would have to be on foot. Nor do starving people spend their money on train tickets. They would remain at home and use their money to buy food. As in previous famines, most of these travelers would have been speculators trying to purchase grain and foodstuffs in areas not as hard hit by the famine in order to return to famine areas to resell them at a high profit. This market process benefited the well-to-do and guaranteed that only the poor would starve. In fact, poor peasants starved even when harvests were good, since speculators could drive up the price by buying it for resale elsewhere. Note too that the document in question makes it clear that peasants were moving from the North Caucasus and Kuban into the Ukraine as well as the other way around. This is consistent with the movements of people buying and selling grain, but not of people who were starving. Blood lies. Why would Snyder mention only the Ukraine? Probably to please Ukrainian nationalists, who have indeed celebrated Snyder's book, invited him to give talks in Ukraine, and published a Ukrainian translation of Bloodlands. Morocco, 188-189, summarizes Stalin's and Belytsky's outline of peasant movements in and out of the Ukraine and why they should not be permitted. Graziosi, New Interpretation, 9 briefly summarizes the document of January 22, 1933, reproduced in full above. Conclusion to Snyder's point 6. Snyder's claims are not supported by his documentation. There is no evidence that those who were traveling by train were begging or starving, and of course few if any of them could have been. Point 7. Did Stalin seize the seed grain in December 1932? As his 7th point, Snyder claims that in December 1932 Stalin decided that seed grain should be seized to meet the grain collection quota, while the USSR still had a reserve of 3 million tons of grain and continued to export grain. He further claims that many of the 37,392 people recorded as having been arrested that month were presumably trying to save their families from Chapter 2. The famine of 1932-33 deliberate. P03C Rapini 3 Async H0719, No Ko who RA 60 PIB 8003, Bhasani HHR 2533, NPH Myco BHXP 06 at 281 Holodomor 1932-1933 Poki 8 YK Pi High, 40 Kikes Humui. Kamapianu. K 2007. C 633-634. Translated. During January, 150 terrorist acts were committed, of which physical terror amounted to 80.9% of the cases, and in villages 37,797 persons were arrested. Among those arrested were fugitives 8,145 people, 1,471 heads of kolkhozes, 388 heads of village councils, 1,335 chairmen of boards of collective farms, 1,820 steward and storekeepers, 7,906 kolkhozniks. 12,076 cases of those indicted were reviewed, including 719 sentenced to death, to labor camps, 8,003, to exile, 2,533, to forced labor, 281. This is a simple list of arrests and dispositions of cases during January, 1933. There is no indication whatsoever that even a single one of these cases have to do with trying to save their families from starvation, as Snyder claims. Even Snyder has to add an admission that he has invented the busy word presumably ness about saving their families from starvation. Davies, years, 161 to 163, is entirely concerned with the illegal trade in grain and Soviet attempts to suppress it with good, though far from complete, success. The grain trade harmed everything the Soviets were trying to do. Collect grain as tax from the collective farms to feed workers in the cities, ration grain so as to spread out what was available as equitably as possible given the crop failures and famine. Collective farmers who sold grain sometimes stole it from the kolkhoz, which meant it was not available either for grain collection by the state or for the use of the other kolkhozniks. Only those with money could buy grain, so the grain trade, that is, not the village poor, threatened to destroy any attempt to ration grain in the famine conditions. That would mean that, as in all previous famines, those better off would eat while the poor would starve. Starvation. His evidence. Asterisk on the 37,392 people arrested, see Morocco, Holodomor, 192. Davies, years, 161 to 163. Morocco, Holodomor, 192, gives the number of 37,797, 37,392. Ilpowerkro MCIT 1HH Kako 150 Repofx Actib, 3HWX4I3 to Repo Sitaho by Beatty, 9% Bihna Akibi AB Senax Ape 111 T0 Ba 0 37797 OC6. CP Ape 111 T0 BAHHX is N08 Mhijim 8145 OC6, 1471 Rono BA Konrockney, 388 Ronnie BCIJ1 BCBKHX PA, 1335 Ronnie BNP Abney HBKOJI Rockney B, 1823 A Brockney BRAKOMIPHH KB 7906 Konrocknkib. P03 RJIHH, Row 12076 NFA B3 BHHY BKHHX, I3HHX not blood lies. One last point here. Snyder claims that the Soviet Union had 3 million tons loaf grain, in reserve. Davies and Wheatcroft do not directly state how much reserve were on hand in December 1932, but they say the Loon 119,331 plan was for 3.608 million tons, and conclude. This hopeful estimate must have been regarded with great skepticism by the few officials who knew the fate of previous attempts to stockpile grain. Later they state that in fact on July 1, 1933 total stocks amounted to 1.392 million tons, some of which was seed grain. Snyder does not tell us where has found the figure of 3 million tons of reserves in December 1932. Conclusion to Snyder's point 7, all of the significant claims in Snyder's paragraph are entirely undocumented by either of the sources he cites. The following statement of Snyder's reveals his dishonesty with special clarity. At the end of December 1932, Stalin had approved Kaganovish's proposal that the seed grain for the spring be seized to make the annual target. This left the collective farms with nothing to plant for the coming fall. Of course, nothing of the kind happened. Stalin and Kaganovish would have indeed been stupid to take away seed grain and leave nothing to sell. This is probably a reference to the Politburo directive of December 29, 1932, and the other decisions discussed above under Snyder's point 5. The government refused to accept less than the grain delivery quota, assuming that kolkhozes and individual peasants who did not fulfill their grain collection quota were hiding grain. Why hide grain? To eat, of course, but also, to sell. Large profits could be made by selling grain illegally, on the black market, during a famine, when its price would be much higher than normal. Chapter 2. The famine of 1932-33 deliberate. The fraud of Snyder's 7 points. Snyder requires the deliberate starvation thesis in order to compare the Soviets with the Nazis, Stalin with Hitler, in respect to mass murder. The 7 points are supposed to represent Snyder's evidence that the Soviet leadership was deliberately starving the Ukraine. Readers should satisfy themselves that every reference Snyder cites to document his claims in the 7 points has been carefully checked. Not a single one of them provides any evidence for Snyder's claim of deliberate starvation. Types of dishonest citations. Snyder employs several kinds of phony citations. In one type, the citation Snyder gives simply does not contain evidence to support Snyder's statement. Such citations are bluffs. The reader is evidently supposed to assume that a full professor of history at Yale University, as Snyder is, would cite his sources honestly, and therefore assume that Snyder does in fact have evidence to support the claims he makes in his text. Phony citations of a second type do contain statements like those in Snyder's own text. But these citations either have no evidence to support these claims or they give further citations to yet other works which do not support their statements either. An example of this type is Kniart's book, which is Snyder's single most frequent secondary source on the famine. It is mainly a summary of Ukrainian nationalist studies rather than a work of independent scholarship. Moreover, Kniart's falsifies his summary of the scholarship on the famine. For example, Kniart says the following: Istnagia takik in, nipa part w zasid siyad ni my paanemi daudama, poglkbi anti paudau pohoyeni asit glodu na Ukraini. NP wedlug Americanina market tagarabi, k resultatum neurajaju, a Stalin muzie pod jake trudnt dikrti orato and uludno si image skiaj kaz temuzi. Translated. Blood lies. There are also other views, not supported, in principle, by any serious evidence, about the reasons for the emergence of famine in the Ukraine. For example, according to the American Mark Togger, the famine was the result of crop failures, and Stalin had to make a difficult decision to save the urban population at the expense of the village. This is a lie. All of Mark Togger's research on the famine of 1932-33 is heavily documented. But few of Kniart's Polish readers will check Togger's works and realize that Kniart's is lying here. Kniart's is guilty of the same kind of scholarly malpractice as is Snyder, of pretending to do objective research while in reality supporting a preconceived idea. Kniart's book, like that of Snyder, has no evidence at all either that the famine of 1932-33 was caused by collectivization or constituted deliberate starvation, whether of Ukrainians or of anyone else. A third type of phony citation is a form of bias by omission. Snyder does not inform his readers about crucial information concerning the works to which he refers. For example, the long and detailed study by Davies and Wheatcroft, one of Snyder's major sources, concludes that the Soviet regime was not guilty of deliberate starvation, but Snyder fails to inform his readers of their conclusion. None of the many Ukrainian nationalist or anti-communist researchers who proclaim that Stalin deliberately starved the Ukraine has ever produced any evidence to support this claim. Of course, Snyder, who is not a specialist in this field and who simply relies upon the work of other anti-communists, has not produced any such evidence either. The anti-communists and Ukrainian nationalists have been searching assiduously for evidence to support their preconceived notion of deliberate starvation since at least the 1980s. The fact that they have never found any such evidence is perhaps the best possible evidence that there was no such deliberate starvation. In fact, there was no Holodomor. No deliberate or man-made starvation. There was just Holodomor famine, as there had been Chapter 2. The famine of 1932-33 deliberate? Every few years for centuries. Thanks to collectivization and mechanization of agriculture, the famine of 1932-33 was to be the last famine in Russian history. 988-1005. Blood lies nix G's hen? Das ist ja absurd. Nein, das ist völlig absurd. Das ist tatsächlich absurd. Den auf der Sitzung des Politbüros des EK der VKPM 3. August 1932 sagte niemand anders als Molotov, wir stehen tatsächlich vor dem Gespenst einer Hungersnot, und war in den Reichen Getreidereins. Translated. Felix Joab wrote an account of this meeting in a little book, 140 Talks with Vyacheslav Molotov, where we read the following. Some writers have said to one another that the famine of 1933 was organized on purpose by Stalin and your whole leadership. The enemies of communism say that. But it appears that almost 12 million persons died because of the famine of 1933. I consider that these facts are unproven, asserted Molotov. Unproven? No, not at all. During those years I traveled around to the grain collections. I never encountered such things. At that time I was in the Ukraine twice because of the grain collection. I was in Sitchevo, in the Urals, in Siberia, and was there something I did not see? That is absurd. No, that is completely absurd. That is certainly absurd, because at the session of the CC of the VCP on August 3, 1932 Molotov, and no one else, said, we are really facing the specter of a famine, and particularly in the rich grain regions. Here is what the text of this book, Molotov. Polyodrzhavny Val Stelin, p. 453, actually says. Chapter 2. The famine of 1932-33 deliberate. B11HCATEJ1BCK0 UPERO Tom, Ro ROA0A 1933 Rona 6B1J1 Nektan Bach 0 Opera HH30 Ba CRAJIHHB1 MHBCEM Ban _ 1 Hum Pi KOBOACTBOM 3T0 RO Bup RT Par H, 3 Ma 9 RO Par H, 3 Ma He bit 0 JI He C03 Haren HB1 E1110 A He BR 10 JI He C03 Hariab HB1 E Het, Tir Pi KH He AOAX HB1, Nok Jeek He Gon X HB1 Apoxa TB, AY Koro 3 A Apoxa R6 A per HCB 3 A 111 H6M Bot Ino BQEM Bot B3 Tom Ino IBACBCENA by R0 TOBHB Co BBL KKETH 110 Abns Na G60 11 Bulletin 1 HHCTB 0 Renbel 11 HHX Comic To Uphu _ 1 Ahat ROTOBO, HTOJ1 BK0 Abao BCC, GR06 YHAC Copo EO6 B1 J10 BCE, Bot 3T0 Rabi Ho. A 3T0 He R, 1 AB Ho. HAYTCFL Jifoa, KOTOPB1 E3 Amich 9 THM. HATYRCQ Take Bop 6 AC Muxa HCKHM. Hakni Mem AOJDK Ha6B1 TB6 ECR101 QAAH0U. He Iniktni RCFLNH3HB Sto Hiku HJIH3M, Ho ECJIHXH3HB Hapana Ya 1 UAETCA3 Rona BROAB Rij He on Penny H Horo Ni Puana. Ho he ykapan 0 tchochobb1 coia hjih3 ma, he 36 exh0 rulfame kk paxi. Ho ben qyrbjih he 12 mitja jihohab 110 th6 j10 t rono ab 1933 m. HCHH10, 9th 4 aktb1 he aok 3 ahb1, majiatab. He aok 3 ahb1. Het. HHB Co MCJIY1AE. MHENPHXOAHJ10CBB0 THRO of 1E3 AHTB Haza 603 AR0 Tobk. Tak QROQ He more and Pouth MHMO Tak AHX Bichui star. He more. H Torna 1106B1 Badge 1 Ha YKPAH He Abba Pa 3 Ahaza 603 Aero T0 BCAX, BCB1 Heb 0. Ha Ipana 6B1J1, BCH6HPH Kark XE, FLHH Hero He BHN, HTOA. A 6CYPN. He R, 3T0 A 6CYPA. Ha Box MHE He Entmnasib 6B1TB. Tem, B03MOXH0, 6B1J10 Zykes. Blood Lies. KOHH0. Nasib 1J1 AJIM Mer TYAA, Ray MO, Co WRE63AR0 TOBHTB. Het, 9T0 NPBJIKH He, Ho Takehi about the famine. In reality Molotov did know and did speak about it in 1932. In addition, Molotov did not remain silent about the famine. Shapoval simply omitted Molotov's reference to it. Molotov did not lie. What he said was correct, The estimate of 12 million dead of starvation in 1933 was an exaggeration fact, a gross, absurd exaggeration, and this story was indeed specifically the spread by the enemies of communism, Iranian nationalists who collaborated with the Nazis. They originated the false story about the Holodomor after the war. 19 Shapoval's statement should not be accepted as accurate any more than Snyder's should. Every fact claim has to be checked. In practice this ruins his usefulness as a historian as it does Snyder's. For S. Ender's Stow about Petrofildi I Veldi, which occurs at Hierhli dans Macabre. Holland 1932-1933 Rokivu post/Titsi, Masofs Vidomus Rita Historiography Snyder gives his source as New York Evening Post, 30 March 1933. According to the Gareth Jones website, the only article in the New York Evening Post by Jones is the one of March 29, 1933. It does not contain this story. However, in an article published in the London Daily Express of April 6, 1933, Jones wrote, "When I shared my white bread and butter and cheese, one of the peasant women said, 'Now I have eaten such wonderful things I can die happy.' 20. Not a little girl but a peasant woman." Perhaps Snyder felt that putting these words into the mouth of a little girl would make the story more pathetic. Or perhaps Snyder never bothered to read the article at all. Whatever the case, it is another of Snyder's false statements. Raphael Lemkin and the accusation of Soviet genocide. Snyder says, http://www.garethjones.org/sov/daily%de.1933_04_06_011.pdf. The quotation is in third column of the story. Chapter 2. The Famine of 1932-33 Deliberate. Rafa Lemkin, the international lawyer who later invented the term genocide, would call the Ukrainian case the classic example of Soviet genocide. Lemkin's view was never accepted by the United Nations Genocide Convention. Lemkin's attempts to redefine the concept of genocide to cover Soviet actions have been universally rejected. 2t So why does Snyder mention Lemkin and his long discredited attempt to redefine genocide so as to cover the USSR? According to Anton Weiswent, Lemkin's efforts received support in one corner only, that of right-wing Eastern European émigrés. At the time when Lemkin and his ideas found little support in government offices, East European ethnic communities became Lemkin's most trusted allies. Lemkin became closely involved with these right-wing anti-communist groups. Lemkin was actively involved with émigré organizations. He attended their meetings, participated in their lobbying campaigns, and even edited their public appeals. For example, on December 20, 1954, the Assembly of Captive European Nations adopted a resolution which had the following line: "Communist puppet governments have suppressed all freedoms and all human rights." Lemkin augmented that sentence by adding, "By resorting to genocide they are threatening our civilization and weaken the forces of the free world." For his planned 3-volume history of genocide, Lemkin intended to write a chapter on Soviet repression in Hungary. The chapter was to be drawn from the IJN report on the Soviet invasion of the country. See Weiswent, of Politics, Raphael Lemkin on 7 2005, 551-559. Blood Lies. Weiswent concludes that the term genocide became just another expression of Lemkin's strong anti-communism, in short, an insult. Lemkin explicitly stated that for him Soviet genocide was just an expedient. Genocide is a concept that carries the hellgest moral condemnation in our Cold War against the Soviet Union. Snyder has to be aware of this well-known critique of Lemkin but withholds it from his readers. Snyder, almost no one claimed that Stalin meant to starve Ukrainians to death. Snyder laments that the famine never took on the clarity of an undisputed event. Almost no one claimed that Stalin meant to starve Ukrainians to death. Indeed, deliberate famine was not reported at the time, but that was because the myth of the deliberate famine had not yet been invented. The notion of a deliberate famine or Holodomor 22 was invented by pro-Nazi, anti-communist Ukrainian nationalists after World War I. One of the earliest statements of it, if not the earliest, is in Volume 2 of the Black Deeds of the Kremlin, published in Toronto in 1953. Some of the co-authors of this book were complicit in the mass murder of Ukrainian Jews during the Nazi occupation and had written hair-raising anti-Semitic propaganda linking Jews with communism. 23 The same book also claims that there was no starvation outside the Ukraine. Completely false, of course. 22 The term holot or * famine, death to that the famine was deliberate and aimed at Ukrainians, did not come into official use until the 1990s. CIP. Himka. Baird memory. The Ukrainian famine of 1932-33. Kritika 14.2.420. C. Douglas Tuttle. Fraud, Famine, and Fascism. The Ukrainian myth THIRD, Appendix, from Third Reich propagandist to author, outlining the career of Holoko. This book can be a number of internet, including n/special/library/tutelfraud.pdf. Chapter 2, The Famine of 1932-33, Deliberate. Snyder's dishonest attack on Walter Duranty. Snyder claims that New York Times Moscow correspondent Walter Duranty did his best to undermine Jones's accurate reporting. Duranty, who won a Pulitzer Prize in 1932, called Jones's account of the famine a big scare story. Duranty's claim that there was no actual starvation but only widespread mortality from diseases due to malnutrition echoed Soviet usages and pushed euphemism into mendacity. Duranty knew that millions of people had starved to death. Yet he maintained in his journalism that the hunger served a higher purpose. Duranty thought that you can't make an omelette without breaking eggs. Snyder's evidence, for Duranty, see New York Times, 31 March 1933. Snyder is wrong about Duranty and Duranty's article of March 31, 1933. Duranty did use the words a big scare story but to refer to Jones' conclusion that the country was on the verge of a terrific smash. Duranty said of Jones' words to him, nothing could shake his conviction of impending doom. This is where Duranty said he disagreed with Jones. Of course it was not Jones but Duranty who was right. The USSR did not suffer a terrific smash. Then Duranty goes on to say that he agreed with Jones. He wrote. But to return to Mr. Jones. He told me there was virtually no bread in the villages he had visited and that the adults were haggard, gaunt, and discouraged, but that he had seen no dead or dying animals or human beings. I believed him because I knew it to be correct not only of some parts of the Ukraine but of sections of the North Caucasus and Lower Volga regions and, for that matter, Kazakhstan. According to Duranty, Jones himself had said he had seen no actual starvation, that is, no dead or dying animals or human bloodlines. Snyder gives no evidence that Duranty knew that millions of people had starved to death. As for this claim of Snyder's, yet he maintained in his journalism that the hunger served a higher purpose. Duranty thought that you can't make an omelette without breaking eggs. Here is what Duranty actually wrote. But to put it brutally, you can't make an omelette without breaking eggs, and the Bolshevist leaders are just as indifferent to the casualties that may be involved in their drive towards socialization as any general during the World War who ordered a costly attack in order to show his superiors that he and his division possessed the proper soldierly spirit. In fact, the Bolsheviki are more indifferent because they are animated by fanatical conviction. Snyder is deliberately deceiving his readers. There is no hint here that Duranty maintained that the hunger served a higher purpose. In reality, Duranty explicitly stated that Bolshevik leaders were even more indifferent to the casualties than were commanders in WW1 who callously ordered attacks for purposes of career advancement only. Why does Snyder go out of his way to attack this article of Duranty's when in it Duranty states plainly that he agrees with what Jones told him concerning what he, Jones, had observed, called the Bolsheviks indifferent to casualties, and termed them fanatical, therefore even more indifferent to casualties? The reason seems to lie in his sponsors, the Ukrainian nationalists. For some reason the Ukrainian nationalists have tried time and again to have Duranty's Pulitzer Prize posthumously revoked on the grounds that he did not report the famine. Their latest effort of about a decade ago was unsuccessful, in large part due to the fact that Durante's Pulitzer was for reporting done in 1931, before any famine existed, and therefore had nothing to do with anything he wrote about the famine later on. Chapter 2. The famine of 1932-33 deliberate. Evidently, therefore, Snyder's misrepresentation of Durante's March 31, 1933 article is simply a signal that he is taking his cues from the Ukrainian nationalists. Durante was one of the New York Times Russian correspondents whose reporting on the Russian Revolution and ensuing civil war was so anti-communist and biased that it completely distorted the truth, as determined in the famous study A Test of the News by Walter Lippmann and Charles Merz, published as a supplement to the August 4, 1920 edition of the New Republic. Lippmann went on to be advisor to presidents and Merz to being an editor of the New York Times. After this experience, it seems, Durante determined to curb his anti-communist bias and report only what he himself had witnessed, as reporters are trained to do in the U.S. Resolution of the Soviet of PEOPWS Commissars of the Ukrainian SSR and the CC of the Communist Party of the Ukraine on the blackboard. This is the full text, the first part of which we quoted verbatim in the main part of this chapter. NG 219. Check YCCPH 11K03A HES HHH HALEP HY10 Naki Sen, 3A Oct 0 CA 60 TMP Y10 11 AHXXJ1 E603 AR 0 Top 1 asterisk 6 AE Ka 6 PH 1932 R. BBOC 060 and 030 P Horo NP 0 Bana XJ1 E603 AR 0 Tobak B0 Tnan HB1 X POW 0 Hax YKPAHHB1. Check H like C ta BHT Napen 06 AHC 110 JIKO Ma MHH 06 KO Ma MH, Paurton 0 JIKO Ma MHH Painap Kamamite 3 Aaki CJ10 MHTB CA 60 Raxmi 603 AROTOBOK, Opera HH30 BAHHB1 AKAALIKHMHHKOHRPPE Bunwu HOHHB1 MH3 N Emir MH. YHHQTOXHTB Conpo THBJ1 EHEQACRH Senp CKHX Comictub, Crab 111 HX Spath Hec 11 POBOAHH Ka MHCA 60 Taxa, HJIHKBHAHPOBATB Hec 0 B Mec THMYK, Co 3 Bahem AE Hanap THH NAC HB Hawk TBH NPHM Hope Kek TB 0 KCA 60 TACCOM. Blood lies 06 Ekni HHTB 6B1 CT Po. Hapak He Tem 110B, No JI Ho H6E3 Ikno B Ho BBLN 0 JI He HEITJ1 AHA X.NE 603 Arrow T0 B0 K. Check H1.1 K No Arrow 1 I0 B. Remo R. 3 FLBHBGICPB1 B Naha X.NE 60. Caro T0 Bach H. 3J10CRHB1 UCA 60 TMK, Opera HH30 BAH11B1 Ukina KHMHHKOHRPPEBOJIEOAHOHHB1 MH3 NEMH Ta MH, 3A HEC RH HOCEP HYWAAKI CNEAY10111 Hisina. 1C. BEP 6 Ka NABJ10 RPAAC Koro Pau 0 Ha A Henpon TPOBCK 0 2 CRABP Hano B Com XCBCK 0 RO POW 0 Hanu Npon RP 0 BCKOV 10641. 3C. JH0 TEHBKHRAAHHC Koro PA 0 Hazap KOBCK 0 U0611. 4. C Kami HHB1 E110 TOKH Cape Me HQYRC Koro Pay E0 Hazap KOUCK 0 I061. 5C. CDRTOTPOHA COTPOHT1 Koro POW 0 Ha AECC Koi 06N. 6CNECKH Bora HC Koro Pi 0 Ha 1 ACK 0 U0611. B0TH01 underscore NEHHH3 THXN NPO Beck THQ/1Y10111 Hemepon HHTHFL. 1 Hemen H Ho NKPA Lu HER10 of 03 ATO Bapobi, 110 Ji Ho 11 Pek Pa H He Kun Path Bira H Rasan Apraba 0 Utah Pair 0 BJIH Hamek TEHBBLB 03 H3 COO TBTCT by I 0111 HX Kunpa THBHB1X H Rosiopra BHHB1X NABO Cape Sex Ha 1 HQHB1X Tobapobi 2 R10 Ji Ho 3 and 1 QEH He Kojix 03 H0 Utah Pair 0 BJIH CAC Kojix 030 B Kojix 03 Kob, TAC EAHHOJIHHHHKOB 3 LLPEK Pox HEBCA Koro Poe Piatoba, NP0 Bani HEAIC Pok Horo B3 B1C Ka HHHK PHTOB HAPIRHX4, HHCOBB1X06H3A Reg 1 BCTB. 4 Ilpo BEPKYH Oktki Opera Ha MHPKHKO1 Pa THBHB1X H Rosi Opera BHHB1X Anapa T0 B Chapter 2. The Famine of 1932-33 Deliberate 0 TBCR Koro POAHYX of 1X HBPAMAE6 HB1X 3J1 EMEHTOB 5 Rilpo BEPKYM OKHCRKY Kojix 030 B3 THX Sen CH3 Berthem KO here BOJ Nok HOHHB1X9 NEMEHT0 B, Opera HH3 Atopo BCPB1 BAXAE603 AR0 Tobak. Check H1.1 K06 Patake, TCHC NPH3 BLBOMKOBCEMGECTHB1M. Enpana HHB1M COBTCK0 IBAACTH Kojix 03 HH KMH Rapinque MMCH Cape CTBH Hami AHHOJIH percent HH KM Opera HH30 BATB BCECBOHCHJ1 B16 EC01 underscore UAAH0 U60 PB6 B1C Kina KMHHXNOC06 HH KMH ENP0 IONA HMH Kina 11 Koro CA60 Taxes A603 AR0 Tobak B Spos Senax, 3 Akek Arho A06 P0 CO Bikraho B Bluno AHCH He's a 603 AR0 TOBHTEJ1 BHB1X06 R3 ATEJ1 BCTB Napen COBTCKHM Rosiop TBOM, SAYK Pen J1 EH Hecon X030B. Enpansna Reg 1 BCOB Hap Koma YCCPBQY6 APBCE Cape Tap 11 KC. Kokopak. On the inscription on the blackboard of villages that maliciously sabotage grain reserves, December 6, 1932. In view of the particularly shameful failure of grain procurements in some regions of the Ukraine, the CPC and Central Committee ICC pose before the regional executive committees and regional committees, district executive committees and regional party committees the task of breaking the sabotage Tragdaya Sovetskoy Derevny T3. Pages 562-3. The same decree in Ukrainian is widely available on the blood lies of grain procurements organized by Kulak and counter-revolutionary elements, of destroying the resistance of a part of the rural communists, who have become in fact agents of sabotage and eliminate passivity and conciliation towards saboteurs, which is incompatible with the title of party member, and of ensuring a rapid increase in the rate of full and unconditional implementation of the grain procurement plan. The CPC and CC Decree. For blatant failure of the grain procurement plan and malicious sabotage organized by Kulak and counter-revolutionary elements, to inscribe on the blackboard the following villages: 1. Verbka, Pavlograd District, Dnepropetrovsk Oblast. 2. Gavrilivka, Mejevsky District, Dnepropetrovsk Oblast. 3. Lyutenki, Gadayak District, Kharkov Oblast. 4. Kamenai Podoki, Kremenkug District, Kharkov Oblast. 5. Svyatotroitsko, Trotsky District, Odessa Oblast. 6. Pesky, Bashtansky District, Odessa Oblast. With regard to these villages to conduct the following activities. 1. Immediate cessation of the transport of goods, the complete cessation of cooperative and state trade in place and removal from the relevant cooperative and state stores of all available products. 2. Complete prohibition of collective farm trade for both collective farms, kolkhoz farmers, and individual farmers. 3. Termination of any kind of lending, the holding of early loan credits, and other financial obligations. Chapter 2, The Famine of 1932-33 Deliberate. 4. Verification and purging by the organs of the Workers' and Peasants' Inspection Bureau of the cooperative and state apparatus from any kind of alien and hostile elements. 5. Verification and purging of the collective farms in these villages by removing counter-revolutionary elements and organizers disrupt grain procurements. The CPC and CC call upon all collective farmers and individual peasants who are honest and loyal to the Soviet government to organize all their forces for a ruthless struggle with kulaks and their accomplices in order to overcome kulak sabotage of grain procurements in their villages, for procuring an honest conscientious fulfillment of grain collection obligations to the Soviet state, and for the strengthening of the collective farms. Chairman of the Council of People's Commissars of the Ukrainian SSR Vychudbar Secretary of the Communist Party of the Ukrainian SSR Kozier Ragaspy. F17. OP 26. D55. L71-72. Certified copy Chapter 3. Snyder, Chapter I, Appendix. In order to make the main text of this book a more readable narrative, we have added appendices to several of the chapters of this analysis. In these appendices are presented direct quotations from Bloodlands together with our dissection and critique of the assertions Snyder makes in them. We have examined and critiqued every fact claim of an anti-Stalin or anti-Soviet tendency in Bloodlands. Those that are not studied and critiqued in the main chapters are covered in the appendices. In addition, the full texts of some of the longer documents that are referred to in the body of each chapter are contained in the appendices. This too improves the readability of the main text while still making additional important documentation available to scholars or whoever wants it. Each such section or uni-euro in the appendices is comprised of the following elements. Asterisk, a quotation from Bloodlands where the Soviet Union or a pro-Soviet force is accused of some crime, misdeed, etc. These quotations contain some assertion or fact claim. The text of the footnotes, which constitute the evidence or proof of Snyder's fact claims, asterisk our study and analysis of the evidence in the footnotes, asterisk our conclusion as to whether Snyder's fact claims have been verified or, as almost always is the case, proven to be fraudulent. Whenever possible, we have provided each unit with a title in boldface. These titles are intended only for shorthand reference. They do not fully reflect the contents of the paragraph of Snyder's text that is analyzed in the unit below. Chapter 3. Snyder, Chapter I Appendix. Unlike the main body of the book, these appendices do not constitute a flowing narrative. Some readers will content themselves to studying our critique of Snyder's principal allegations, which is contained in other chapters. Others will want to go further and study our critique of some or all of the anti-Soviet allegations Snyder makes in the book but that are not examined in the texts of the chapters themselves. The starving children. Snyder gives some anecdotal accounts of famine-stricken children. A number might be true but are not recorded in any of the sources Snyder cites. Starving peasants begged along the bread lines, asking for crumbs. In one town, a 15-year-old girl begged her way to the front of the line, only to be beaten to death by the shopkeeper. The city housewives making the queues had to watch as peasant women starved to death on the sidewalks. A girl walking to and from school each day saw the dying in the morning and the dead in the afternoon. One young communist called the peasant children he saw living skeletons. A party member in industrial Stalino was distressed by the corpses of the starved that he found at his back door. Couples strolling in parks could not miss the signs forbidding the digging of graves. Doctors and nurses were forbidden from treating the starving who reached their hospitals. The city police seized famished chins from city streets to get them out of sight. In Soviet Ukrainian cities, policemen apprehended several hundred children a day. One day in early 1933, the Kharkiv police had a quota of 2,000 to fill. About 20,000 children awaited death in the barracks of Kharkiv at any given time. The children pleaded with the police to be allowed, at least, to starve in the open air. Let blood lies me die in peace, I don't want to die in the death barracks. Sources, asterisk quotations, Falk, Saujidisk Stud, 299, See also 297-301, Kuznersh, Ukraina, 157, 160. On the schoolgirl and the hospitals, C. Davies, years, 160-220. See also Kuromaya, Freedom and Terror, 171, 184. Snyder's claim in this paragraph that about 20,000 children awaited death in the barracks of Kharkiv at any given time is not documented by any of the sources Snyder cites. Falk, Saujadisk State, 299 contains a quotation, in German translation, from the report of a Komsomol activist to the Kharkov City Soviet on July 4, 1933, describing peasant children coming into Kharkov, when man auf die Kindershit, sieht man lebendig Skelett. Kuniertz, 157, the quotation "Let me die in peace, I don't want to die in the death barracks" is here. Snyder states that it was the about 20,000 children in the barracks of Kharkiv who made this plea. This is false. According to Kuniertz, Snyder's source, it was the homeless children in the streets who said this to policemen. What's more, the source of this is the Italian consul in Kharkov, in other words, a fascist, hardly a reliable source. Kuniertz, 156, citing a Ukrainian nationalist source, says that 27,454 homeless children were rounded up in the whole Kharkov Oblast by May 28, 1933. It does not say that all, or indeed any, of these children were in the barracks of Kharkiv or awaiting death, as Snyder claims. Evidence cited below shows that children were given special priority for emergency food supplies, and that the Soviet Politburo Stalin issued some of these orders. Kuniertz notes that according to other data 6,378 children had been taken from the streets of Khyurokov by the end of Chapter 3. Snyder, Chapter 1 Appendix May, 1933. This figure is contained in Kuniertz's source, document 233 of I0JIOA 1932-1933 Pokibi. 1. This document appears to reflect attempts by the Kharkov city authorities to aid homeless children. Snyder has fabricated the claim that the purpose was to get them with homeless children out of sight. It is not in his source. Kuniertz, 160, the schoolgirl story is here, not in Davies, years. Kuniertz quotes it in Polish translation from the collection published by the U.S. Congress in 1990, Oral History Project of the Commission on the Ukraine Famine, p. 158b. Kuzner shares in copying her name, calling her Olga Lodiga. In reality she identified herself as Olga Odlygia, née Antonova. In the Ukrainian language interview, Odlygia refuses to testify that she saw policemen arresting starving people, despite leading questions by the Ukrainian-speaking interviewer. Davies, years, 160, 220, despite Snyder's claim, has nothing at all about the schoolgirl and the hospitals. However, on pages 221 FF Davies and Wheatcroft outline Soviet efforts to help Ukrainian children. Considerable efforts were made to supply grain to hungry children, irrespective of their parents' roles in society. The Vinnytsia decision of April 29, insisting that most grain should be distributed to those who were active in agriculture, also allocated grain specifically to creches and children's institutes in the badly hit districts. On May 20, the USSR Politburo in Moscow, led by Stalin GFI, issued a grain loan to the Crimea specifically for children in need and aged invalids. Snyder fails to inform his readers about these and similar efforts documented in Davies and Wheatcroft. This work is one of the most important studies of the 1932-33 famine and firmly concludes that it was not deliberate in any way. http://www.arspivs.gov, Blood Lies. A similar resolution of February 22, 1933, by the Kiev Oblast Bureau of the Ukrainian Communist Party to provide food relief to all those struck by famine, is reproduced in translation in the 1997 Library of Congress volume Revelations from the Russian Archives, ed. Diane P. Koenker and Ronald D. Bachman, as document 187 on pages 417 to 418.2. These works refute Snyder's entire hypothesis of a deliberate famine. For if the Stalin regime wanted to deliberately starve Ukrainians, why would it take special measures to feed hungry children and aged invalids? Kuromaya, Freedom and Terror, 171, 184, page 171 relates the 15-year-old girl beaten to death by the shopkeeper's story. Snyder distorts the story by omitting the detail that the storekeeper was communist, although the original version and Kuromaya, Snyder's source, included Y. Could it be because this detail making the shopkeeper a communist makes the whole story seem phony, sound like anti-communists going overboard? But there is a more serious problem with this story. It is taken from the Black Deeds of the Kremlin, Volume 1, page 284. Its source is an unidentified person using the name Mariupolsky. The story is set in the town of Mariupol. This book was published in the mid-1950s by Ukrainian émigrés in Canada who had collaborated with the Nazis and written hair-raising anti-Semitic propaganda to recruit other Ukrainians to the pro-Nazi forces. At least one identifiable Ukrainian fascist recounts a story in it. 3. There's no reason to accept any of them as true. Eyewitness stories are notoriously unreliable as history under any circumstances. A volume of self-serving, largely anonymous stories by Nazi collaborators such as this one is even more unreliable as history. Moreover, the volume claims that there was plenty of food in Russia. Put documents online at http://pdf. The document in question is on 17 and 1b of this 22-page collection. See the note to the book by Douglas T. in the previous chapter. Chapter 3. Snyder. Chapter 1, Appendix. Xi'an areas outside the Ukraine, an absurd statement that even %vent anti-communists do not make today. This collection became known beyond the circles of Nazi Collab-0f-8ers only because Robert Conquest cited it many times in his 1986 book Harvest of Sorrow. Conquest was paid by the Ukrainian nationalists to write this book. The work is never cited except by extreme anti-communists, such as Kuromaya. Moreover, Conquest has repudiated his original accusation that the famine is deliberate, as we discuss below. Kuromaya, Freedom and Terror, 184, does not document anything at all in Snyder's paragraph. Conclusion: many of Snyder's claims in this paragraph are not in the sources he cites. Asterisk the city housewives making the cues, asterisk the party member in Stalino, asterisk the allegation that doctors and nurses were forbidden to treat the starving, asterisk the quota that the Kharkiv police supposedly had, asterisk the story of the about 20,000 children in the death barracks. None are documented. But even if they were true, none of these stories would be evidence for Snyder's insistence that the famine was either caused by collectivization or constituted the deliberate starvation of Ukrainians. Snyder begs the question of the famine. Snyder. The mass starvation of 1933 was the result of Stalin's first five-year plan, implemented between 1928 and 1932. In those years, Stalin had taken control of the heights of the Communist Party, forced through a policy of industrialization and collectivization, and emerged as the frightful father of a beaten population. He had transformed the blood IES market into the plan, farmers into slaves, and the wastes of Siberia and Kazakhstan into a chain of concentration camps. His policies had killed tens of thousands by execution, hundreds of thousands by exhaustion, and put millions at risk of starvation. 8n8. For a sophisticated guide to the meanings of the plan, see Harrison, Soviet Planning, 1-5. Snyder cites no evidence whatsoever to support this paragraph of invective. We have dealt, or are dealing, with the falsehoods in boldface. In reality, like all previous famines in Russian and Ukrainian history, this famine too had environmental, not human, causes. Harrison, Soviet Planning, 1-5, is a very brief introduction to what Harrison sees as the tensions between balance and voluntarism within Soviet economic planning in the early 1930s, concluding that there was a sense in which they and Soviet farms had nothing in common with the institution of slavery, any more than they did with serfdom. Neither did prisoners in the Soviet Gulag. scchttp://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/pcnl_labor Chapter 3, Snyder, Chapter I, Appendix A. Writer who uses that term is making no attempt to be accurate and so is likely to be untruthful about other matters too. But the basic point to note here is that Snyder assumes that which is to be proven. Instead of citing evidence that the 5-year plan and collectivization resulted in the famine, Snyder simply states it as a fact. We have already shown that Mark Togger and Davies and Wheatcroft have established that the famine was not caused by collectivization but by environmental factors, like virtually all the numerous famines that preceded it. Quotations from these authors are in the main body of Chapter 1 of this book. Was the threat of mass starvation cleat to Stalin by June 1932? Snyder. The threat of mass starvation was utterly clear to Soviet Ukrainian authorities, and it became so to Stalin. That same day, June 18, 1932, Stalin himself admitted, privately, that there was famine in Soviet Ukraine. The previous day the Ukrainian party leadership had requested food aid. He did not grant it. His response was that all grain in Soviet Ukraine must be collected as planned. He and Kaganovich agreed that it is imperative to export without fail immediately. 34 and 34, on the reports of death by starvation, see Kniertz, 104-105. On Stalin, see Davies, Kaganovich Correspondence, 138. On the request for food aid, see Lih, Letters to Molotov, 230. On Kaganovich, see Hunzak, Famine, 121. Nothing in any of the sources cited by Snyder here gives any evidence that the threat of mass starvation became clear to Stalin. On the contrary, these sources show that in mid-1932 the Soviet leadership was far from recognizing that a devastating famine was to come. Blood Lies Kniertz, 104-105 contains several reports about starvation. These reports contain nothing abogate and are therefore irrelevant to charges of man-made famine and deliberate starvation. Davies, Kaganovich Correspondence, 138, in this letter of Stalin's of June 18, 1932 Stalin explains to Kaganovich his conclusion that the starvation that does exist in places in the Ukraine is the result of improper accounting by the grain collection teams, who instead of accounting for differences have been taking the same from everyone. B. Pijanbury 3 Toro Mexa HKK Hypa BHHN 0 BC Koro 0 Thou 1 EHHHK Nia No J1 Hnact Bon Moxasel Hek 006 Pa 3 HOCTB, B Cuni Korapoi Tuha YK Pa He, Hek MOTPH Ha Hen Noxo Epoxo, Epoxolrb 1 X Pi 0 Hob 0 Ka 3 AACHB Kok TOHHHH PSPHH asterisk H Ron 0 A. Aha Epina 06 Com GA GCE 6 QB 03 Mahak 0 Ka 3 ATBR 10 M 011 Ab Hipoxab 1 M Paaham 3 Akati Epo Colrb 1 X Paahub 06 NACTH.S translated. The mechanical equalizing approach to the matter has resulted in glaring absurdities, so that a number of fertile districts in the Ukraine, despite a fairly good harvest, have found themselves in a state of impoverishment and famine. While the Regional Party Committee in the Urals has deprived itself of the capacity to use the districts with good crops in the region to assist regions with bad harvests. 5 days later, on June 23, 1932, Kaganovich wrote to Stalin that, in his opinion, the quantity of grain for the quarter of 1932 must be somewhat reduced. Snyder does not mention this. Chapter 3. Snyder, Chapter 1 Appendix Mong. Ha 3 ASAAHHH 11B 16 3 Knop Tza 6 AB ILK Bapron S6 B1. Nek RAHOBJ 1 AB Pa 3 MAPE 31,5 Ma New York AOB Ha 60 60 BB1 E 20 Ma Nia 0 B Bapa H Ta H 10 Ma Nigo B Napex 0 AHLIAHXOCRATKOB 0 61,5 Ma Nia 0 B 20 OKTH6PH 1932 R11B NPHHRJ 10 PH Coxpa RWRB 9 No PTH3 Epoxin 1932 RC 165 40 150 Manaya 0B.6 Translated. On July 10, 1932 the PB decided to lower the indicated amount of grain for export in the quarter and to establish it firmly on July 16. At the PB session of July 16 the export of grain for the third quarter was set at 31.5 million poods, 20 million poods as a guarantee in reserve, and 10 million poods carried over, in total 61.5 million poods. On October 20, 1932 the PB adopted a decision to reduce the export from the 1932 harvest from 165 to 150 million tons. Lib. Letters to Molotov, is a translation from the Russian original, which we reproduce and discuss below. 3. Forced collectivization resulted in widespread famine. Before proceeding we should note that the sentence, forced collectivization resulted in widespread famine, is an addition by the editors, who assume this rather than trying to prove it. As we have shown, neither Davies and Wheatcroft nor Togger think this is true. LIH's text continues. On June 17, 1932, the Ukrainian Politburo sent Kaganovich and Molotov the following telegram. On the instructions of our Central Committee, Shubar has initiated a request to grant food assistance to Ukraine for districts experiencing a Stalin I Kaganovich, 198 Note 3. Emphasis mind the original document reads as follows. BPE3YJ1 beta TEHACW1 P0H Kojij 1 EKTHBH3OHHBPHAE POW 0 HOP CRPAHB1, BTOM HHCNE HA YKPAHE, HAKAJ1 CN Ranan. PYKOBOAWREJIHYKPAHHB106 PAGA JIHCBB MOC BANP0AOBA J1 P0 UNAM 01 UBK. TAC 17H0 1932 R Relone R 6K, Po AK if Geo Pu JEH no Cat RBB 11 KBKII Kara 0 BHQYH Mono R0 Bini IK, T10K, Tenor PAMI. Chapter 3. Snyder, Chapter I, Appendix QY6 APB No 110 PIKHHE 014 KB 036 Ya. 1 Kone Talk 0 1061 0 TNYCKYKPAHE NPOAOB 0 J1 P0 UN 0 M0111 H Hax 0 Alamshk. Hour 10 JIHHTE J1 BH02 NP0 AOBA J1 P02 No MOL1 underscore KH220 TB1 CRHEU, E600 TB1 C9 T1 NIA 0 B9 J1 E6 AL. No MHHE 0 C Ta AH Ha NP 0 Badge 1B 1B Sent CKOMX 03 Huck B Ha JYKPAHE 05 BHCHHJIMCB Con POTHB 1 Ahem Par 0 BHIGOCOM Pi KOBOACTBOM NPA J1 BCTBA Pecni 6 J. 21 HOHH 1932 R. B11 KHCOB HAP KOMYKPAHHB 16 B1 NA Hanpa BJ1 A Harinerpa MA 1.1 KBKR1 H Check CCCPGA Non 1 HCBE 0 MOJ 10 T0 BAHCRAJIH Ha. Bihi N Pevrera Nosib 06 NHTB 3 EP Onik RABKH Ano Ro 6 B1 ROHH Sereno. B Tenerpa ME ROBOPHAOCB. HH Kakehiak Geokra 0 TB Blunan HHRE KAHOBJ1 EH Horo Bauro Kapukna Hano 3 EP Onik RABK Kojix 03 AMHEAH Han HQHB1 MHX 03 Huck Bamite H No Siak Jep Ha COBX 03 MHEOA, KHB1 6B1 TB Nunny 1 UEHBJHH No KHMB Mom Kak B0 THO Lu HHH Konhkek TB. TAC HCP 0 Cob CAAHH3 EP Ha. 23 HO 1932 R11 BBOTBT Harane Pami C.B. Koknapa 0 NPHHHA 0 C. Nenororu ENOCRAHOBAEH He. ORPA HHHHTBCQ is NPHHHTB1MH PEMHMH11KHA0110JIHHTE of HORO 3 of 03 XJ1E6 AHA YKPAH High He NPOH3B0AMTBKEB 1990 C183, 186, 187, 190, 77 Pisfra LV Srelina V.M, Malatavua. 1925 to 1936 GG. Zbomik Dokumentovi. Moscow. Melodaya Gvardia 1995, p. 242. Blood Lies. The primary documents cited here are all in various editions of the book Snyder cites. The June 23, 1932 telegram refusing to approve the shipment of additional grain to Ukraine is genuine. But note the word additional. It implies that grain was already promised to the Ukraine. This is indeed the case. The Ukrainian Politburo telegram of June 17, 1932 quoted in the Stalin-Molotov volume was preceded the previous day by the following decree of the Politburo of the All-Union Party, that is, by Stalin, Molotov, Kaganovich, et.al. No 144110 C THOBA Noni T5 UPA 1.1 KBKIINPO Pon 0B0 J1B High 40110 Mori YCPP 16 Kep BHH 1932 P. A. OTITYCRHTB YKPAHE 2000 TOHH0 BGAHA NP0 AOBA J1 BCTBHHB1 EH3 HCR10 OB 30 BAHH0 UCEMCCY OB 1, 6. OTNYCTHTB YKPAHE 100 TBLC NIA 0 BHA NP0 AOBA J1 BCTBHHB1 EH30 TNUX HH0 UHA NOS BOE COW 06 NACRM 110 HCN0 J1 B30 BAHH0 UNOHA 3 HHWO B 0 TNYCTHTB 70 TBTC XJ1E6 ACBKJ10 BHHHB1 XCOBX030 BYCCP HA NP0 AOBOJJBCTBHHB1 ER ORNYCTHTB 230 TB1C NIA 0 BX.QE6 ACOJIX 030 BCAEKJ10 BHHHB1 XPE0 HOB YCCP HA NP0 AOBA J1 BCTBHHB1 EHY ARAB 1, A. 05H3 ATBRQY6 APHGHO 11 POCJ1 EAHTB3 MCR10 of 30 BAHEM 0 TNE1 UEH HORO. XJ1E6 ACBW10 BHHHB1 XCOBX030 BH Kojix 030 BC Repro NOHA 3 HA HHK, E, ORNYCTHTB 25 TBLC Neon WRE6 AJIHCBKJ10 BHHHB1 XCOBX030 BHA NP0 AOBO OB CTBHHB1 EHYM OB 1 BCBR3 HCY60 PK0 AYP0 MAN 06H3 of T Bapaka JIWIHON Pakni AHTBGAHCN 0 J1 B30 Baham 0 Tnux H Horo XNE6 ACTP 0 RO NOHA 3 HA HMO, Chapter 3. Snyder, Chapter I, Appendix X, HACTO who underscore Humpernehem TBRLPOAOBO of CTBH high.OR10 M0111 BCBKJ10 BHHHB1 MCOBX03 MH Conks 03 MHC Hen HH02.B translated. Number 144. Decree of Politburo of the CCVCP Central Committee of the All-Russian Communist Party, the formal name for the party until October 19521 concerning foodstuff aid to the Ukrainian SSR Oflon 16, 1932 if title is in Ukrainian, the text in Russian L. A. To release to the Ukraine 2,000 tons of oats for food needs from the unused seed reserves, B. To release to the Ukraine 100,000 poods of corn for food of that released for sowing for the Odessa Oblast but not used for that purpose, C. To release 70,000 poods of grain for sugar beet Soviet farms of the Ukrainian SSR for food needs, D. To release 230,000 poods of grain for collective farms in the sugar beet regions of the Ukrainian SSR for food needs, E. to require Chubar to personally verify the fulfillment of the released grain for the sugar beet Soviet and collective farms, that it be used strictly for these purpose, and to release 25,000 poods of grain for the sugar beet Soviet farms of the central Black Earth region for food needs in connection with the gathering of the harvest, first requiring Verikis to personally verify that the grain released is used for the assigned purpose, g. by the present decision to consider the question of food aid to sugar beet producing Soviet and collective farms closed. HOIODV SSSR 1929-1934. Pervii. 1932. Diocumeno, Negatu MFD. 2011, pages 261-2. Note that Davies and Wheatcroft transliterate the first word as Golod. Blood lies. So it is true that Stalin rejected the June 17 request of the Ukrainian Party's Politburo for more food aid. But what Snyder, as well as the editors of the Stalin-Molotov correspondence, did not disclose to their readers is that one day earlier, on June 16, Stalin et al. Had ordered very large quantity of food grains to the Ukraine. It is crucial to Snyder's thesis to claim or imply that the Soviet government did not send food aid to the Ukraine. Deliberation starvation of Ukraine, the Holodomor, is incompatible with serious attempts by the Soviet state to alleviate the famine. But that is what happened. Here is a passage from a 1991 article by Mark Togger. The harvest decline also decreased the regime's reserves of grain for export. This drop in reserves began with the drought-reduced 1931 harvest and subsequent procurements, which brought famine to the Volga region, Siberia, and other areas. Soviet leaders were forced to return procured grain to those areas in 1932. The low 1931 harvest and reallocations of grain to famine areas forced the regime to curtail grain exports from 5.2 million tons in 1931 to 1.73 million in 1932, they declined to 1.68 million in 1933. Grain exported in 1932 and 1933 could have fed many people and reduced the famine. The 354,000 tons exported during the first half of 1933, for example, could have provided nearly 2 million people with daily rations of I kilogram for 6 months. Yet these exports were less than half of the 750,000 tons exported in the first half of 1932.51. How Soviet leaders calculated the relative costs of lower exports and lower domestic food supplies remains uncertain, but available evidence indicates that further reductions or cessation of Soviet exports could have had serious consequences. Grain prices fell in world markets and turned the terms of trade against the Soviet Union in the early 1930s, its indebtedness rose and its potential ability to pay declined, causing Western bankers and officials to Chapter 3. Snyder, Chapter I, Appendix consider seizure of Soviet property abroad and denial of future credits in case of Soviet default. Failure to export thus would have threatened the fulfillment of its industrialization plans and, according to some observers, the stability of the regime. S2 While the leadership did not stop exports, they did try to alleviate the famine. A February 25, 1933 Central Committee decree allotted seed loans of 320,000 tons to Ukraine and 240,000 tons to the Northern Caucasus. Seed loans were also made to the Lower Volga and may have been made to other regions as well. Kul Chytskyyy cites Ukrainian party archives showing that total aid to Ukraine by April 1933 actually exceeded 560,000 tons, including more than 80,000 tons of food. Aid to Ukraine alone was 60% greater than the amount exported during the same period. Total aid to famine regions was more than double exports for the first half of 1933. It appears to have been another consequence of the low 1932 harvest that more aid was not provided. After the low 1931, 1934, and 1936 harvests, procured grain was transferred back to peasants at the expense of exports. The low 1932 harvest meant that the regime did not have sufficient grain for urban and rural food supplies, seed, and exports. The authorities curtailed all of these, but ultimately rural food supplies had last priority. The harsh 1932 to 1933 procurements only displaced the famine from urban areas which would have suffered a similar scale of mortality without the grain the procurements provided. The severity and geographical extent of the famine, the sharp decline in exports in 1932-1933, seed requirements, and the chaos in the Soviet Union in these years, all lead to the conclusion that even a complete cessation of exports would not have been enough to prevent famine. 54 The situation makes it difficult to accept the interpretation of the famine as the result of the 1932 grain procurements and as a conscious act of genocide. The harvest of 1932 essentially made a famine inevitable. 9 For our present purposes, Togger's heavily documented account shows that 1. The Soviet Politburo did provide a great deal of aid, both in seed grain and in food, to the Ukraine. 2. Stopping all exports would have seriously harmed, perhaps destroyed, Soviet foreign credit and either seriously delayed industrialization or caused it to fail altogether. In a footnote, Togger provides evidence from British archives that Soviet failure to meet its export obligations would have brought disaster, a refusal of future credits, seizure of Soviet assets abroad, and so, probably, the failure of the industrialization program. But it was industrialization that, together with collectivization, broke the thousand-year cycle of famines in Russia. Industrialization was essential to preventing further famines, as well as to industrialization of other areas of the economy and the modernization of the military. 3. Togger concludes that even a complete cessation of exports would not have been enough to prevent famine. Davies and Wheatcroft outline the deepening crisis after the spring of 1932, along with the extensive aid in both seed grain and food granted by the authorities to the affected areas, including to the Ukraine. They document how hunger weakened the farmers and led to late sowing and poor weeding, which further lessened the harvest. Armed with more accurate weather information, they conclude that the weather in 1932 was much more unfavorable than we had previously realized. The state made advances to collective farmers in order to bring in the harvest. As we noted, 9 Mark Togger, the 1932 harvest and the famine of 1933 Slavic Review So. I. 88-89. Emphasis added. Chapter 3. Snyder, Chapter, Appendix. In the last chapter, the best research on the environmental causes of the famine is by Togger. The Soviet authorities greatly overestimated the crop that would be harvested in late 1932. But so did foreign experts, as Davies and Wheatcroft show. Hunger limited the strength of harvest workers. Plant diseases were a serious problem. According to Davies and Wheatcroft, during the harvest of 1932, the poor weather, the lack of autumn and spring plowing, the shortage and poor quality of the seed, the poor cultivation of the crop and the delay in harvesting all combined to increase the incidence of fungal disease. Reports in the Narkomzom People's Commissariat for Agricultural Archives complain that traditional campaigns to disinfect the fields, the storehouses, and the sacks for the harvested grain, were all carried out extremely badly in Ukraine. Cairns' conclusion: in June 1932 the authorities were still looking forward to a good harvest. A few pages earlier, Davies and Wheatcroft quote the opinion of one of the foreign experts. Andrew Cairns, the Scottish grain specialist, travelled extensively in the major grain regions in May and July IL 9321, reporting very bad conditions, and dismissed the official estimate that the yield would be 7.8 centners as absurdly too high. He nevertheless concluded in a cable, "Do not like to generalize about comparative size this and last year's harvest, tentatively of opinion this year's appreciably larger stop." Snyder conceals these facts from his readers. The result of his doing so is to suggest that the famine could have been averted blood lies through different policies, but that Stalin and the Politburo refused to do so. This is false. Snyder conceals the fact that Stalin et al. Shipped large quantities of food grains to the Ukraine in June 1932. This fact alone is fatal to his deliberate starvation thesis: one does not ship food to those whom one wishes to starve. Stalin's first commandment, another Snyder fabrication. Snyder. Understanding this religiosity, party activists propagated what they called Stalin's first commandment. The collective farm supplies first the state, and only then the people. As the peasants would have known, the first commandment in its biblical form reads, "Thou shalt have no other God before me." 20 sources. Asterisk for the Stalinist first commandment, see Kulsiki, Holodomor, 170. Asterisk see also Kognierz, Ukraina, 70. Here Snyder seems to be trying to deliberately deceive his readers. For why was the state collecting produce from collective farms? Naturally, for the non-agricultural areas and for export. The workers in the cities and towns could not grow their own food. Contracts for export had been made a year earlier. In mid-1932 the fact that there was going to be a widespread famine was of course not known to anyone. Kulsiki, Holodomor, 170. Piruze Perzikazani by I. Klarik Lazev Stalin Yekidi Zapoyazonik z Biblii. L. Ziki aparato e propagandao e munajwit asterisk shi rajgos zeta below yreine Piruze Perzikazani. Bilo ono adriso and eduklapau I kojalo w nemotu, i.e. Chapter 3. Snyder, Chapter I, Appendix Kal Kaz Pauanian Najpiaruros Lixi Csiez Pastwem, Adopiero Podum Pozo Stale Ploni Pagili Cna Podstai Rabazadni Mike G. Perkaunikau. Deficit Kleba Na Ozizo Stal Spaudowani, Jakchwi Wimi, Pirzes Dustai Aboiazko Weedlapafistwe. Translated. The first commandment. The former seminarian Joseph Stalin sometimes used phrases borrowed from the Bible. Thanks to the propaganda apparatus, the expression "the first commandment" gained great circulation. It was addressed to the peasants, and it meant that the collective farm should first settle with the state, and then divide the remaining crop on the basis of mandais among employees. The deficit of bread in the country was caused, as we have seen, by the supply required for the state. Kognierz, Ukraina, 70. This is a phony citation. There is nothing in Kuniertz's book about the first commandment or the Okpij using religious language. On the contrary, Kognierz records the recollection that some kulaks dressed up as devils and informed superstitious peasants that entering the collective farm was a pact with the devil, and that the OGPU arrested 3 of them and sentenced them to prison. Conclusion: Snyder is untruthful here. Judging from the very source he cites, the term "the first commandment" was invented by Kul Chytskyy as a section heading. Kul Chytskyy does claim that somebody, either the party propagandists or the peasants, called the grain collection plan by this name, but he cites no evidence that anybody used this term, much less that it was well known. Snyder claims that Stalin's own policy of collectivization could cause mass starvation was also clear. His evidence. Cameron, Hungry Steppe, Chapter 2. Blood Lies Piangsiola, Collectivization Famine, 103-112, Mark, Hungersnot, 119. Chapter 2 of Cameron, Hungry Steppe, a 2010 Yale PhD dissertation, contains nothing that supports Snyder's claim that collectivization could cause mass starvation, much less that this was clear. Piangsiola, Me Collectivization Famine in Kazakhstan, was published in Harvard Ukrainian Studies, 25. It contains no evidence that collectivization could cause mass starvation, much less of deliberate starvation. Mark, Hungersnot does not appear in Snyder's bibliography. The following article is almost certainly the one meant: Rudolf A. Mark, Gerhard Simon, Die Hungersnot in der Ukraine und anderen Regionen der UdSSR 1932 und 1933, Osteuropa 54, s. 5-12. This article is a long series of undocumented assertions reflecting the Ukrainian nationalist viewpoint that Snyder also echoes. It contains no evidence to support its assertion, which is also Snyder's, that the famine was caused by collectivization, much less that this was predictable from the outset, as Snyder claims. Davies and Wheatcroft discuss the Kazakhstan famine. This basic work is also cited by Cameron and Piangsiola. They conclude that there was a population deficit by 1939 of some 1.2 million. This is an estimate based on a projection of what the Kazakh population of Kazakhstan would have been if its natural increase of 1926 had continued through to January, that is, if there had been no famines in 1928 and 1932-33, 1939 and all Kazakhs had remained in Kazakhstan during this entire period. Davies and Wheatcroft cite evidence that large numbers of Kazakhs migrated to other regions in Kazakhstan, and to other regions and republics in search of a livelihood or simply seeking food, while others emigrated to China. For these reasons we cannot know precisely how many Kazakhs died of famine, i.e., the surplus of deaths during the famine years. None of these sources establish that collectivization was the cause of mass starvation. Snyder is guilty of the logical fallacy. Chapter 3. Snyder, Chapter I, Appendix, asserting that which ought to be of begging the question proven. More false citations. Stalin's personal politics, starving peasants on tour. Stalin, a master of personal politics, presented the Ukrainian famine in personal terms. His first impulse, and his lasting tendency, was to see the starvation of Ukrainian peasants as a betrayal by members of the Ukrainian Communist Party. He could not allow the possibility that his own policy of collectivization was to blame. The problem must be in the implementation, in the local leaders, anywhere but in the concept itself. As he pushed forward with his transformation in the first half of 1932. This paragraph is really Snyder's own imagination. Snyder declares that he has determined what Stalin intended, what Stalin's first impulse was, what Stalin could not allow, what problems he saw. How can he possibly know these things? Therefore it is both nonsense, and a deception. This passage concerns the first half of 1932. As the discussion above has pointed out, the famine had not yet made itself clear in early 1932. At that time Stalin wrote that he believed the incipient hunger were the result of mismanagement. Starving Ukrainian peasants, he complained, were leaving their home republic and demoralizing other Soviet citizens by their whining. 36. Sources. Asterisk quotation, Davies, Kaganovich Correspondence, 138. Asterisk, Kulsiki, Hofodomer, Ivo, Kuniertz, Ukraina, 152. Raveling peasants were whining, just not starving. There are a few factual statements that we can check, such as the statement about whining. Davies, Kaganovich Correspondence, Blood Lies 138, the relevant part of Stalin's letter to Kaganovich of June 18, 1932 reads thus. PE3YJ1 beta TB1YRWTX060 KCK3B1 BA RCH TNEPHA NOS BHOM ACNE, OC06A0 HA YKPAH HE, NP Curve 1 HEC KOJ1 BK0 EK TKOB TBLCHQ YKPAHHCKHX Kojix 03 Kob BCE Yul PA 3B3 XA10 T Nobsu Eponiac K0 AGHCCCP PA 3J1 ERA E0 T Ham KOAX03 B1 Spomite Monoomite HHB1 TBM. Translated. The results of these mistakes can now be seen in the matter of sowing, especially in the Ukraine, in that several tens of thousands of Ukrainian collective farmers are still traveling all around the European part of the USSR and are degrading the collective farms for us by their complaints and whining. So Snyder is correct that Stalin accused the kolkhozniks of whining. But these peasants could not possibly have been starving, as Snyder claims, and he cites no evidence that they were. Train travel costs money, which starving people would spend on food, not travel. Likewise, moneyless starving people would not have the strength to travel all over the European part of the USSR. They would need food to have the energy to travel anywhere. If these farmers were not starving, what were they doing? Most likely they were traveling to trade, either taking grain from the Ukraine to trade for other things the harvest was bad in European Russia too, or taking money, or other goods, to trade for gram. In normal times this activity was not immoral or illegal. But during a famine the price of food increases greatly. The Soviet government's efforts to distribute food according to need, rather than according to who had the money to buy it at inflated prices, stood in complete contradiction to permitting speculators to travel around buying and selling grain. A capitalist approach to the famine would mean that, as usual, the well-off would eat and the poor would starve. The Bolsheviks needed to stop any trade in gram because that would destroy all. Chapter 3. Snyder, Chapter I, Appendix attempts to ration grain, reserving grain only for those who could pay for it with money or goods. Kulsicki, Holodomor, 180. This is a phony citation. There is nothing on this page about any predisposition to personal politics, whatever that might mean, on Stalin's part. Stalin is not even mentioned on this page, or on the pages before and after it, 179 or 181. Incidentally, this is a Polish translation of a Ukrainian language book. What is the point of using it as a secondary source? It is very hard to find. Snyder cites Ukrainian language works elsewhere, so why not here? Moreover, how could it contain any information about Stalin's predispositions that isn't available elsewhere? It is absurd to do what Snyder does, to write about Soviet history from Polish, Ukrainian, German, and English books and articles while failing to use Russian works. From this and other indications in Bloodlands it appears that Snyder can read Polish well enough. Perhaps he reads Ukrainian too. Perhaps Snyder cannot read Russian, at least not well, or why wouldn't he use Russian primary and secondary sources for Soviet history, instead of Polish and even Ukrainian translations? Or perhaps Snyder has nationalist Polish and Ukrainian historians helping him, but not Russian scholars. Kniarts, Ukraina, 152, is another phony citation. There is nothing about Stalin's supposed predisposition to personalized politics here. In fact, Stalin's name does not occur on p. 152 of Kniart's book. Stalin is briefly mentioned on page 148, and not again until page 174. Did Molotov and Kaganovich explain starvation as laziness? Snyder claims that in July 1932 Molotov and Kaganovich told Ukrainian comrades that talk of starvation was just an excuse for laziness on the part of peasants who did not wish to work and activists who did not wish to discipline them and requisition grain. 40 Blood lies his evidence, on talk of starvation as an excuse for laziness, see Sapoval, Lujan, 136. This is another phony citation. Sapoval, Lujan says nothing of the kind anywhere in this article, let alone on this specific page. The only statement even close is this. 1 Kreml war man de Venubersjugd, das der Getreide Beskaffungsplan realistisch seiund das die Führer der Ukraine sich mit ihren Bitten lediglich das Leben or Lichtern wollen. Translated. In the Kremlin they were convinced that the plan for grain collection was realistic and the leaders of the Ukraine just wanted to make their lives easier by their requests. Shapoval's note to this passage is not a reference to any evidence. Rather it is to yet another secondary source, an entire article by Shapoval himself, Il Conferencia KPU, Prologue Tragedii Golota, in a hard-to-find collection of articles co-edited by Shapoval and Vasilev in Kiev in 2001. I obtained the book and have studied the article. Evidently Snyder did not. Had he done so he would have, or, at any rate, should have footnoted it instead of Lujan. In any case, nothing in this article either corresponds to Snyder's claim of talk of starvation as an excuse for laziness. As he has done many times in this book, Snyder has falsely documented this fact claim too with citations which do not, in fact, documented were women routinely raped, robbed of food. Snyder asserts. Women who lived alone were routinely raped at night under the pretext of grain confiscations, and their food was indeed taken from them after their bodies had been violated. This was the triumph of Stalin's law and Stalin's state. Chapter 3. Snyder, Chapter 1 Appendix on the Party Activists' Abuses, see source, Kniarts, Ukraina, 144-145, 118-119, and Kuromaya, Freedom and Terror, 170-171. Kniarts 144-145, the relevant sentences are as follows. Dokojalo T Dug Waltau Na Kabitach. Chlanko I Komis GDS. Club Azagato Ukwiozi Wijaniki Poli Bakji Alcoholo HW Doma Klupas Gwilsili Pokoli I Jego Kork, a Painij Jeden Zinich Pirzes Pol Gajana Trizimal Geokzani N Amraja. Translated. There were also examples of rapes of women. Members of the Committee on Grain Collection in Wijaniki village after alcoholic libations in a peasant's house in turn raped his daughter, and later one of them for about half an hour held the naked girl in the cold. Kuniertz mentions this example at page 145. This was a crime, and Kuniertz cites an archival document. It would be useful to know what kind of document this is. It might be a record of a party report or even of a prosecution of the offender. Rape, which is undoubtedly among the most deplorable forms of, occurs in a variety of settings and conditions, and victimization is not unique to those discussed in the present narrative. No doubt that the alleged intoxication of male authorities might exacerbate these conditions as well. As such, the question of whether this crime was punished is an important one. Source criticism is a fundamental part of the historical method, but Kuniertz makes no attempt to describe, much less to analyze, this archival source. On page 117 to 118 Kuniertz writes. Podzis Club Azagato W 1932 Rwiozi Serkeomikaj Lika W Obwajinie Propiatroskim Sekretars Orodka Komsomalskiego Katenko Gwilkankabiati Orazbrol Ujik W Bisiuklapau. Translated. Blood lies. During grain collection in 1932 in the village of Shurko Mikajlika, Dnepropetrovsk district, the Komsomol secretary Katenko raped women and took part in the beating of peasants. Kuniertz's source is an article in Ukrainian by V.I. Prylutsky, Malad Usaspilno Politikno Muzhidi USRR Youth in the Socio-Political Life of the USSR in the Ukrainian Historical Journal. Translated. Thus, in the village of Surskia Mikhailovskoy, Solonyansk KYY Rayon, Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, Secretary of the Komsomol cell Katenko participated in raping women, and beating peasants, for which he was sentenced to up to 3 years. The Odessa District Party Committee was reporting a crime committed by a Komsomol member for which the guilty man was tried, convicted, and sentenced to up to 3 years. Neither Kuniertz nor Snyder mentions this fact. Conclusion: there is no evidence that rape was routine, as Snyder claims. Moreover, neither of these examples, the only 2 examples given in the works he cites, concern women living alone, the pretext of grain confiscations, or food taken from them after the rape, etc. Chapter 3. Snyder, Chapter I, Appendix Stalin's New Malice. Snyder. The next day Stalin approached the problem of the famine with a new degree of malice. 2 Politburo telegrams sent out on November 8, 1932 reflected the mood. Individual and collective farmers in Soviet Ukraine who failed to meet requisition targets were to be denied access to products from the rest of the economy. A special troika was created in Ukraine to hasten the sentencing and execution of party activists and peasants who, supposedly, were responsible for sabotage. Some 1,623 kolkhoz officials were arrested that month. Deportations within Ukraine were resumed. 30,400 more people were gone by the end of the year. The activists told the peasants, "Open up, or we'll knock down the door. We'll take what you have, and you'll die in a camp." SL sources. Quotation, Kovalenko, Holod, 44. Asterisk the 2 Politburo telegrams, Morocco, Holodomor, 152. And Davies, years, 174. Asterisk the 1,623 arrested kolkhoz officials, Davies, years, 174. Asterisk for 30,400 resumed deportations, Kuniertz, Ukraina, 59. Kovalenko, Holod, 44, the quotation is actually on p45. It is the recollection of a child of a Kulak family. A 1927 photo of the family is also on p45. The original Hep 3 NEBH high QAC 6 PHRA non BNAJ 1 ACB 6 EA. How 10 IXATH. PBAJIH ABAPI, TAPA 6 AHWIHBT 11 H6 KH TAC, OCB no BMJ 1 IRAWTB. HAOCIE 3 A 6 YNY NORP 03, BIAC HHH, 60 BH6M0 ABAPI. 3 A 6 FM0 I30 RHHC 1 _11 BTL0 PMI. Translated. After a certain time the team appeared near our house. They tore down the door, and drummed on blood lies the window panes so that they were about to shatter. I still have not forgotten their threat, open up or we'll knock down the door. We will take away what we wantle and you will die in jail. Snyder claims that the activists told the peasants in a general sense. But this is false, the account in question is a single incident. Moreover, the activists had good reason to threaten this peasant. In another part of this same account not quoted by Snyder, the author describes how his family did in fact hide wheat, potatoes, and other beets in 2 holes, in case one was found. The authorities had the obligation to collect any food over and above a minimal amount for the peasant family's own survival, in order to distribute it to others who were starving to death. In fact, the peasants were obliged to do this, hence the threat of prison. Petro Danilovic Gumaniuk, the person whose account this is, born in 1923, would have been 8 or 9 at this time. He went on to become a doctor of economics and professor at the Ternopile Institute of Finance and Economics. His membership in a prosperous peasant family did not prevent him from having a fine career in the USSR. And his family did not starve. Davies, years 174 states. On November 8, Stalin and Molotov insisted in a telegram to Kozyr that from today the dispatch of goods for the villages of all regions of Ukraine shall cease until kolkhozy and individual peasants begin honestly and conscientiously to fulfill their duty to the working class and the Red Army for the delivery of grain. Davies indeed does report on the Special Commission of 3, or a Troika, to simplify further the procedure for confirming death sentences in Ukraine. This is another of the few accurate claims Snyder makes in this book. The 1,623 kolkhoz officials, plus others arrested for counter-revolutionary offenses, are also mentioned in a document of December 9. Davies, but not Snyder, informs us that over 2,000 of Chapter 3. Snyder, Chapter 1 Appendix: those arrested were allegedly former supporters of Petli Ura, or that is, former anti-Soviet rebels. Makhno. It appears that none of these documents have been published in any of the great collections of documents concerning the famine. Snyder has certainly not seen them. Morocco, Holodomor, 152, First Telegram. Morocco says that this is from Stalin to Kativic. BN0 by AE0HH Hayuro IIPO 3 AB 3 EHHR. To BPB Ha YKPAI Hi, C Tani H Niak Pekjib, 1110 11 KBKIL 05 ROBOPK, Eamdar NPO 3 A 60 POE Gabe 3 EHHH To BPB YKPIHCB Koro Sina Ha TEP MH, 110 km YKPI Ha EP03 Nak EQECH0 Ta A Kaipa RH0 BHKOHYBATM3 Muru Aha 11 J1 Osni 603 Aero Ti Ben. Translated. Responding to his coded message about the delivery of goods to Ukraine, Stalin said that the CPSLJ was discussing the issue of banning delivery of goods to the Ukrainian village until the Ukraine frankly and accurately fulfills the reduced grain procurement plan. It would be good to have the text of the telegram, but Morocco does not give it. Even his quotations from it are in Ukrainian, not Russian. Second telegram. Morocco says this is from Molotov and Stalin to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Ukraine. 110 BIA0M.NEH0, UXO 38 Jasiran AANPH3 YNH Hni TBCQ Biobataxa Rogapi BCIN 606 Nakaru YKPIHH, UW Tagnem Postanowienio Uchwaliko Yvoj 5 to CC Rajan Kukakich Z Polzia Na Louis Berzegdina Pru, W. Seluikorzystania ich du persi W. Kamienio kamach. Dla zaslanik utworzeno tam stale ojidla kulaki. 153 W. Okrasi Pomidzi 28 Listopada at 25 Grudnia 1932 R. Wiskano Na Polnik ZSRR Po at 3400 OS6B. Translated. Dekulakization and deportation also took place at a later date. On March 29, 1932 the Political Bureau of the Central Committee of the By-Secret Deportation Order approved the deportation of 5,000 Kulak families from Polsi to the left bank of the Dnieper, in order to use them to work in the quarries. For the exiles there have been established permanent Kulak settlements there. In the period between November 28 and December 25, 1932 more than 30,400 persons were exiled to the north of the USSR. 154 Kniart's footnotes are to archival documents which we cannot obtain and check. However, the authoritative 2005 volume Stalinsky Deportatsii Chapter 3. Snyder, Chapter 1 Appendix 1928-1953. Documenti 10 records no such deportations during any period of 1932, much less the last 6 months. Conclusion: Morocco does not quote the original texts of Stalin's 2 telegrams as Snyder's reference suggests. Therefore Snyder has not seen the texts either. According to what Morocco does cite, it appears that if collective farms and individual farmers were to begin honestly and conscientiously to fulfill their duty, they would not be denied products from the rest of the economy. The telegram quoted by Davies and by Morocco does not state that a farm or peasant had to completely fulfill their grain delivery quota, only that they had to make an honest and conscientious attempt. It is difficult to find any fault with this regulation, much less to discern in it any degree of malice at all. If farms and peasants had money to buy, or agricultural produce to exchange for, manufactured products, then they were obligated to do their best to pay for that's what grain deliveries were. Their taxes. Nothing in the paragraph supports Snyder's hypothesis of a deliberate famine. Did Stalin call the famine a fairy tale? Snyder says that at the end of 1932 Stalin came to believe that the famine was a fairy tale, a slanderous rumor spread by enemies. His source, Sapoval, Lujan, 159, and Davies, years, 199. Sapoval, Lujan, 159, this page does not exist. Evidently Snyder means p. 139, where the same quotation is given as is given in Davies, years, 199. The quotation is from Pravda, May 26, 1964. Davies, but not Shapoval or Snyder, states. It is not clear whether the statement comes from the archives, from memoirs, or from hearsay. Moscow. MDF, ISD. Moderik, 2005. Blood Lies. Either Terekhov, the man who supposedly made the statement, claimed Stalin said this to him, or Stalin really did say this to him. Or the whole matter is a fabrication. This is quite possible, as Khrushchev and his men were fabricating, deliberately falsifying and lying a great deal about Stalin and the Stalin years. We already know, and Snyder has acknowledged, that Stalin knew there was a famine in the Ukraine and elsewhere. Therefore it seems unlikely that Stalin would have used the term fairy tale about hunger. According to the Pravda article r.ia. Terekhov, the Kharkov first secretary, told this story orally, evidently in 1964. Russian famine scholar Viktor Kondrashin states that Stalin said or wrote these words to Terekhov on February 22, 1933.11. However, according to a newspaper source, Terekhov R.A. was removed from the post of first secretary of the Khyurokov Oblast and City Committees on January 29, 1933.12. Viktor Danilov states that this exchange with Stalin took place at the end of 1932 and Terekhov was removed from office by decree of the Central Committee of the VKP of January 24, 1933 OT 24 I and Varia 1933 W. None of this tells us whether Stalin actually said these words to Terekhov or why. But it seems clear that either the story is untrue, a rumor which would account for the disagreement about when it happened, or it was a minor flare-up on Stalin's part. Terekhov was moved from party to government and production work, where he remained until his retirement in 1956.14 Roman IA. Tir he ykpahhy. BOMA, GAPO M220 KTH6PQ 2008, HRTP//1Z Vecturus/news/341984 CAT HUOC ROPM 03X, D. The 24 document to in a published, so we may assume it IGC Gao 1932 to 1933 Rokiv Na Okama Istorikiv, Muvoyodokumentiv. Ed. Law. Pyrakiev. Politvidaf Ukraini. 1990, number 157 at 1933.php hashtag nom 157. In late and early February 1933 he was removed from his PTETS as secretary and the Politburo, and first secretary of the Kharkov Oblast of both the Org Committee, of the he moved the of chairman of the Central of the Union of Metal Whirlers, and second secret Y of the Donetsk Oblast Chapter 3. Snyder, Chapter 1. Appendix Kov attended the 22M Party Congress in October 1961 during an utterly mendacious which Khrushchev his most ferocious attack on Stalin, but apparently did not speak at the Congress. 15 Perhaps Shapoval took this story from the 1974 Russian language edition of ROI Medvedev's book Let History Judge, where it occurs on page 213. Medvedev's book is the source of many rumors about Soviet history that have been passed on as fact. As to the rest of the quotation, Snyder again begs the question by assuming that which should be proven, namely, that collectivization caused the famine. Amazingly enough, though Snyder's whole thesis of Soviet mass murder is largely predicated upon this statement, he never tries to prove it or provides any evidence at all that it is so. As we have already shown, it cannot be proven, because it is false. Famines had occurred every 2 to 4 years in Russia and Ukraine for at least a millennium, nor does Snyder give any evidence at all for his claim that Stalin had developed an interesting new theory. That resistance to socialism increases as its successes mount, because its foes resist with greater desperation as they contemplate their final defeat. Thus any problem in the Soviet Union could be defined as an example of enemy action, and enemy action could be defined as evidence of progress. Midi of the Terekhova candidate member of the CCVKP until the 17th Party Congress in January 1934. Not re-elected to Thig Posit Ion, HUT was transferred to in Commission of Soviet Control attached to the SNK of USSR from 1939 to 1956. Terekhov was the Assistant Chief of Light Metal Working Dustry, and retired in 1956. RLA. THIRD-WV appears in a photograph taken at the XXII Party Congress in Ogonyok P17. Turkov Roman Lakovlevic is listed as a voting delete to the Congress in the transcript of the SAE XXIIS est Kommunistiskiskoy Partsovet _ Swahoza, 17-31 Oktября 1961 Goda. Stenography CHESW/H/OT, Moscow. Ist _Politihaskal Literaturi, 1962. T3, p. 533. C. 17-31 1962.111, C _533. Blood lies. But even in this Pravda version Stalin does not refer to enemies, as Snyder claims. Therefore this is pure fabrication on Snyder's part, unless it is an oblique reference to one of the accusations Khrushchev made against Stalin in his famous secret speech to the 20th Party Congress in February 1956. The present author has fully exposed Khrushchev's falsehoods in this speech in an earlier book. 16 Did Stalin believe that starvation was resistance? Snyder makes the following claim. Resistance to his policies in Soviet Ukraine, Stalin argued, was of a special sort, perhaps not visible to the imperceptive observer. Opposition was no longer open, for the enemies of socialism were now quiet and even holy. The kulaks of today, he said, were gentle people, kind, almost saintly. His sources. Quotations, Ukraina, 124. See also Vasiliev, Chsina, 60, Kuromaya, Stalin, 110. Here we have 3 citations to Kuniarts, Vasiliev, and Kuromaya. But in reality they all refer to the very same document. Moreover, it is a document that has been available in English for 60 years and can be easily found on the internet today. Kuznairsh, Ukraina, 124 quotes from the well-known speech of Stalin's of January 1, 1933. This speech was published in 1950 in volume 13 of Stalin's collected works and has been available in English, to say nothing of Russian, for more than 60 years. It is on the internet in Russian 17 and English. 18. The fact that Snyder quotes this document from a Polish language book once again suggests either that Snyder does not read even the most basic texts in Rus Khrushchev, e.g. at http://grotchev62.narod.ru/stalin/t13/t13_36.htm, e.g. at chapter 3. Snyder, chapter I, appendix Gian, or that he is not interested in helping his readers find the sources. In this speech Stalin was ironic in calling the kulaks of today gentle, kind, almost saintly. The context shows this. People look for the class enemy outside the collective farms, they look for persons with ferocious visages, with enormous teeth and thick necks, and with sawn-off shotguns in their hands. They look for kulaks like those depicted on our posters. But such kulaks have long ceased to exist on the surface. The present-day kulaks and kulak agents, the present-day anti-Soviet elements in the countryside are in the main quiet, smooth-spoken, almost saintly people. There is no need to look for them far from the collective farms, they are inside the collective farms, occupying posts as storekeepers, managers, accountants, secretaries, etc. They will never say, "Down with the collective farms." They are in favor of collective farms. But inside the collective farms they carry on sabotage and wrecking work that certainly does the collective farms no good. They will never say, "Down with grain procurements." They are in favor of grain procurements. They only resort to demagoguery and demand that the collective farm should reserve a fund for the needs of livestock raising 3 times as large as that actually required, that the collective farm should set aside an insurance fund 3 times as large as that actually required, that the collective farm should provide from 6 to 10 pounds of bread per working member per day for public catering, etc. Of course, after such funds have been formed and such grants for public catering made, after such rascally demagoguery, the economic strength of the collective farms is bound to be undermined, and there is little left for grain procurements. Blood lies. Vasiliev, Chsina, 60. Vasiliev summarizes the same speech on pages 59-61 but in Ukrainian. It adds nothing by way of commentary. Kuromaya, Stalin, 110. This is simply 2 quotations from Stalin's January 1933 report to the joint plenum of the Central Committee and the Central Control Committee. This speech is the fuller version of the talk work in the countryside quoted above. It is identical to the first citation in this note. Snyder's citation of a document in a Polish and a Ukrainian source of a document readily available in English as well as in the original Russian can have no purpose except to impress his readers with this show of scholarship. Readers of Bloodlands will have no idea that he is doing this. They will think that Kuniarts and Vasiliev actually have something to add. Nor is there any need here for the Kuromaya citation, when the primary source itself is available on the internet. Starvation was resistance, another Snyder fabrication. There is no evidence whatever for the following statements made by Snyder here, who merely relies on the same footnote 53 as discussed above. People who appeared to be innocent were to be seen as guilty. A peasant slowly dying of hunger was, despite appearances, a saboteur working for the capitalist powers in their campaign to discredit the Soviet Union. Starvation was resistance, and resistance was a sign that the victory of socialism was just around the corner. These were not merely Stalin's musings in Moscow, this was the ideological line enforced by Molotov and Kaganovich as they traveled through regions of mass death in late 1932. 53 Snyder has simply invented all this. Few readers of Bloodlands will realize that it is a pure fabrication of Snyder's own, and that, no doubt, is why Snyder inserted it. Chapter 3. Snyder, Chapter I, Appendix. Snyder. Forced to interpret distended bellies as political opposition, they sources, on the family interpretation, C. Davies, Years, 206. Snyder's statement is false of fabrication. Cogier said nothing about hatred of socialism or any tortured conclusions. Davies, quoted below at the reference Snyder gives, accurately summarizes Cogier's statement. We would add that Cogier gave only 2 examples, and only the first was of a farmer who let his children go hungry while keeping grain. Cogier does not give the age of the farmer's children, whom he cast out. For all we know, they could have been adults. Davies, Years, 206. And on February 9, Cogier circulated a report to the Ukrainian Politburo listing cases where, he claimed, malicious withholders of grain have brought their families to real hunger, even though they possess several centners of grain. 281 and 281 Stagu, 1/101/1282,2, published in Golod 1932-1933 375-6. In Davies, Years, Bibliography, p. 526, the full title of this book is given thus, Golod 1932-1933 Rokiv na Ukraini, Okima Istorikov, Muvoyo Dokumentiv. The text in the original Ukrainian, from this source, is as follows: 19 source, Year ed. Holod 1932-1933 Rokiv, at http://w.archives.ua/sectiumsfamine/publicat/vampirig.php bloodlies ng 161 aobiaka ikop maiya hoyo sectopa opilhctpyktopcbk oro 11k npo bhyoky/1 abah oro rojiod bah 3 metok. He 3 a once gi ba yxapklbcbkih of giokdi asterisk 9j110 toro 1933 p. Hec 0 topbteptikc006 twa 10 t, htob 60 pb6 enpothbs a 603 ar 0 tobok 3j10 cthb1 e hec aahhkhxne6 ao boat cbok, cembk, aoaehctbh10 horo ronoe. Frapobku ptik 11 hut 1 I bpajih, and bachm kom sent cob re, kohtpak tht il rpynnblhko bec bj1ac, hmen 4,45 ra nos ba, kohtpak tah27,811 hek to lhhoa horo khj10 rpam maza 6a, ho 110 khhyj1aerei. KOTOPB1EC cock HH1 underscore UEHCR by EOT. BP no XJ1E603 AR0 TOB KMY Hero 3A Kona HHB1 AZA 6BH Max, 5 1.1, 235U, 5,23H6, 42 110 A06 Hori C006L underscore UAETH Hamob Kupak. Con X03HHKKJIHMEHK0H3AP ReJIHMM. Mono T0BA. KPH HJ1, HRON 0AHB12H MO AERHNYXHYR. NOCJ1ENPOBEPKHY Hero BBLHB.NEH02,514 XJ1E6A. X or HRPYA0AHHO Nunny-HJ1 RON K090HR. 3ABI101 AHU H height Bop Mag HOHHB1 MCEKTOPOM Oper HHCTPYK ROP Koro OTENA 11 KC TAC K, KCNP. 1282. APK. 2. Chapter 3. Snyder, Chapter 1 Appendix. AO by AKG AAO Pi KHHMCB Kosiapa 6 Ina. Haupa BJ1 AHA 03 How 0 MNEHHHBCIM Hni Ha M Ta. KHAHA Ta MYQJ1 A110J1 IR6 Ropo AK translated. Some of the RPK reported that in the fight against grain procurements, malicious withholders of grain bring their families to real hunger. Brigadierovsky RPK writes on February 1, in the Vasilevsky village hall, the contractor of Group Ilyakovets Vilas, with 4.45 hectares of crops, contracting 27.8 centners, did not give a single pound off bread, but cast his children out, and they now live by begging. The team for grain procurement found at his place, buried in pits, 5ts. Conclusion, Snyder's fabrications here are as follows. ** There is no evidence that Stalin was forced to interpret distended bellies as political opposition. There is nothing here about intentionally letting their families die. At http, FAMPYRTG 1933. Blood lies ** There is nothing about the racked bodies of sons and daughters and fathers and mothers were nothing more than a facade behind which foes plotted the destruction of socialism. Yet these are the statements for which Snyder cites the Davies passage as evidence. Davies cites Cogier, whose actual statement we have reproduced above. It could hardly be clearer that Snyder has invented all this. Should Stalin have predicted the future? Snyder. Yet Stalin might have saved millions of lives without drawing any outside attention to the Soviet Union. He could have suspended food exports for a few months, released grain reserves, or just given peasants access to local grain storage areas. Such simple measure, pursued as late as November 1932, could have kept the death toll to the hundreds of thousands rather than the millions. Stalin pursued none of them. 35 His sources, for similar judgments, see, for exam * John, Holodomor, 25, * Davies, Togger and Wheatcroft, Grain Stocks, 657, * Kulsicki, Hofedomer, 237, * Graziosi, New Interpretation, 12. John, Holodomor, 25 cites no evidence for any of the claims on this page. One might object that Snyder simply claims he makes similar judgments. But judgments are of no validity without evidence. Like Snyder himself, Lan has none. John's article is in the ideologically anti-communist journal Osteuropa. It is a statement of his anti-communist beliefs, not a scholarly study of the famine or of anything else. John also claims that there was no natural famine caused by environmental reasons, or even from insufficient food production, but solely from deliberate Nahrungsentzugs withdrawal of food. Chapter 3. Snyder, Chapter 1, Appendix Stuffs. John even doubts whether the government was aware of the starvation. None of the specialists on the famine like Davies and Wheatcroft or Togger conclude anything like this. Davies, Togger and Wheatcroft, Grain Stocks, 657, in Snyder's list of references the only specialists on the famine with any claim to objectivity are Davies, Togger and Wheatcroft. Point 21 Here is what they have to say. We therefore conclude. 1. All planners stocks the two secret grain reserves, Nepfond and Mobfond or Gosfond, together with transitional stocks held by grain organizations amounted on July 1, 1933 to less than 2 million tons. Persistent efforts of Stalin and the Politburo to establish firm and inviolable grain reserves amounting to 2 or 3 million tons or more were almost completely unsuccessful. In both January, June 1932 and January, June 1933 the Politburo had to allow untouchable grain stocks set aside at the beginning of each year to be used to meet food and fodder crises. On July 1, 1933 the total amount of grain set aside in reserve grain stocks amounted not to 4.53 million tons as Conquest claimed but to only 1.141 million. It is not surprising that after several years during which the Politburo had failed to establish inviolable grain stocks, Kuibyshev in early 1933 recommended a flexible approach to Nepfond and Mobfond, denied that they were separate reserves and even claimed that the flexible use of the two fondi had enabled uninterrupted grain supply in spring and summer 1932. Ankul Chyt Uroki, also a famine specialist, is so politically biased that he tailors his results to the myth of the this his research. See, for example, his 4-part essay in English What ist of crux of the Ukraine-Russia disputer at http:// Blood lies in the quotation above. Snyder claims, without any reference, that the USSR held 3 million tons of grain in reserve as late as November 1932. But here Davies and Wheatcroft claim that the grain reserves were likely less than 2 million tons, that in the first half of 1932 and again in the first half of 1933 the Politburo had to allow untouchable grain stocks set aside at the beginning of each year to be used to meet food and fodder crises. That is, the Politburo did, in fact, release grain reserves to alleviate the famine. Davies and Wheatcroft continue. 2. We do not know the amount of grain which was held by grain-consuming organizations, notably the Red Army, but we suspect that these consumers' stocks would not change the picture substantially. 3. These findings do not, of course, free Stalin from responsibility for the famine. It is difficult, perhaps impossible, to assess the extent to which it would have been possible for Stalin to use part of the grain stocks available in spring 1933 to feed starving peasants. The state was a monopoly supplier of grain to urban areas, and the army, if the reserves of this monopoly supply system, which amounted to 4-6 weeks' supply, were to have been drained, mass starvation, epidemics and unrest in the towns could have resulted. Nevertheless, it seems certain that, if Stalin had risked lower levels of these reserves in spring and summer 1933, hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of lives could have been saved. In the slightly longer term, if he had been open about the famine, some international help would certainly have alleviated the disaster. And if he had been more far-sighted, the agricultural crisis of 1932 to 1933 could have been mitigated and perhaps even avoided altogether. But Stalin was not hoarding immense grain reserves in these years. On the contrary, he had failed to Chapter 3. Snyder, Chapter 1 Appendix reached the levels which he had been imperatively demanding since 1929. Snyder claimed that Stalin could have kept the death toll to the hundreds of thousands rather than the millions. Davies, Togger, and Wheatcroft surmised that hundreds of thousands, perhaps of lives, could have been saved, but only by risking millions mass starvation, epidemics, and unrest in the towns. Mark Togger, as we have seen, goes further. The severity and geographical extent of the famine, the sharp decline in exports in 1932 to 1933, seed requirements, and the chaos in the Soviet Union in these years, all lead to the conclusion that even a complete cessation of exports would not have been enough to prevent famine. However, both Snyder and Davies et al. Tacitly assume that they could have known in advance that Soviet leadership Stalin the famine would end in 1933 with a good harvest. Of course, neither the Soviet leadership nor anyone could possibly know this. For all they or anyone knew, the famine would continue unabated during 1933. Since they could not know when the famine would end, the Soviet state retained grain stocks. Moreover, no government in the world would have deprived its army of foodstuffs. That was especially the case with the USSR, which was surrounded by hostile states. Nor would any government have deprived the cities of food reserves and risked mass starvation, epidemics, and unrest. A central aspect of the plan to end the cycle of starvation, collectivization, depended upon production of labor-saving farm machinery such as tractors and harvesters. These were produced in the cities. The USSR had received large-scale international aid during the Volga famine of 1921-22 that followed the incredible destructiveness of the First World War and Civil War, the typhus epidemic, and very poor weather conditions. But there is no reason to think that significant international aid would have been forthcoming in blood lies the same way in 1933, the depths of the Great Depression. Davies, Togger, and Wheatcroft do not give any evidence for this assertion. Kulsicki, Holodomor, 237. W 1932 Roku na rynki zagraniczne 107,9 million opudał W bilancji zyrna społecznego I pazogo, sporzadzone przez ukurczerna centr, naye jednaj osoby na ozipierzuajano 16 pudał rozni. Oznaza 2, i.e. Jiki Zboy YVZ Animu W 1932 Roku Mazna Bilo Uratau Eod Emir Co Zeistkik Z Marlich Z Gloda W Zwiazkarad Zekim W 1933 Roku. Translated. In 1932 there were sent to foreign markets 107.9 million poods of grain. According to the balance of food and feed grains, prepared by Yugurtser Centra sources. Asterisk for the recollections of the activist, Conquest, Harvest, 233. Asterisk for quotation and details on the importance of purges, Sapoval, Lujen, 133. Asterisk on purges of the heights, Davies, Years, 138. Snyder cites no evidence at all that this final collection was murder. Rather, this is yet another example of begging the question he is supposed to prove murder, not merely assert it. The activist quoted by Conquest is Levko Pelev, from his memoir published in 1980. The quotation only documents that people starved, a fact that no one denies. Snyder quotes this passage later in the book as well. In his old age Kopelev came to believe that the famine was man-made, but he had no such doubts at the time. Blood Lies. In Chapter 1 of the present book we have quoted Robert Conquest's repudiation of his former position, expressed in his book The Harvest of Sorrow, that the famine was man-made. Snyder is aware of this too because he cites, and therefore has read, Davies and Wheatcroft, where Conquest's repudiation is published. Therefore, Snyder is simply concealing this information from his readers. Shapoval, Lujen, has no such quotation on p. 133. He does mention arrests of heads of kolkhozes for sabotaging grain collections, but only up to January 1, 1932, well before the famine. He states that 80% of Rayan secretaries were removed in the first half of 1932, but says nothing about any relation to the famine. But even these statements do not refer to any primary source evidence. Instead, Shapoval refers us to a book of his own that is hard to find in the U.S. Shapoval refers to page 160 of this book. This is a page of an article of his own, Shapoval's, in Ukrainian. The very same text, the entire article, is also published in Russian, immediately following the Ukrainian text. Ukrainian p. 160 corresponds to Russian pages 173 to 174. And this page does contain interesting information. For instance, it reveals that the 1932 plan for grain collection from the Ukraine was officially reduced 3 times. Even then it had been less than half fulfilled by November 1, 1932. NRTB 1KO hypophihihhhnphhhjihp gomuhk. KOTOP 1-09 1932 ROAAYTBEPAHN North Northeast HYM like. HKO Ropoy K6E3 EK J10 BH0 MI. McNanhy HH10 NPHHH MA, 1 CHWIR. YKPAHHB111J1 AZA 603 AR0 Tobak 356 Ma.Nia 0 B no Kapek Perkami CEKT0 Pi. 3.11 1 Obnokni Act Biden TPHK of 1 Koke Poxin H, AK1HOH6PH 1932 Rona 0 TK Pekrbkr CEK Topa YKPAHHB1 NOC 10 HJ10 136 M1 H.NAO BXJ1 E6A.22 ZZ Uri I Shapoval, Pavelitelnaya Neakadimost, 1932 Y November 23, 2002, at http://wdik, dnya/povlitelnaya 1932 Why this is a Ukrainian newspaper of nationalist tendency. Chapter 3. Snyder, Chapter I, Appendix. Translated. Delegates to the conference passed a resolution which was confirmed by the plenum of the CC of the CPU on July 9, 1932, and by which for unconditional fulfillment the established grain collection plan for the Ukraine was accepted 356 million poods from the peasant sector. This plan was thereafter reduced in size 3 times, and by November 1, 1932 only 136 million poods of grain had been obtained from the peasant sector of the Ukraine. Shapoval's source for this statement is a 48-page pamphlet published in 1989 by Col Chytskyyy.23, but it isn't likely that Shapoval invented it, since it does not tend to support his anti-communist and Holodomor bias. Why would Stalin et.al. reduce the plan for grain collection from the Ukraine if their aim was to starve Ukrainians? In a later work, Col Chytskyyy explains that in 1989 he did not understand that the famine was in 1990. The fabrication myth of the Holodomor had not yet become obligatory, the Ukrainian Nationalist Party line. To be purged death? Shapoval has nothing about the purged, i.e. demoted officials sharing the fate of those whose deaths they were now bringing about, i.e. suffering execution. Snyder apparently invented this, as he invented the 5 million murdered. Even Shapoval does not claim that these sources have any bearing at all on Snyder's point, the question of whether the famine was deliberate. Col Chytskyyv 1933. Tragedia Holodomor. Kiev, URSR, 1989. CB 1933, EO.Noti, KYPCP. 1989, cited at http://www.v.history.org/UAI. IITERA and ID 21023. I did not yet understand the special nature of the Ukrainian famine. Asterisk on the 15,000 people deported, Davies, years, 210. On the 60,000 people deported from Kuban, Martin, ethnic cleansing, 846. Snyder's claim that collective farming did not work is ideologically motivated nonsense. There had been famines for 1,000 years in Russia and in the Ukraine, long before collective farming. Collective farm, and Snyder obviously doesn't like it or not, put an end to the age-old cycle of famines. The collective farms worked until the end of the USSR, when they were forcibly dissolved. Evidently Snyder is trying to please today's Ukrainian nationalists, who favor the kulaks and despise the poor peasants, many of Chapter 3. Snyder, Chapter 1, Appendix, whom helped the collectivization movement. For a great many poor peasants did help collectivization and also helped grain procurement. The late Lames E. Mace, a hero to Ukrainian nationalists and a staunch anti-communist, reluctantly acknowledged the important role of the committees of poor peasants, or Komitety Nezamizniksilian, in the collectivization movement in the Ukraine. 2 Davies, years, 211, relates that 15,000 households, not peasants, were exiled for refusing to collect in the seed, and to sow, and for much vaguer reasons. Davies refers briefly to archival materials. These persons were clearly not starving, since they had grain, including seed grain. Deportations and Martin's error. Martin, ethnic cleansing, 846 states. Ultimately, a total of approximately 60,000 Kuban Cossacks were deported for failing to meet their grain requisitions. 199. The 2005 volume Stalinskye Deportatsii gives the number as 45,000. However, Martin's whole article is of questionable reliability, since it contains at least one serious error. On this same page 846, Martin states, the December 14 Politburo decree ordered the deportation of the entire Kuban Cossack town of Poltava for the sabotage of grain delivery. Martin is in error. Poltava is a city in the Ukraine. Its inhabitants were not deported. Martin has confused this town with Stanitsa Poltavskaya, or just plain Poltavskaya, a Kuban Cossack village in the Krasnodar region of Russia. All of its 9,000 inhabitants were deported in December 1932 for sabotage of grain collection, and the town was resettled by demobilized Red Army men and renamed Krasnoarmyskaya. Lames E. Mace. The Komitety Nezamizniksilian of Soviet rule in the Ukrainian countryside, 1920-1933. Soviet Studies 35 October 19 G 3.487-503. Blood Lies. The Bolsheviks published a booklet explaining why its inhabitants had been deported. 26. This pamphlet is cited in ROI Medvedev's book Let History Judge. Today the whole text of that pamphlet is available to anyone on the internet. Point 27 There's no excuse for this elementary error by Martin. The deportations in question were from the Kuban. Moreover, Martin explicitly states these were Kuban Cossacks, not Ukrainians. Cossacks do not consider themselves either Ukrainians or Russians, though Kuban Cossacks usually speak Ukrainian. Snyder evidently wants us to believe that this was somehow an anti-Ukrainian action, and so does not say the Kuban, but instead uses the clumsy circumlocution parts of the Russian Republic of the Soviet Union inhabited by Ukrainians. This is another passage suggesting that Snyder is trying to conform to the historical falsehoods of Ukrainian nationalists. According to the authoritative book Stalinskie Deportatsii 192b 1953 published by the strongly anti-communist and anti-Stalin Memorial Society, during 1932 313,000 kulaks and others were deported from various areas to western Siberia, Kazakhstan, the Urals, and elsewhere. Snyder gives no evidence for the following statement. In 1933 some 142,000 more Soviet citizens were sent to the Gulag, most of them either hungry or sick with typhus, many of them from Soviet Ukraine. Neither Davies nor Martin say anything about any 1933 sending of Soviet citizens to the Gulag, as Snyder claims in the passage under discussion, much less that they were hungry, or sick with typhus or that many were from Soviet Ukraine. Snyder. Radin. To Stanitsi Poltavskoy Vysy/Iiotsia Skubani v Severny 1932, in the 1970s I requested this book from the Lenin Library in Moscow through the Interlibrary office at my. The Lenin Librov refused my request though I was able to obtain other from Soviet libraries. Chapter 3. Snyder, Chapter I, Appendix. In the camps they tried to find enough to eat since the Gulag had a policy of feeding the strong and depriving the weak, and these deportees were already weak from hunger. This was desperately difficult. When hungry prisoners poisoned themselves by eating wild plants and garbage, camp officials punished them for shirking. At least 67.297 people died of hunger and related illnesses in the camps and 241,355 perished in the special settlements in 1933, many of them natives of Soviet Ukraine. Untold thousands more died on the long journey from Ukraine to Kazakhstan or the far north. Their corpses were removed from the trains and buried on the spot, their names and their numbers unrecorded. 73 sources. Asterisk on the 67,297 people who died in the camps, Klubniuk, Gulag, 62, 77. On the 241,355 people who died in the special settlements, Viola, unknown Gulag, 241. Oleg V. Klubniuk, The History of the Gulag from Collectivization to the Great Terror, 77. Does indeed cite this figure. Klubniuk usefully gives the death rate for 1932 and for 1933. Assuming the difference is due to the famine, if 4.8% of the 440,008 prisoners in 1933 had died, that would be 21,121 people instead of 67,297, meaning that about 46,176 deaths in 1933 were above the rate of 1932 and thus largely or wholly attributable to the famine. But this doesn't really tell us anything. Nobody denies that there was a terrible famine in 1932-33. The question is, was the famine man-made by collectivization, and deliberate, in that Stalin took grain away from starving people for purposes of political punishment? These figures tell us nothing about this. Lynn Viola, The Unknown Jijiog. The Lost World of Stalin's Special Settlements cites the figure of 241,355 deaths on page 141, not page 241. Viola herself cites VN. Blood Lies. Zemskov, Spitspozelentsevy SSSR 1930-1960. Zemskov's figures are 89,754 deaths 1932 and 151,601 in 1933 for the total of 241,355. These figures tell us nothing about the famine. The special settlements, as their name implies, were villages, not prisons, and included families, old persons, parents, children. There is no indication how many of these people died above the number that would be expected to die in non-famine years. Conclusion: Snyder gives no evidence for the following statements. Asterisk that the Gulag had a policy of feeding the strong and depriving the weak. Asterisk that hungry prisoners were punished for shirking, for eating wild plants and garbage. Asterisk that untold thousands died on the journey, or that no records were kept of such deaths. Evidently he has invented these facts. Snyder relates more horror stories of starving people. Whether these specific stories are true or not is not important. Terrible things happen during famines, so these stories could be true, and, if they are not, others similar to them undoubtedly were. But they have nothing whatsoever to do with the issue of whether the famine was man-made, deliberate or not. They do not even help us understand whether the Soviet authorities should have handled it differently than they did. Snyder, 500,000 youngsters in watchtowers. In a broader sense, though, it was politics as well as starvation that destroyed families, turning a younger generation against an older. Members of the Young Communists served in the brigades that requisitioned food. Still, younger children, in the pioneers, were supposed to be the eyes and ears of the party inside the family. The healthier ones were assigned to watch over the fields to pre-chapter 3. Snyder, Chapter I, Appendix Vent Theft. 500,000 pre-adolescent and young teenage boys and girls stood in the watchtowers observing adults in Soviet Ukraine in summer 1933. All children were expected to report on their parents. Sources. Asterisk on the 500,000 boys and girls in the watchtowers, Maksyudov, Victory, 213. Asterisk quotation, Knyerts Ukraina, 119. Knyerts does have this quotation on page 119. Morozov. Maksyudov's falsification. Maksyudov, Victory, 213, states. Surveillance towers appeared across the countryside, mounted patrols hid in ambush, adults and even small children were employed to spy on their friends and relatives. Kozier estimated that 500,000 pioneers guarded the fields from their own parents during the summer of 1933.58. The law of August 7 that threatened execution or imprisonment for anyone caught stealing grain came to be called the Ears of Wheat Law. Maksyudov's note 58 says, Ivan Trifonov, Okerki Istorii Klasovoy Borby YBSSR, 1921-1937, 258. The actual title of this book is Okerki Istorii Klasovoy Borby BSSSR v Godi Nipa. 28. Here is what Trifonov actually wrote. JLYN 1TNHMHR 10M0T11HH KMH non H Torino B. HBJIHJIHCBK 0 MOJ1 Bab 1. Bobsexcon X03X. CEBEP Horo Kabi Kaga Oha C03 AAJIH0 TPH of 1 RK0 Ukabe NEPHH. OTPH of 16 RNBH 0 Oxpa HHJIH0611 Akr BH Ho Homi 1 Yuk TB0, 60 PONHCBC 110 TPABAMH, 3 AAEPKHBAJIH Bapab HPKTinu. Mojibku Ukmopu 50 PB6B1 ECCCP8H3A. M. Nonrik Konrupa RYPBL, 1960. Blood Lies. Ha YKPAHEB 1933 R. BC 60 PE Koeakab H Oxpahi Epoch Sak Elak TBO Bano 540 THC. AETE. B Kojix 03 Ax Pekni 6 Jipha 60 RAJIH 240 TBLC. KOMCOMO BH 160 YAPHB1 X Comcomage 1 BCKHX 6 PHRA no PEMOHTYTPAKTOPOB. Translated. The best assistants of the political departments were the Komsomol members. In all the collective farms of the North Caucasus the Komsomol established light cavalry squads. Detachments vigilantly guarded public property and struggled against damage by animals, detained thieves, and plunderers. In Ukraine in 1933 540,000 children took part in the collection of ears and crop protection. In the collective farms of the Republic worked 240,000 Komsomol members and 160 Komsomol shock brigades in repairing tractors. Maksyudov has seriously falsified this passage. Trifonov says nothing about surveillance towers, about any statement at all by Kozier, about pioneers guarding the fields from their own parents, or about children spying on their friends and relatives, or as Snyder adds about reporting on their parents. The 500,000 children Trifonov mentions were not standing in the watchtowers, as Snyder claims, but helping to glean the fields and protect the crops. The law of 3 years. This is in fact the sobriquet of this law punished theft of government property, including the property of collective farms and cooperatives. 29 Michael Ellman, a very anti-communist researcher, claims that 11,000 persons were executed under this law but gives no evidence whatsoever for this statement. The relevant document, available to the text of the law, Russian, is online at XO30_YKPen_06 Oct Chapter 3. Snyder, Chapter I, Appendix Ellman in 2007 but evidently not used by him, states that 2,052 persons had been sentenced to death under the law. A number of cases of very large-scale theft are noted in this report to Stalin of March 20, 1933. It does not note how many of these death sentences were commuted, though such commutations were generally frequent. This law was supported by many peasants, as Tauger argues. Without question, however, many other peasants had worked willingly during the whole period, earning many labor days and siding with the system. As an example of this, we can consider peasants' views of the notorious August 7, 1932 law on socialist property, which authorized arrests of people for thefts and imposed capital punishment in some cases, and under which more than 100,000 people were arrested. An OGPU study of peasant attitudes towards this law in Ivanovo Oblast found that most peasants supported it and even considered it overdue, because of numerous outrages and scandals involving theft that they had witnessed and could not prevent. Snyder cites a document in the multi-volume Tragedia Sovetskoy Derevny, edited by staunch opponents of collectivization but still a very useful collection of primary source materials. The document in question, a report on the reaction of peasants in a certain region to the August 7, 1932 law, contains a section on negative reactions but a longer one on positive reactions, with examples given. 30 On February 1, 1933 the Politburo decreed that the following persons should not be prosecuted under this law. J.I. Hu, BHHO-BHB1XB Men KHXNHHHQHB1X Sox 06 UXECTBA 0UC06 CTBHHOCTH, HJIHTPIR Loss, COBEP111 HB111 HXK POC H3 HYM 1, Danilov et al., eds. Tragedia Soutskoy Demi T. Rospin, 2001, 00K. No. 170, 479 to 481. Blood Lies. Hec 03 Harej 1 BHOCTHHIIPH HJIHHHHAPRHX. Translated, those guilty of individual acts of petty theft of public property, or workers who have committed theft because of need, or from lack of consciousness and in the presence of other mitigating circumstances. This was confirmed by an order of the Presidium of March 27, 1933. A joint instruction of the Central Committee and the Central Executive Committee, that is, the main bodies of the party and the government, of May 8, 1933 greatly restricted the punishments under this law. Several other decrees limited punishment under this law and released persons convicted under it. 31 In any case it is evident that the 500,000 pioneers and their parents were not starving. Snyder relates more horrifying stories, none of which have any bearing on the issue at hand, whether the starvation was deliberate. Why were those in charge of the 1937 census arrested? Snyder. The Soviet census of 1937 found 8 million fewer people than projected. Most of these were famine victims in Soviet Ukraine, Soviet Kazakhstan, and Soviet Russia, and the children that they did not then have. Stalin suppressed its findings and had the responsible demographers executed. In 1933, Soviet officials in private conversations most often provided the estimate of 5.5 million dead from hunger. This seems roughly correct, if perhaps somewhat low, for the Soviet Union in the early CHTTP Chapter 3. Snyder, Chapter 1 Appendix 1930s, including Soviet Ukraine, Soviet Kazakhstan, and Soviet Russia. 87 and 87, p. 467 on the Soviet census, see Schlegel, Terror. For discussion of 5.5 million as a typical estimate, see Dalrymple, Soviet Famine, 259. Karl Schlegel, Terror und Traum, Moskau 1937 isn't an easy book for most readers to find, so why pick it? Possibly because it is another work of the USSR, Land of Terror school, relentlessly anti-communist. It is devoid of any effort at historical objectivity, and is full of outright falsifications. Dalrymple's article is from the 1960s, merely an attempt to establish that there had indeed been a famine. Far more recent estimates have been made by recent scholarly studies. Mark Togger estimates roughly 5 million deaths as a result of the famine. But others estimate a much lower figure. The careful Ukrainian-Canadian scholar John Paul Himka writes, "These could not be specialists in demography, however, since all recent studies based on a careful analysis of census data come up with numbers in the range of 2.6 to 3.9 million. Jacques Vallon, Franz Messel, Sergei Adamets, and Serhiy Pirozhkov, a new estimate of Ukrainian population losses during the crises of the 1930s and 1940s, Population Studies 56, 3, 249-64, this study arrives at the figure of 2.6 million. 32 The 1937 census was not cancelled because the population count was too low, as hinted by Snyder and stated by Schlegel. It was declared defective and rescheduled for 1939, when the questions about nationality were simplified, the questions about literacy were changed, and the question about religious belief was omitted altogether, so respondents did not have to say whether they were religious or not. U encumbered MMY. The Ukrainian famine of 1932-33. Kritika 14 Spring 2013, p. 426 and note, blood lies. Several of those in charge of the census were indeed arrested, tried, and in at least one case, executed. But this had nothing to do with the census. Ivan Adamovich Krival, the main official in charge of the census, was named by one of the defendants in the March 1938 Moscow trial as a member of the right Trotskyite conspiracy against the Soviet government and party leadership. The census was cancelled in January 1937, but Krival was not even arrested until May. In fact, as early as January 11, 1937, Krival had been named as a clandestine Bukharinite from as far back as 1919 to 1921 and again in 1924 by Valentin Astrov, also a Bukharin supporter and member of his school. This is significant because Astrov lived until 1993, long enough to write that the NKVD had not mistreated him in any way and that his testimony to them against Bukharin and his supporters was truthful, not the result of any compulsion. 33 Lazar S. Brandgendler, another leading census official, was also arrested, tried, and convicted of involvement in a right Trotskyite conspiracy. He was not executed but sentenced to 10 years in a camp. Fortunately, there are a number of Russian studies of the Soviet census of 1937 where all these matters are explained. Snyder failed to consult any of them. Astunv, Kak Ito Proizashlo Literaturen / March 29, 1989, Astrov, Tribovali Pakania, Izvestia Ofitu Ueri 27, 1993, p. 3. Vladimir Brove and I have discussed Ostrov's confessions in detail in Verdict, CYE Ipter 1 of Pravosudie Mo briefly in Eng in L6 of Stalina, 13-63. Discuss it Remurder of Sergei Kirov pages 318-319. Chapter 4. Bloodlands Chapter 2. Snyder's claim of the Soviet CIS. Terror examined. In this chapter Snyder does not focus on any one central event. Instead, he touches on a number of different issues: collectivization, Hitler's coming to power, the Spanish Civil War, the Moscow trials and the so-called military purges, and the Azovshchina or Great Terror, which Snyder has already dealt with in Chapter 1, and to which he will return in Chapter 4. Every fact claim that has an anti-Soviet tendency is examined here, and all of the evidence that Snyder or his sources cite, is checked. Collectivization. His policy of collectivization had required the shooting of tens of thousands of citizens and the deportations of hundreds of thousands, and had brought millions more to the brink of death by starvation, as Jones would see and report. Snyder states that collectivization was accompanied by tens of thousands of executions. The two most crucial years for collectivization were 1930 and 1931. In 1930 there were 20,201 executions for all crimes, and 9,876 executions in 1931, for a total of 30,077. Executions in the adjacent non-collectivization years were much lower, 1,383 for the year 1929, 3,912 in 1932, 2,154 in 1933.10. Oleg Mozakin is the expert on this question. His book, Na Represii, contains serious sprints, numbers are put in the wrong columns. Mozakin's web pages give the corrected figures which reported here. For 1931, chtwziohine.ru/article/a41.html, for 1932, Blood Lies. It is logical to assume that these most of the additional executions above the level of the preceding year and following year would have been related to collectivization. These would have been due to the struggle against organized armed groups rebelling against collectivization, and against other kinds of sabotage of the collectivization movement. This would make the approximate number of executions due to collectivization around 20,000 to 25,000. Snyder is correct in this instance. It was inevitable that kulaks, rich peasants who lived by exploiting the labor of others, and other rural opponents of Soviet power would oppose collectivization, often violently. Tauger has shown that collectivization was also supported by many peasants, and by poor and landless peasants above all. Indeed, this has been admitted even by such staunch anti-communists and opponents of collectivization as James Mace. Documents from former Soviet archives do indeed confirm hundreds of thousands of deportations of peasants who resisted collectivization, as Snyder states. But Snyder's main fact claims here are false. Collectivization did not cause the famine. Snyder has no evidence that it did and, in fact, does not even bother to try to prove it, but simply asserts it. We have discussed this question thoroughly in connection with our analysis of Chapter 1 of Bloodlands. The famine was a secular event caused by poor weather conditions. There had been famines every 2 to 3 years in Russian history for at least a millennium. Snyder is also prevaricating when he tries to associate Jones' genuine account of the famine itself with his, Snyder's, falsehood that the famine had been caused by collectivization. Jones could not have seen the cause of the famine that he witnessed because causes cannot be seen. Jones witnessed famine conditions. But Snyder says Jones saw and reported that collectivization had brought millions to the brink of death by starvation. This is false. Nor did Stalin order the shooting of hundreds of thousands more Soviet citizens later in the 1930s. No one has ever found such an order, so Snyder has not seen it either. Therefore, SNY Chapter 4. Snyder's claim of Soviets class terror examinder's claim is deliberately false. We will discuss this in our analysis of Chapter 3. Did Soviet cruelty lead to support for Nazism? Snyder states, for some of the Germans and other Europeans who favored Hitler and his enterprise, the cruelty of Soviet policy seemed to be an argument for National Socialism. Snyder's claim that some choose Nazism because it was less cruel than communism is bizarre. As though even Nazism supporters thought it was not cruel. Some kind of humanitarian alternative to communism, perhaps. But collectivization was certainly cruel to kulaks, as the revolution of 1917 had been cruel to capitalists and as capitalism had been cruel to working people the world over, for centuries. Many capitalists supported Nazism because it seemed to be the best bulwark against communism, which threatened to dispossess them of their wealth. As we have shown, not to have collectivized would have been the cruel policy with respect to the vast majority of the Soviet population, whether peasants or workers. Collectivization stopped the centuries-old cycle of famines in Russia which mainly killed the poorest. Did communist hostility to Social Democrats facilitate Hitler's rise to power? Communists were to maintain their ideological purity, and avoid alliances with Social Democrats. Only communists had a legitimate role to play in human progress, and others who claimed to speak for the oppressed were frauds and social fascists. They were to be grouped together with every party to their right, including the Nazis. In Germany, communists were to regard the Social Democrats, not the Nazis, as the main enemy. In the second half of 1932 and the first months of 1933, during the long moment of Stalin's provocabludization of catastrophe, it would have been difficult for him to abandon the international line of class against class. The class struggle against the kulak, after all, was the official explanation of the horrible suffering and mass death within the Soviet Union. Snyder cites no evidence at all for his contention that communists' suspicion of, and failure to work with, the Social Democrats helped the rise of Nazism. We cannot go deeply into this historical question here. But it is important to note that the Social Democrats were intensely hostile to communism as well. Each party saw the other as its main rival for the allegiance of the German working class. The well-known book by noted Indian-born communist R. Paul Maducht, Fascism and Social Revolution sets forth the Comintern's view of the social democratic parties at this time and details their numerous betrayals both of the communists and of their own working classes. Point 2. Once again Snyder tries to sneak in his unproven, and unprovable, assertion that it was collectivization that caused the famine. The horrible suffering and mass death was caused by the famine, not by the struggle against the kulak, which was part of the struggle to collectivize agriculture. Nor did Stalin provoke catastrophe. The truth is quite the opposite. Collectivization ended the cycle of famines and enabled rapid industrialization, without which the USSR would certainly have been defeated by Hitler's armies. True catastrophe. Was collectivization like Hitler's anti-Jewish scapegoating? In this respect Hitler's policies resembled Stalin's. The Soviet leader presented the disarray in the Soviet countryside, and then dekulakization, as the result of an authentic class war. The political conclusion was the same in Berlin and Moscow. The state it is now at http://www.plp.org/b-5ks/PDF Chapter 4. Snyder's claim of the Soviets' class terror examined would have to step in to make sure that the necessary redistribution was relatively peaceful. Snyder's main goal in Bloodlands is to argue that the USSR was similar to Nazi Germany, Stalin similar to Hitler. Here Snyder tries to smuggle past his readers the suggestion that collectivization was somehow similar to Nazi racism against Jews. But Snyder cannot find any real similarities. Therefore, he claims that collectivization was somehow spontaneous, with the state just stepping in. It a statement made in flagrant. This is more than simply false disregard of the facts. There is no evidence to support it. In essence, Snyder is arguing that socializing private property is somehow similar to violently dispossessing German Jews while strengthening the position of large-scale industrialists, and private business generally. This absurdity is a good example of the lengths to which Snyder will go in order to force some comparison between the USSR and Nazi Germany. Nazi Germany was a form of capitalism. Collectivization was its polar opposite. Snyder is wrong as well when he states as fact, with no evidence i.e. the USSR had policies of shooting, deal that Stalinportation, or starvation, as we showed in our discussion of Chapter 1 of Bloodlands. Soviet policy was to collectivize agriculture. Collectivization was the only policy that could end the constant cycle of killer famines and allow the USSR to industrialize. No other policy that would accomplish either of these goals, much less both of them, has ever been dreamed up by anyone else, including anti-communist researchers. Executions were for rebellions against the government or serious violations of laws controlling the food supply. Deportations were for less violent opposition to collectivization. They were not policies. Had the USSR and Germany planned to dismantle Poland since 1922? Snyder writes. Blood lies. Since 1922, the two states this is false. The 1922 Rapallo Treaty between Weimar Germany and Soviet Russia did not concern the remaking of Eastern Europe and had nothing to do with Poland at all. Moreover, if the understanding was tacit, how does Snyder know about it? He cites no evidence of any such tacit understanding because there is none. In reality, the opposite is true. In 1939 the USSR tried many times to get Poland to sign a mutual defense treaty aimed at Germany. In a later chapter we show that the Polish government wanted no treaties at all with the USSR even if it meant facing Hitler's Wehrmacht alone. Snyder fails to examine the legitimacy of Poland's claim to Western Ukraine and Western Belorussia. Both lie east of the Curzon Line in an area in which Poles were a distinct minority of the population. Regardless of the ethnicity or the desires of the population, Pilsudski and other Polish nationalists wanted these lands because they had been within the boundaries of the Polish-Lithuanian state of 1772. This state occupied almost all of western Ukraine, all of Belorussia, much of Latvia and Lithuania, and had a large part of the Black Sea coast. Polish imperialist ambitions aimed to re-establish a Greater Poland along these lines. Therefore, when Poland lost western Ukraine and western Belorussia in September 1939, it lost nothing that it had any right to possess in the first place. Even today's Polish state, both capitalist and highly nationalistic, no longer claims western Ukraine and western Belorussia. See the map at http:/commons.wikipedia.org/wiki/file polis yv lerhuanian_commonwealth ln 1764.png Chapter 4. Snyder's claim of the Soviets *class Tarot examined the Azovshchina. Aside from the famine of 1932-33, the Azovshchina or Bad Time of Azov, called by anti-communists the Great Terror, is the only source for mass murder that Snyder can find to blame Stalin for. A campaign of mass murder did indeed take place during the period July or August 1937 through September 1938. Anti-communist historians sometimes claim that these mass murders took place because Stalin either ordered them. Snyder simply states this as a fact or at least authorized them. During the period off Popular Front, from June 1934 through August 1939, about 750,000 Soviet citizens would be shot to death by order of Stalin. This is false. There is no evidence of any such order of Stalin, so of course Snyder has never seen any and gives no reference to one. The reader of Bloodlands is left to assume that Snyder has such evidence when Snyder knows he does not. Snyder is deliberately misleading his readers. On the contrary, it is clear now that Stalin and the Politburo did not know that Azov was engaging in these massive executions of innocent people. We discuss this important matter in much more detail in Chapter 6 of the present book. The Spanish Civil War. The Spanish Civil War of 1936 to 1939 was a very important event, the only war on the European continent and a prequel to World War I. 6 months after the end of the Spanish Civil War, Hitler invaded Poland. Hitler and Mussolini sent thousands of troops, tanks, and aircraft to attack the bourgeois Spanish Republic. Without them, the fascist army, led by General Francisco Franco, could not have won. In a brief paragraph, Snyder claims that Soviet NKVD men were sent to Spain to shoot Trotskyists for treason. But none of the works in Snyder's footnote to this passage demonstrate that. The reason is that, aside from the case of Andres Nin which we discuss. 184. Blood Lies Chapter 4. Snydero's claim of the Soviets' class terror * examined Chale Trotskyist party, but it was friendly to Trotsky and unfriendly to the USSR. The head of POUM, Andres Nin, had been one of Trotsky's leading aides. The Soviets knew that Trotsky and some of his supporters Karl Radek and Yuri Pyatakov at least had publicly denounced each other in the harshest terms as a cover for their continued secret collaboration. It was logical to assume that as, in fact, he may well have done. Nin had done likewise strongly supported the armed revolt against the Republican government, which benefited only Franco and his Axis allies. Meanwhile the high-ranking Soviet commanders executed on June 12, 1937 in the Tkhachevskaya confessed at trial that they had been in collaboration with both Nazi Germany and Trotsky. One of them stated that Trotsky had given him the honor of opening the Leningrad front to the rebels in the event of a successful revolt against the Soviet leadership. Nin and the POUM leadership were arrested a few days later, on June 16, 1937, by Orlov, head of the Soviet NKVD in Spain. He was not tortured but refused to confess and was murdered a few days later. 7 Snyder claims the Soviets made no progress towards socialism. Snyder makes the bizarre claim that Soviet progress towards socialism was largely a matter of propaganda. The Soviet Union built an industrial, socialist society during the decade of the 1930s. A great many visitors to the USSR reported on the phenomenal changes that had taken place in Soviet society since the late 1920s. Any number of scholars have remarked upon the same thing. G. Snyder gives no evidence at all to support this statement. Details about Nin's activities, arrest, murder are in Preston. Holocaust 402, 411-412. Trial of the Tkhachevskaya affair * is reported and a key document. V.D. Grover Fun, Marshall S. Buddy Neo and the Tuk examined in Vladimir Bobro and Hashevsky trial. Impressions of an 2012, Moscow, Algorithm, pages 174-230, a good discussion by a noted economic historian Robert C. Allen, From Farm to Factory. A reinterpretation of the Soviet Industrial Princeton University Press, 2003, it has a good bibliography too. Below, there is no firm evidence that even a single Trotskyist was shot in Spain by the Soviet NKVD. Snyder is correct when he states that the Communists presented as fascist based Trotskyists. More accurately, Trotskyism. On the evidence we now have, it appears to be true that some Trotskyists were involved in sabotaging the Spanish Republic. We simply have far too much primary source evidence directly about this, including from Nazi sources, for all of it to be fabrication. 5 In addition, Karl Radek testified at the January 1937 Moscow trial that Trotskyists were active in Spain and appealed to them to stop. A few pages later Snyder briefly picks up the Spanish Civil War again. Orwell watched as the Communists provoked clashes in Barcelona in May 1937, and then as the Spanish government, beholden to Moscow, banned the Trotskyist party. This is false. The Barcelona May Days revolt was precipitated by an anarchist seizure of the Barcelona telephone station, which the Republican government of Barcelona took back. The phrase beholden to Moscow is likewise false. Neither the government of Largo Caballero nor that of his successor Juan Negrin were under communist control. Both Caballero and Negrin were suspicious of the communists. The Partido Obrero de Unificación Marxista or POUM had participated in the Barcelona revolt. The Soviets had evidence then, and we have evidence today, that both Franco's and German agents were involved in the revolts. It was logical to think that the Poljame leaders were conspiring with them. POUM was not an OFFI. Trotsky activists Mark Rain, Kurt and Erwin Paul Prestm, the foremost historian of this, believes they were abducted and killed either by Soviet agents * or by the Grup de Informació, secret intelligence unit for the Catalonian government. It is logical to think though Prevem Preston, Paul Preston, the SPON-W1 Holocaust, Inquisition and extermination in 20th century Spain, 407, 418 to 419. Grover Furr, Anti-Trotskyism. And the Barcelona May days of 1937, in Blood Lies. Nor does he define what he means by progress towards socialism. By social democratic definitions of socialism, wide-ranging social welfare benefits for all workers in an industrialized or industrializing society, the Soviet Union had indeed achieved socialism by the mid-1930s. No foreign subversion? Snyder makes the following claim. The explanation of famine and misery at home depended upon the idea of foreign subversion. Snyder then claims that this idea was essentially without merit, that there was in fact no foreign subversion. Snyder does not deign to cite any evidence for either of these claims. No wonder that Snyder does not try to prove that there was no foreign subversion, for Snyder himself documents considerable Polish espionage in his book Sketches from a Secret War. 9 There is a great deal of evidence of espionage by other countries too, especially Germany and Japan. If Snyder believes it to be false or fabricated, he should say so and state the reason for his suspicions. We examine this issue in more detail later in the present book. Did Stalin have no political opposition? Snyder claims. By 1937 Stalin faced no meaningful political opposition within the Soviet Communist Party, but this only seemed to convince him that his enemies had learned political invisibility. Just as he had during the height of the famine, he argued again that year that the most dangerous enemies of the state appeared to be harmless and loyal. Timothy Snyder. Sketches from a War, a Polish artist's mission to liberate Soviet Ukraine. Yale University Press, 2005. The subject of this BM5K, Henryk Greater in Volhynia, but was a staunch. We will return to this in a future chapter. Chapter 4. Snyder's claim of Soviets class terror. Examined today, there are available to researchers a great many primary documents giving evidence of multiple conspiracies against the Soviet government that involved high-ranking party members along with many others. Some of these conspiracies resulted in the various trials of 1934 to 1938, plus the military conspiracy, SOWS conspiracy, and much else. This includes important evidence from outside the USSR, from sources that could not possibly have fabricated it. Much of this evidence is from 1937, the year Snyder names here. We have discussed some of this in a recent book. Since there is so much documentary evidence of these conspiracies, it is incumbent on Snyder to give heavy political opposition since that these documents have been forged, faked, or in some way are not what they appear to be. He does not do this because he cannot. No one has ever proven these documents fakes. Moreover, there are far too many of them, from too many different sources, for them to all have been forged or falsified. The murder of Sergei Kirov. Did Stalin have no evidence for his theory? Since 2000 a great deal of scholarly attention has been devoted to investigating the assassination of Leningrad Party First Secretary Sergei M. Kirov in the party headquarters in the Smolny Institute in Leningrad on December 1, 1934. 4 major studies, one of them by the present writer, have been devoted to it. Snyder writes, Stalin's interpretation of the Leningrad murder was a direct challenge to the Soviet state police. His was not a theory that the NKVD was inclined to accept, not least because there was no evidence. Snyder does not know what he is talking about. Stalin had no interpretation. He instructed the NKVD to seek for the assassins among Zinovievites in Leningrad only after evidence of the assassins, Leonid Nikolov's, ties to these underground Zinovievites had been uncovered during the course of the investigation, both in Blood Lies Nikolov's own notebooks and from the assassin's own statements to the investigators. A very large body of evidence in the Kirov murder case has now been available to researchers. Much of it has been public for over a decade. All of it supports the official position of the Soviet prosecution at the time that Kirov was murdered by a conspiracy of underground Zinovievites, that Zinoviev and Kamenev were in overall charge of the murder, and that Trotsky and his followers were at least aware of it. Few of Snyder's readers will know this. The present writer's book on the Kirov murder has now been published in both English and Russian editions. The evidence now available not only from former Soviet archives but from non-Soviet sources clearly proves that the conspiracies that constituted the main accusations against the defendants at the Kirov murder trial of December 1934, the first, second, and third Moscow show trials of August 1936, January 1937, and March 1938, and the military or Tykhaevskaya Fair trial of June 1937, really did exist. La Snyder on the Moscow trials. According to Snyder, beginning in August 1936, Yezhov charged Stalin's former political opponents with fantastic offenses in public show trials. Snyder is bluffing again. He uses the word fantastic in an attempt to confuse his readers, and so permit him to avoid the normal scholarly obligation to study the evidence that exists. In reality, there is a great deal of evidence that the charges against the defendants in the August 1936 Moscow trial and the other two in January 1937 and March 1938 were true. Like other anti-communist writers, Snyder prefers to pretend that it does not exist. Perhaps he is deliberately concealing it, perhaps he is unaware of Zero Grkwer Furr RRHE murder Q/Sergei Kim, Histme. Sawarship and the Anti-Stalin Paradigm. Keter NG, 011, Erythros Press and Media LLC, 2013. For evidence from beyond USSR C17. F. Air. Ubist vo Kirova. None is Sledovanie. W. Ruslaya Peruma. 2013. Chapter 4. Snyder's claim of the Soviets' class terror * examined and therefore incompetent to write about this subject. Again, few of his readers will know about it. There was nothing fantastic in the charges brought in the Moscow trials. Leon Trotsky declared some of them to be fantastic, but Trotsky was secretly in league with at least some of the defendants, as we have known for more than 30 years now thanks to Trotsky's own admissions preserved in the Trotsky archives in Harvard and the Hoover Institution. Words like fantastic say nothing about the matter at hand in this case, the charges against the Moscow trial defendants. The charges were fantastic means, in fact, consider the charges to be fantastic, just as the statement pistachio ice cream is delicious simply means think that pistachio ice cream is delicious. In each case the statement tells us about the person who makes the statement. It says nothing about the reality. Snyder claims that these old Bolsheviks had been intimidated and beaten, and were doing little more than uttering lines from a script. But once again, intentionally or not, Snyder is deceiving to his readers. He cannot possibly have any evidence that the defendants were beaten since there never has been any. In 2003, Stephen F. Cohen, the world's greatest authority of Bukharin, wrote that Bukharin was definitely not tortured. Nor has there ever been any evidence that any of the other defendants were tortured. Likewise, there has never been any evidence of any script. Once again, Snyder's falsehood is also a bluff. Perhaps many of Snyder's readers will think, a full professor of history like Snyder must have evidence that the defendants had been intimidated and beaten and so gave false testimony. But neither Snyder nor anybody else has any such evidence. On the contrary, we have a lot of evidence that the defendants in the Moscow trials testified as they wanted to. That does not mean that they always told the truth, but that if and when they lied, they did so because they chose to lie to the prosecution. Snyder writes. The party newspaper, Pravda, made the connection clear in a headline of August 22, 1936, Trotsky blood lies Zinoviev Kamina Gestapo. Could the three Bolsheviks in question, men who had built the Soviet Union, truly be paid agents of capitalist powers? Were these three communists of Jewish origin likely agents of the secret state police of Nazi Germany? They were not, but the charge was taken seriously, even outside the Soviet Union. This is a falsehood, specifically, a straw man. None of the testimony in the August 1936 Moscow trial portrays Zinoviev and Kamina as either paid agents of capitalist powers or agents of the secret state police of Nazi Germany, as Snyder alleged. Any reading of the trial transcript, which is widely available on the internet, will show this. The testimony at the August 1936 Moscow trial simply confirms that Zinoviev and Kamina and their followers were in touch with Trotskyists, who were also in touch with Trotsky, and that some of the Trotskyists had conspired with agents of the German secret police. It is a shibboleth of respectability, de rigueur in certain corners of anti-communist scholarship, to assert that the Moscow trials were all faked. But there is no evidence at all that they were, and much evidence that corroborates the confessions of the most important defendants. It is striking that Snyder seems to believe that he can tell whether the charges against and confessions of the defendants in the August 1936 Moscow trial were true or not simply by ratiocination. This is the fallacy of disbelief, a version of the logical fallacy of begging the question, L cannot believe it, therefore it is not true. It is a statement about the speaker, not a statement about the matter at hand, as competent historians are aware. Snyder falsely claims that he sources *Worth, Terror, 282. See also Kuromaya, Stalin, 121. Chapter 4. Snyder's claim of the Soviets' class terror examined this is a false statement. Here follows an examination of these sources. Worth, Terror, 282, this reference contains no evidence to support Snyder's statement. Worth merely refers to a conference presentation by Oleg Khlevniuk, claiming that Khlevniuk has shown that the defeats of the Spanish Republic were caused by their inability to uproot spies from their midst. These conference papers have proven impossible to obtain. At any rate, Snyder never read this essay, or he would have referred directly to it. Therefore, Snyder does not know what Khlevniuk actually said, only what Worth claims he said. Kuromaya, Stalin, 121, quotes from essays published by Khlevniuk in 1995 and 1998. It is likely that Khlevniuk said the same thing here as in the unpublished essay cited by Worth. Here is the relevant quotation from Kuromaya. As Oleg Khlevniuk has convincingly shown, the Spanish Civil War demonstrated to him that the situation in Spain itself, the acute contradictions between the different political forces, including those between the Communists and Trotsky's adherents, provided Stalin with the best possible confirmation of the need for a policy of repression as a means of strengthening the USSR's capacity for defense. The part in quotation marks above is evidently from Khlevniuk, however. Even Kuromaya gives no evidence to support this statement of Khlevniuk's. Kuromaya continues. As Soviet military dispatches from Spain in 1936 and 1937 made clear, the war was characterized by anarchy, partisan and subversive and divisionist claims that from the disorder within the Spanish Republic Stalin drew the conclusion that subversion was rife and a quiet rear was essential. Claims that Stalin, none of Snyder's sources or anybody else believed the Spanish Republic should find and kill enough spies and traitors. Evidently Snyder has invented this. The Tkhachevsky affair. Snyder. 8 high commanders of the armed forces were show-tried that same month. About half of the generals of the Red Army would be executed in the months to come. Chapter 4. Snyder's claim of the Soviets' class terror examined this is an unusually incompetent falsehood even for Snyder. The definition of show trial in the Oxford English Dictionary conforms to common usage: a highly publicized, public trial. But the trial of the 8 Tkhachevsky affair defendants on June 11, 1937, was top secret. Although the transcript exists, no one, even anti-communist Russian scholars trusted by the Russian government, has been allowed to see it since Col. Victor Alksnis in 1991. After reading the transcript, Alksnis, who until that time thought the generals had been framed, changed his mind and concluded that they were guilty. This information has been available since 2001 when Alksnis revealed these facts in an interview in Russia. He has recently repeated this in print. 11. In addition, Marshal Semyon Budyannyi's letter to Marshal Voroshilov, and NKVD General Genrikh Lyashkov's statements to his Japanese handlers, leave no room for doubt that Tkhachevsky and the military leaders convicted with him, plus many others, were guilty. Either Snyder does not know about all this evidence or he has withheld this information from his readers. Snyder's fundamental source: a Hitler supporter. Snyder's footnote to the statement about the military purges reads as follows. N37 on the Red Army Generals, see Weeks-Orkowicz, Irakuk, 296. This is a fundamental work on the military purges. The book by Powell Weeks-Orkowicz that Snyder recommends here. Irakuk.4 Mirsi, it is not only not a fundamental work, it is worthless. Weeks-Orkowicz's book reflects Alksness's of February is at for Alksness earlier CHTEPBB0CCCP//3119%. Number 3, also 8M. HE//06 Oker in 2009 31 OKT. /NION 5/4577 Blood Lies Pre-1991 Scholarship Essentially, Khrushchev and Gorbachev Era Falsehoods. It does not use any of the large quantity of evidence that has been published since the end of the USSR in 1991, especially during the past decade. It is never cited by any of the highly anti-communist Russian scholars who write on the Tukhachevsky affair. 12 This is another of the many references that suggest that Snyder does not study Russian language materials and is not familiar with the scholarship, yet insists on writing about Soviet history. But Snyder is concealing from his readers something that is widely known in Poland. The late Powell Weeks-Orkowicz was a far right-wing crackpot whose views were extreme even among far-right Polish nationalists. Weeks-Orkowicz's admiration for Hitler's Germany led him to wish that Poland had united with Hitler to invade the USSR. He had great trust in Hitler and wished Polish leaders could have stood beside Hitler in Red Square, taking a victorious salute after the defeat of the USSR. Nichcilierne Zinalei Siew Sojuzi Trzasekretisk, a WY14 Dowla Emi W Sojuzi Tak Samos Brodnik Zimsweeks Kiem Soiekim. A Kogorza, Pod Jego Absolut Dominak Jake. Hitler Z.A. Nigby Nitrok Towel Swich Sojusnikow Tak Jak Stalin Krij Pod Bite Po Il Wojani Wyatoich. Sanaulich Suwareno I Podmiatooi. Nakladaj 4C Jedini Pun Ogranichenia W Politis Zagraniznij. Nase Ozalanyeni Odin Yemiak Bilabi Week Zinaxnini Ois NII2, W Jackie Opadliami Po Wojani Wabex Wiazko Soiekigo. Moglimi Zinale C Mijsu Boku Rdesi Praitaki Jakolaki, A Na Puno Leps Nii Wegri Czy Rumunia. WFXC Stanlabiemi W Misqui Itam Adolf Hitler Raz Z Rijim Miglim Odbier Alibi Defilades Wisixkikwojaisk Polskon Yemiekich. Ponurk Azikjak Jajes. The present author bought and studied a copy of Weeks-Orkowicz's book 10 years ago while researching the Tukhachevsky Kid affair. Chapter 4. Snyder's claim of the Soviets' class terror examined at Chizye Holocaust. Gili Jednik Dobrs Sie nad time Zastanoi, Moina Dojek Duoniosku, I Zabkis Wisix Twon Yemiak Moglabi Oznaza, W Agol by Dunyego Ni Dozko. Holocaust Byl Boium W Zinaxnij Mirts Funkjan Yemiekich Pere Yekwojanik. Translated. We did not want to be in an alliance with the Third Reich and ended up in alliance with the also criminal Soviet Union. And what is worse, under its absolute domination. Hitler never treated its allies as Stalin did the conquered countries after World War I. He respected their sovereignty and subjectivity, requiring only some limitations in foreign policy. Our dependence on Germany would have been much less than the one in which we ended up with after the war against the Soviet Union. We could have found a place at the side of the Reich almost like Italy, and definitely better than Hungary or Romania. As a result, we would have been in Moscow and there Adolf Hitler together with Rydz Smigly would have reviewed the parade of the victorious Polish-German armies. A grim association is, of course, the Holocaust. If, however, you consider it well, one can conclude that a rapid German victory would have meant it would not have come to that. The Holocaust was in fact largely a function of the German military defeats. Weeks-Orkowicz's favorite historian was British pro-Nazi, forger, and Holocaust denier David Irving, about whom Weeks-Orkowicz to Najlepsi Inaj Wibitni Oizi Znaka Historii Il Wojani Wyatoich. Badach, dla KT6 rego my aradajan sqir 6 a nipoglady historiographiae, opini kolegau, czy rzisk medi 6w. Chloik, KT6 remuzi rakji ogramnik zaslug, z brania lub odtajaniania iudostepniania klichoic documento ilredesi, blood lies zap beauty chiasi bitrazaba. Historic tej myri, ma prawona pci pauidziozistko. Translated. He is the best and most prominent expert on the history of World War LL. A researcher for whom sources, not the viewpoints of historiography, the opinions of colleagues, or the media uproar, are what is meaningful. A man, who by virtue of his enormous merits of collecting or declassifying and sharing key documents of the Third Reich we should shine his boots with our hat. A historian of such caliber that he has the right to write and tell everything. 13 weeks Orkowicz openly wished that Poland had sided with Nazi Germany in World War IL. In an interview published in the Polish journal Wiadomości on January 2, 2006, Weeks Orkowicz said the following. Talaga, y buchwojani papier zedziko zawarsi paksharibentrup malato. Ko by sie stako, gdyby polska zgodila siew 6 uzas na yadanian yemiak. Poksko wo Hitler okale nichchel atako wasi polski, buderzeni bilo razej efektem okalazno sinii pierzamilanigo, tertsanego will lat planu. Czy polska swim twardym stanowiskiem sprawuko walaponi kad uklad soi ekonomieki? Weeks Orkowicz, Bek zirabel, moim zdanium, Karthi alni btqd, ni dustrat chinika soi ekigo. Rajgraval gre politizn for perfixigeni, alprzzy zaloiniu, ni mazwiazku soi ekigo. Ko by bilo, dibmi pozli z Hitlerum nas week sex soi eki. Polska by labi historizna, z profs orum pa aemp yodra m politizna ap Weeks Orkowiczem z uniwersyte to wars skigo. Correctness and historical ve had on with PMFES or PALP Yodrwiea Orkioas of Warsaw University. Truth. Templum Novum. March 2006. Chapter 4. Snyder's claim of the Soviets class terror * examined Jednem ZG 16W-NYCHTW 6 Rakow Abuk Niemiak IZ Jednunich Europe ZE Stolik W Berlini Wiach IZ Niemiakim Jezikim Ertdauim. Translated. Talaga, the outbreak of war was preceded by the conclusion of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. What would have happened if Poland agreed to the requests of Germany? Initially, Hitler did not want to attack Poland. The strike was the result of circumstances rather than a deliberate plan that was years in creation. Did Poland provoke somewhat by its hard position the Soviet-German agreement? Weeks Orkowicz, Beck committed, in my opinion, a cardinal error. He overlooked the Soviet factor. He played the political game perfectly, but without taking the Soviet Union into account. What would have happened if we had gone with Hitler against the Soviet Union? Poland would have been one of the main creators, along with Germany and Italy, of a united Europe with its capital in Berlin and with German as the official language. 14 Snyder continues. The Germans, however, were not counting on help from the Soviet population in that coming war. In this respect, Stalin's scenario of threat, the union of foreign enemies with domestic opponents, was quite wrong. Thus the still greater terror that Stalin would unleash upon his own population in 1937 and 1938 was entirely fruitless, and indeed counterproductive. This is all wrong. From non-Soviet sources, interested scholars have known since the late 1980s that Hitler was indeed expecting a military coup in the USSR and the establishment of a pro-German at http://wiat.net.pleki/sto/ria/zabrak io blood military regime. 1s It has been clear since the late 1990s that the military conspiracies really did exist and were coordinated with the conspiracy of the Rights and Trotskyists, and much more evidence has come to light since the late Alvin D. Cooks's work. 16 And there is even more evidence of these conspiracies today. All this evidence accords very well with the great deal of evidence that we have from former Soviet archival documents now declassified. This is as good confirmation of Tchaikevsky's collaboration with the Germans as we are likely to ever have. Snyder is either ignorant of this fact or knows about it but fails to tell his readers. Collaboration with the Germans was the substance of many of the confessions of defendants in the Moscow trials and in the Tchaikevsky affair. In 1939 Nikolai Ezhov, head of the NKVD during the so-called Great Terror, admitted that by means of mass murder the conspirators under his command were trying to make enough people dissatisfied with the Soviet government that they would either revolt in the case of invasion, or would not oppose it. There is no evidence that these confessions were coerced or fabricated. Certainly Snyder has never seen any such evidence. If we refer to the Mastny Beness note of 1937 Vivat talk with German emissary von Trauternensdorf. See. For example, Ivan Pfaff, Die Saugerunion und die Verteidigung der Tschechoslowakei 1934-1938, Der Revision einer Legend. Köln Wien, Gala Verlag, 1996, Prague Ural Diafar Dujasevsky 191-216. First published in Pfaff, Prague und der Fall Dujatschewski, Furr Zeitgeschichte 35 145-186, 11 472-110. These are published mostly in excerpt, in Cantor, Lulia. Vo/Nai Mir Miklatykakevskogo, Moscow v. Izdatelski dom Ogoniok Vremia, 2005, and Cantor, Lulia. V 1920-1930. Egady, MSPB. Ziawiado Druzba. SSSR/G. Peter. 2009. Cantor tries to contend that Tukbakevsky was innocent non-at-legs. The documents alone are in a series by Cantor in Istoria Geosadarst /I on 1m http://misawebmi/redu/ferg/research Cantor_4 Mike 06 PDF Chapter 4. Snyder's claim of the Soviets' class terror examined had, he would have cited ILTG once again. Snyder's statement is a bluff. Snyder says there were no such people as kulaks. Snyder claims that there were in reality no such people as kulaks and that the Soviets had invented the term. As a social class, the kulak never really existed. The term was rather a Soviet classification that took on a political life of its own. This is either incompetence or deliberate deception. The term kulak had existed long before the Russian Revolution or Russian Marxism. Kulaks were defined as those peasants who employed other workers on their farms. Here are quotations from 3 pre-revolutionary non-Russian writers who commented on the kulaks and their role in the peasant society. English author Emil Joseph Dillon wrote, "This type of man was commonly termed a kulak, or fist, to symbolize his utter callousness to pity or truth. And of all the human monsters I have ever met in my travels, I cannot recall any so malignant and odious as the Russian kulak." Emil J. Dillon. The Eclipse of Russia. New York. George H. Doran, 1918, p. 67. Other pre-evolutionary references to the kulak are the following. The great advantage the kulaks possess over their numerous competitors in the plundering of the peasants, lies in the fact that they are members, generally very influential members, of the village commune. This often enables them to use for complete texts in Russian and in English of confiance that had been published by 2010 G. Furr, the Moscow T-Reals and the Great Tarot of 1937-1938, what evidence shows, at C. Bobrov and Marshall S.M. Budieni. Blood lies private ends the great political power which the self-governing mir exercises over each individual member. The distinctive characteristics of this class are very unpleasant. It is the hard, unflinching cruelty of a thoroughly uneducated man who has made his way from poverty to wealth, and has come to consider money-making, by whatever means, as the only pursuit to which a rational being should devote himself. Stepniak, The Russian Peasantry. London, George Routledge, New York, E.P. Putnam & Co. 1905, p. 55. On the other side arise the kulak, a name coined to designate those ex-serfs and simple peasants who, utilizing the unpropitious condition of their fellow members of the commune, made one after another their debtors, next their hired laborers, and appropriated for their own individual use the land shares of those economical weaklings. The kulak is a very interesting figure in rural Russia. There is no doubt that the methods used by this usurer and oppressor in the peasant's blouse have not been of the cleanest. The conspicuous position he now occupies came about during the last 20 or 30 years. In Russian literature he has been dubbed he village eater, and has been clothed with all sorts of diabolical qualities. He is the natural product of a vicious system. Wolf von Scheerband, Russia, Her Strength and Her Weakness. New York and London, G.P. Putnam's, 1904, p. 120. Chapter 4. Snydero's claim of the Soviets' class terror examined. Conclusion. The category of kulak is well documented from pre-Soviet times. Snyder's false claim that it was a Soviet classification is ignorant. The Azovshchina, again. In a telegram entitled On Anti-Soviet Elements, Stalin and the Politburo issued general instructions on July 2, 1937 for mass repressions in every region of the Soviet Union. The Soviet leadership held kulaks responsible for recent waves of sabotage and criminality, which meant in effect anything that had gone wrong within the Soviet Union. The Politburo ordered the provincial offices of the NKVD to register all kulaks who resided in their regions, and to recommend quotas for execution and deportation. Most regional NKVD officers asked to be allowed to add various anti-Soviet elements to the lists. The killing and imprisonment quotas were officially called limits, though everyone involved knew that they were meant to be exceeded. Local NKVD officers had to explain why they could not meet a limit, and were encouraged to exceed them. No NKVD officer wished to be seen as lacking a law when confronting counter-revolution, especially when Yez's line was better too far than not far enough. Called the Great Terror by this outline of the Azovshchina anti-communists is all wrong. The text of the Politburo decree on anti-Soviet elements is online in Russian, as is a facsimile of the original telegram. T9 It is published in a well-known documentary collection of decree at facsimile of the original at http://ns. This is from Getty and Nonk W. 470-1. They Capi Blood Lies 4, Chapter 4. Snyder's claim of the Soviets' class terror examined days, as well as the number of those subject to execution and the number of those subject to exile. Secretary of the CCI Stalin 20. It is not a general instruction for mass repressions but instructions for opposing rebellions against the government. This volume and other documentary collections make it clear that the Soviet leadership was correct in believing that a serious crisis existed. The disclosure of a widespread conspiracy by the top leaders of the Red Army, and the continuing uncovering of high and medium-ranking party leaders and officials in several secret probably several spiratorial organizations, proved that plans for a coup against the government and party leadership in favor of Germany and Japan had been far advanced. In his recent study Practicing Stalinism, Soviet historian J. Arch Getty has written, Stalin and his associates seem to have believed that a large-scale conspiracy was about to overthrow them. 21 Getty points out that both Molotov and Kaganovich continued to believe this decades later. We have excellent evidence today that such conspiracies did in fact exist. The Tkhachevsky affair defendants gave details about some of them. Existence that these military conspiracies not only existed but were connected to the rightist conspiracy involving Nikolai Bukharin and Alexei Rykov, defendants at the Third Moscow trial of March 1938, come from NKVD escapee Genrik Lyashkov, who informed the Japanese of them after he fled the USSR in 1938.22. What Stalin and the party leadership did not know was that Nikolai Ezhov, head of the NKVD, was also a conspirator. Ezhov conspired with other party leaders and with his own subordinates to Lub/Anko, Stalin Glavno Upravlin Legazbezopasmsty NWD 1937-1938 Documenting. MOSCCW-MFD 2004, number 114, pages 234-5. No. P 51/94 July 3, 1937 to, Comrade Yezhov, Secretaries of Regional and Territorial Committees, CCS of the National Communist Parties. Number 94. On anti-Soviet elements. The following telegram is to be sent to Secretaries of Regional and Territorial Committees and to the CCS of National Communist Parties. It has been observed that a large number of former kulaks and criminals deported at a certain time from various regions to the north and to Siberian districts and then having returned to their regions at the expiration of their period of exile are the chief instigators of all sorts of anti-Soviet crimes, including sabotage, both in the Kolkhozy and Sovkhozy as well as in the field of transport and in certain branches of industry. The CC of the VKP recommends to all secretaries of regional and territorial organizations and to all regional, territorial, and republic representatives of the NKVD that they register all kulaks and criminals who have returned home in order that the most hostile among them be forthwith administratively arrested and executed by means of a three-man commission. Recommends that the names of those comprising the three-man commissions be presented to the C within 5 talis. The text. The Russian language edition above does not restore you the normal sentence format. Text to blood lies kill as many Soviet citizens as he could, in order to spread discontent with the Soviet system and aid any invasion by Germany or Japan. Snyder claims that there were quotas for executions and then admits that there were none. In fact, all the documents we have today show that the center Stalin and the top leadership insisted that the limits on executions and imprisonments be restricted. Snyder's claim that everybody knew that limits really meant quotas is false. Like other anti-communist writers, Snyder would like to have evidence that Stalin set quotas for executions. But Snyder goes too far when he implies that he does have such evidence. And he does imply this, for otherwise how would he know that everybody knew? Getty makes this clear. Order number 447 established limits rather than quotas, maximums, not minimums. He goes on to insist that Stalin could not possibly have intended these numbers to be exceeded. Getty also adds the following about the limits quotas issue. One of the mysteries of the field of Soviet history GFI is how limiti is routinely translated as quotas. Getty's specific example is Oleg Klevniuk, another researcher whose anti-communist bias and lack of objectivity ruin his scholarship. But it applies to Snyder as well. Maximums are different from minimums. Ideological anti-communists like Klevniuk and, as here, Snyder, would like their readers to believe that Stalin demanded maximums, so that's what they write. Snyder is fabricating again when he states the following. Under time pressure to make quotas, officers often simply beat prisoners until they confessed. Stalin authorized this on July 21, 1937. It is certainly true that Yezhov and his men beat prisoners until they made false confessions. Some of Yezhov's men confessed to doing this or observing other NKVD men doing it. We know this be Chapter 4. Snyder's claim of the Soviets' class terror examined cause it is documented, and these documents exist because Yezhov and his men were prosecuted, tried, and punished for these crimes after Yezhov had been removed as commissar of the NKVD and placed by Lavrentiy Beria. But the claim that Stalin authorized this is false. Neither he nor anyone else has seen any such authorization by Stalin of July 21, 1937, or any other date, because none has been found. If it existed, it would have been well publicized. It is just the kind of evidence that anti-communist writers have been eagerly looking for. It is needless to add that Snyder provides no source for his claim. But few of his readers will know this. Snyder fills pages 82 to 84 with accounts of mass shootings. Not all are reliable. Many of the secondary sources Snyder uses are by scholars just as lacking in objectivity and prone to making undocumentable statements as Snyder is. Yezhov and his men did shoot hundreds of thousands of Soviet citizens. The point is that Yezhov's mass murders were part of his anti-government conspiracy. Snyder makes a number of false statements in these pages too. For example, yet even as Stalin presented his own policies as inevitable, This is false. Snyder cites no such statement by Stalin, nor to our knowledge has anyone else. Phony NKVD shorthand. Snyder claims that NKVD men justified victimizing Poles in the following manner. In a kind of operational shorthand, NKVD officers said, once a Pole, always a Kulak. 62 Snyder's note to the statement reads as follows, N62, Gurianov, Obser, 202. This is a reference to the following work. Ale. Gurianov, Obzer Sovetskich Repressivnik Kampanii I Protiv Polyakov I Polskich Grajdan, in A. V. Lipatov and L. O. Shaitanov, eds Polyaki I Blood Lies Ruska, V. Zamoponimani I V. Zamon Panimanye, Moscow, Indrike, 2000, 199-207. This is a phony reference, this is no such passage in the article by Gufianov. The expression Razpoliak Zenakid, Kulak was in use in the USSR at the time, perhaps mainly in Ukraine and Belorussia. 23 Crude as it was, such an expression made some sense. Poles in western Ukraine and western Belorussia were likely to be Osadnisi, imperialist settlers, and therefore landlords. Conclusion to Bloodlands, Chapter 2. Every fact claim Snyder makes in this chapter that alleges some kind of criminal or immoral action by Stalin and/or the Soviet leadership is false. Per NLTS Rudling suggests that this term was used in Belorussia during 1937-193b. Violikaya Ikine Avena use Vyadamas CBCLU Great Patriotic War in the Minds of 5. p. 44. Chapter 5. Examining Snyder's claim of national terror in Bloodlands, Chapter 3. In Chapter 3 of Bloodlands, Snyder turns to the Azovshchina of 1937 to 1938 and specifically the Polish operation, Nikolai Ezhov's mass murders of Soviet citizens of Polish descent. Snyder also discusses the NKVD campaign against Polish espionage and the Polish military organization. Snyder's account is completely false. This is partly due to Snyder's deliberate falsifications and withholding of evidence from his readers. Without doubt, it is also due in part to Snyder's ignorance of Soviet history. It seems clear that Snyder has never devoted any serious study to the extremely important issue of the illegal mass murders called the Azovshchina. A full history of the Azovshchina is beyond the scope of this book. We can state that all the evidence available to researchers today confirms that the mass murders, and especially the national opal presentations against persons of various nationalities, were part of the conspiracy by Nikolai Ezhov to maximize discontent with the Soviet system and so facilitate uprisings in the wake of any invasion of the USSR by hostile powers such as Germany or Japan. This chapter of Bloodlands is of sufficient interest that we will deal with most of it in the body of this book. In the following chapter we'll discuss a few aspects of Azovshchina in more depth, and also point out some falsifications in a few of Snyder's published articles. See Furr, Moscow Trials and the Great Terror of 937-193b, What the Evidence Shows, cited in the last chapter. Blood Lies. Another falsification by Snyder. People belonging to national minorities should be forced to their knees and shot like mad dogs. It was not an SS officer speaking but a Communist Party leader, in the spirit of the national operations of Stalin's Great Terror. Snyder's note to this passage. Martin, Origins, which, Snyder claims brings analytical rigor to the national operations z. Quotation, Jansen, Executioner, 96, see also Baborowski, Terror, 198. The quotation is actually in Jansen and Petrov, page 98 at note 96. It reads as follows. In the words of the Krasnoyarsk Province Party Secretary, Sobolev, stop playing internationalism, all these Poles, Koreans, Latvians, Germans, etc. should be beaten, these are all mercenary nations, subject to termination. All nationals should be caught, forced to their knees, and exterminated like mad dogs. This may have been an exaggeration, but he was accused of this by the Krasnoyarsk State Security Organs Party organization. By giving such instructions, Sobolev slandered the VKP and Comrade Stalin, in saying that he had such instructions from the Central Committee and Comrade Stalin personally. 60. Jansen and Petrov inform us that this statement is an accusation made against Sobolev during the investigations, arrests, and prosecutions against Ezhov and his men. In fact, we only know about the statement at all because of this investigation is attributed to Sobolev by his accusers, Beria's men, who were working to investigate and prosecute Ezhov's massive crimes. They and Beria were of course doing so at the behest of Stalin and the Soviet leadership. Jansen and Petrov, both extremely anti-communist and anti-Stalin writers, admit that the NKVD claim that Sobolev made this statement may have been an exaggeration. But Snyder does not inform his readers of this fact. Nor was it, in Snyder's words, Stalin's great terror. On the contrary, it was Ezhov's. Ezhov and hundreds of his men were investigated, prosecuted, and many of them executed, because the massacres they committed were not authorized by Stalin or the Soviet Party or government. Later in this chapter we cite some of the relevant evidence. Another lie by Jurg Baborowski. The second reference Snyder cites here, Baborowski, Terror, 198, falsifies just as flagrantly as does Snyder. Baborowski Rat 0H, Bsex OH0H08 Nog HTB, C Arago RB Logon HHC Teep 6 NRTB BC 060 JTEBA, QRO Agia R Tax COGO.TB KJIEB RAN BKN Ro A page, OTAT Quaka 3 AQ BKN OTito. Blood Lies claims that Ezhov said the Poles must be completely annihilated. Baborowski's own footnote to this paragraph gives two references. 92 in Souvenirov, Tragedija, S208, Jansen/Petrov, Stalin's loyal executioner, S98. Anyone who checks these sources will discover that the supposed quote from Ezhov is Baborowski's own creation of fabrication. Neither Souvenirov nor JNP documents it. It would not be surprising if Ezhov did say it, or something like it, since it is consistent with his conspiracy. But Baborowski does not say that it would be logical for Ezhov to have said it. He says that Ezhov did say it. Therefore, he is lying. Baborowski frequently falsifies as he does here. Several years ago I wrote an article about another example of his dishonesty, Baborowski's falsification for. But Snyder is responsible for this lie as well. It is a historian's duty to verify the fact claims he cites, as we are doing in the case of Snyder's book. This is a circular citation, a reference that simply refers again to material Snyder has already cited. The Jansen/Petrov reference is to the same passage Snyder has also cited dishonestly. Souvenirov, Tragedija RKKA 1937-1938, p. 208, quotes from interrogations of Ezhov's men by Beria's men. In other words, the investigation of Ezhov's unauthorized mass murders, undertaken by Beria at the instigation of the Politburo and, of course, of Stalin. Neither Snyder, nor any of the sources he cites here tell their readers that such evidence as they have comes from prosecutions of Ezhov's men, and Ezhov himself, for massive illegal repressions. All these authors, Snyder, Jansen/Petrov, Baborowski, and Souvenirov, deliberately give the impression that this was official Soviet policy, sanctioned by Stalin and the Politburo, when, in reality, the opposite was the case. Furr. Baborowski's falsification. At Chapter 5. Examining Snyder's claim of national terror, the case of the Polish military organization. The Polish operation was a part of Ezhov's mass murder campaign. Snyder seriously falsifies it. He writes, Stalin was a pioneer of national mass murder, and the Poles were the preeminent victim among the Soviet nationalities. This is false. The national mass murder was Ezho-Euro's. Snyder continues. The Polish national minority, like the kulaks, had to take the blame for the failures of collectivization. The rationale was invented during the famine itself in 1933, and then applied during the Great Terror in 1937 and 1938. In 1933, the NKVD chief for Ukraine, Vsevolod Balitsky, had explained the mass starvation as a provocation of an espionage cabal that he called the Polish Military Organization. According to Balitsky, this Polish military organization had infiltrated the Ukrainian branch of the Communist Party, and backed Ukrainian and Polish nationalists who sabotaged the harvest and then used the starving bodies of Ukrainian peasants as anti-Soviet propaganda. It had supposedly inspired a nationalist Ukrainian military organization, a doppelganger performing the same fell work and sharing responsibility for the famine. 2 Source: for greater detail on the Polish line, see Snyder, Sketches, 115-132. Snyder is wrong. We showed in the first chapter that Balitsky 5 did not explain the mass starvation as a provocation of Polish military intelligence or of any other organization, and, of course, Snyder does not cite any evidence that he did. Snyder uses Balitsky, a Ukrainian spelling, though all the sources we have concerning him in Russian. I will use the Russian. 212. Blood Lies. Chapter 5. Examining Snyder's claim of national terror. Okresy moich kontak 6 wzy mienionimi osobami pierzekanalum sie, mam duchinienia z ludimi, grij forsimi role, z jednich stroni zahmoili wysaki stanowiska w partii, a z drugi oi byli zagrzalier pisachikami. Translated. In the course of my contacts with these people, I realized that I was dealing with people who were playing a double role. On the one hand, they held high positions in the party, on the other, they were staunch Pilsudski supporters. Wondurski outlines the way he himself was torn between his desire for social reform, which drew him towards the Communist Party and resulted in his being arrested several times in Poland, and his Polish nationalism. Due to his close relations with Polish nationalists, he was finally drawn into subversive work in the USSR. Jili Koji Ogranta, Tupo Rozmoik I kontaktach z nim mialum na etzienia wapliwosi, zachowl on pierzekanania piawika iosikani w zeregi pow, obim p6 image perkawf wzsrr tak week, gdyw 1929 r pierzeichchilum du zsrr, bilum jwi w grunsikritschi, chok ni formalni, chnkiem pow. Translated. As for Grant, after my conversations and dealings with him, I did not have even the shadow of a doubt that he retained the beliefs of a Piawiak, and he drew me into the ranks of the POW for later work in the USSR. So when in 1929 one came to the USSR, I was already fundamentally, though not formally, a member of the POW. As these passages prove, Snyder is perfectly aware that Polish espionage was a real threat in the USSR at this time. But he with Snyder cites chapter 6 of his own book Sketches from a Secret War. A Polish Artist's Mission to Liberate Soviet Ukraine, 115-132. In this work, Snyder documents the fact that Polish espionage really did exist in the USSR during the 1930s, 6 in Sketches, but not in Bloodlands. Snyder admits that Polish spies were active in the USSR in the 1930s. The hero of his book, Henryk J. Szyszewski, ran some of them, and that some of these spies were indeed active within the Polish Communist Party. For example, he writes, these, and similar sources, such as the records of the counterintelligence sections of the Polish Army's field commands, can now be read in a different light. They suggest the degree of Polish penetration of the Soviet Union in the late 1920s and the early 1930s, and the political design that lay behind the border crossings, the sabotage, and the support of local nationalists. Józewski's Volhynia experiment united these two goals, supporting Ukrainian culture in Poland while serving as a base for espionage operations within the Soviet Union. By 1932, the work of the Lwow Command brought measurable results. In March it could boast 61 active agents, and missions in the GPU in Proskurov, Lampol, Shepativka, and Kamyansk-Podilsk, in the Dniester Fleet, and in the Kiev and Kharkiv garrisons of the Red Army. Many more such quotations from Snyder's sketches could be cited. In the one confession statement by Witold Wondurski, now available to scholars and cited by Snyder in Sketches, Wondurski says concerning his Polish communist contacts working in the USSR. It is possible that the Polish military intelligence no longer to itself as the POW, the Polish Akron and the Polska Organizacja Wojskowa or Polish Military Organization, although some of those arrested as Polish spies had in the POVV to the Polish Underground Intelligence Organization as the POW. Blood Lies holds this information from his readers and pretends that there was no such threat. Snyder gives no evidence at all that Bielitsky explained the mass starvation as the result of espionage. This section of Snyder's paragraph appears to be a falsification of his own invention. The Polish military organization Snyder's chief falsification in this section is his statement that the PMO no longer existed, and therefore was an invention by the Soviet NKVD. He states, "This was a historically inspired invention. There was no Polish military organization during the 1930s, in Soviet Ukraine or anywhere else. It had once existed, back during the Polish Bolshevik War of 1919 to 1920, as a reconnaissance group for the Polish army. The Polish military organization had been overmastered by the Cheka, and was dissolved in 1921. Bielitsky knew the history, since he had taken part in the deconspiracy and the destruction of the Polish military organization back then. This is a particularly bizarre falsehood by Snyder, since many sources, including some Snyder himself cites in his book Sketches, document the continued existence of the PMO. We shall demonstrate this below." Snyder then claims that during the 1930s Polish espionage in the USSR played no political role, i.e. was impotent. In the 1930s Polish spies played no political role in Soviet Ukraine. They lacked the capacity to do so even in 1930 and 1931 when the USSR was most vulnerable, and they could still run agents across the border. They lacked the intention to intervene after the Soviet-Polish Non-Aggression Pact was initialed in January 1932. After the famine, they Gen Chapter 5. Examining Snyder's claim of national terror, Eroli lost any remaining confidence about their ability to understand the Soviet system, much less change it. Polish spies were shocked by the mass starvation when it came, and unable to formulate a response. Precisely because there was no real Polish threat in 1933, Bielitsky had been able to manipulate the symbols of Polish espionage as he wished. This was typical Stalinism. It was always easier to exploit the supposed actions of an organization that did not exist. 3 sources. Snyder, Sketches, 115 to 116. The Polish military organization idea seems to have originated in 1929, when a Soviet agent was placed in charge of the Security Commission of the Communist Party of Poland. Snyder's claims that this was a historically inspired invention and that there was no Polish military organization are false. Not only did the PMO exist during the 1930s, it continued to exist in the 1940s, under German occupation. In 1942 German intelligence considered the PMO to be the largest continuing Polish threat in Nazi-occupied Lithuania. H30 Tikata 1 PTHBH02 RPYNRLBLAR10 JIHUHH6 Egonik Hokrach no no CEHHMB NPH6 and THK, Benepik JIEHH here PACK0U06/1ACRH, 3 ANEP-HOAC16 OKTH6PQ 1941 R number 31 HH BAPH 1942 3. JIHTBA 3 No 1 BCKHX TEHB1X NUKBOBB1HXL. On 411.92 and 120 to 147 translated. From the report of Operative Group A of the Security Police concerning the situation in the Baltics, Belorussia, and the Leningrad Oblast for the period from October 16, 1941 to January 31, 1942. 3. Lithuania. Of the Polish secret organizations still active during Soviet times today, we have evidence of the existence of the following. 1. PMO Polish Military Organization. 2. Młoda Polska Young Poland. 3. TSVP Union of Free Poles. For the Bloc of Fighting Poland. These organizations, for the most part, are led by former officers. However, Polish priests are widely represented in their leadership as well. The main organization is the PMO. It gives its units military training and prepares them for partisan warfare. Source: RGVA, F. Reichssicherheitshotamt OP4D 92.11.120-147. At http://9may.ru/unseka/m100090s9 Chapter 5. Examining Snyder's claim of national terror. Snyder's bizarre claim that no PMO existed after the early 1920s can, I think, only be explained if we assume that Snyder believed his readers will be too ignorant of the history of this period to realize how incompetent his statement really is, and those researchers who might know it will be too anti-communist to expose such a useful anti-communist falsehood. Snyder cites his own book Sketches, pages 115 to 116, where he describes the beginning of the POV case, evidently as outlined by his secondary sources. But Snyder presents no evidence that the PMO had ceased to exist in 1921, was a historically inspired invention, no longer existed, etc., nor that there was no real Polish threat. In reality, there can be no such evidence in principle. Any country with a secret military espionage service in an enemy country would surely deny its existence. Therefore, such a denial would not constitute evidence worthy of attention that the group did not in fact exist. But Snyder does not even cite any official Polish denial of the PMO's existence. The reference Snyder cites here, Strowski, Repros. 210, states that the Polish Communist Party was riven by fights and splits. In 1929, Viktor Zytlowski, a Polish immigrant to the USSR and an employee of the GPO, was appointed head of a security commission for the party by its Politburo. In 1934, Zytlowski announced the discovery of a PM cell in the Polish party's leadership. Strowski cites no evidence that this charge was false. In fact, the evidence now available strongly suggests the contrary, as we shall see. We have a great deal of testimony concerning the existence and activities of the PM. The Polish military organization, Balitsky had argued back in summer 1933, had smuggled into the Soviet Union countless agents who pretended to be communists fleeing persecution in their Polish homeland. The arrests of Polish political émigrés in the Soviet Union began in July 1933. The Polish communist playwright Witold Wondurski was jailed in August 1933, and forced to confess to participation in the Polish military organization. With blood lies this link between Polish communism and Polish espionage documented in interrogation protocols. More Polish communists were arrested in the USSR. The Polish communist Jerzy Sokocki left a message in his own blood before jumping to his death from a Moscow prison in 1933, "I am faithful to the party to the end." Sources: Strofsky, Repros. 211 to 213. On Sokocki, see Kizachievsky, Repros. 202. For further details on Wondurski, see Shore, Caviar and Ashes. At least one important Polish communist did return from the Soviet Union and work for the Poles. His book is Regula, Historia Strofsky, Repros. 211 to 213 simply summarizes the PMO conspiracy, especially in the Ukraine, that the NKVD had allegedly uncovered, including alleged contacts with Ukrainian nationalists. Strowski does not claim that the conspiracy was fabricated by the GPU, did not exist, etc. Kizachievsky, Repros. 202, this essay was published in 1989. It is basically a list of information that was known or merely suspected, since little documentation is given about the fates of the members of the Central Committee of the Polish Communist Party. At that time, in 1989, virtually none of the Soviet archival materials now available had been made public. Therefore, aside from a few bits of biographical information, the Kizachievsky article is outdated and useless. Snyder must have known this. but it is unlikely that his readers will know it. Much more information about Sakaki is now available. We discuss it more fully below. As for Marcy Shore, in Caviar and Ashes she simply assumes, without evidence, that Wondurski was innocent. This is an invalid assumption in principle. A scholar should always require evidence. Moreover, there is a lot of other evidence concerning Wondurski too. One confession of Wondurski's has Chapter 5. Examining Snyder's claim of nationality terror been published. 8 Wondurski is also named by others who were arrested and confessed to espionage for Poland. In his earlier book Sketches, Snyder cites the one published confession of Witold Wondurski, in which Wondurski states that he was indeed recruited to the POW. Takweek W 1929 R Wichchelum du ZSRR Bidakchwi Pierzygatoani du Praktiznij Chikalno SIW POW, Chisia Ani Britkowski, Ani Rabeluski CZY Woja 6chki Nioe Walitigo Terminu W Rosmoik Zina. Translated. So, already in 1929 one left for the USSR, being prepared for practical work with the POW. Although Britkowski, Werbluski, and Wojciechowski did not use that term in their talks with me. Snyder deceives his readers concerning the Polish communist Jerzy Sakaki by omitting the evidence that Sakaki really was a Polish spy. In Sketches, Snyder writes, in November 1933, a Polish officer in Kiev implied in a report to his superior that the communist Jerzy Czesejko Sakaki, arrested that summer, was working for Polish intelligence. Snyder then adds the following remark. It is perhaps worthy of note that the Second Department's information about Jan Bieluski, the representative of the Polish Party in the Communist International, was much more precise. Maria W. Osik. Zeznania Witolda Wondurskiego w CPU Pamiętnik Teatralny NOS 34, pages 487 to 510. Sprawa Poiskoyo Ran Zacji IV Ukraini 1920-1938 Kiev, 2011. Pages 197, 198, 220, 299. See Fan O Wing Blood Lies. Snyder knows, but hides from his readers, that Sakaki was named as a leader of PMO work within the USSR in detailed confession statements by Wondurski. For example, Pierzes Kali Okres Nasik Kontak 6W Grant Ostrowanie Istanio wo Pierzygatowi Walni du Persi Narzecz Pał, Kozakofazilo Sieo Sikni Eshimni du Jalilno Si Tej Organizakji. Grant Byl Jedna z Osib Najbli 2 Szych Britkowski Mui.4 Moel Go O Sikni Tisioni du Pał. Stalo Sie Tudlani Jasen Po Kilko Spotkaniak z Britkowskim, Podzisk Dirikwi Loznaksni Podkralak, I.e. Jest Sado Wolani z Ukladu, Joki Paustik Miedzi Rnnq Agrantum. Translated. Throughout the period of our contacts, Grant was cautiously and gradually preparing me to work for the POW, which ended up by my being drawn into the activities of this organization. Grant was one of the people closest to Britkowski Sakaki, and told him about my being drawn into the POW. This became clear to me after several meetings with Britkowski, during which ambiguously emphasized that he was satisfied with the arrangement between me and Grant. In the recent document collection Sprawa POVV Ukraini 1920-1938 RR.10 in the Ukraine, 1920-1938, Sakaki is named by one of those arrested as a leader of the Moscow branch of the POW, along with Wondurski and others. Pikobojuk Rhi Europe Lundkow Bo HH0A Opera HH30HH Hareprop HHCCCP Haxo AHJIC9B MOCKB. B Arrow Koktabib Ksaha. Chapter 5. Examining Snyder's claim of national terror COXA11 Kupitkobku CE Cape Rap ILLLC, RHT2RO0 ENA 110 Abernabuletin 1 Ta 6A. Hainuk/1 CTBHH06BCBH3 AC HAKJ1BHHKOM2ROOTNEHHH Bo HH0AKOH TIPA 3BAKH Bo E by ACM, 3ABTEAY10TAHML non-ELB CKHML Sectopom BHH Tier Tire Map KCA9HREJ1 GA J1 EHH Ha. Bahipkmukril, Ruka TEJIB, 61B1B Hull A Hope K Top N0J1B FC Coral TTPAB KHB, H translated. The Leadership Center of Polish Military Organization on Soviet territory is situated in Moscow. Among its members, Sakaki Bratkowski, former secretary of the PPS. Sakaki is named many times in the various interrogations. LL in his published interrogation Wondursky names Sakaki as well. Both Sakaki and Wondursky, along with many others, are named in interrogations of others accused of PMO activities in 1933, published in 2010.12. See pages 198, 200, 201, 202, 203, 204, 209, 210.216, 217, 218, 225, 241, 249, 26G 270, 271, 272.286, 287.288.289, 290, 293, 296, 298, 308, 312, 316, 354, 40b. Toma 30ba1 Kadex PCKI6 EBCBH Hinok Mopii Timpia Kugi 215-245 Jednik Rouni E Podrojim Aristoanua Skariyiski Nizo Stal Zd Maskowani Iwichchik Du Polski, GW 1922 Arper Zypadkowa Spot Kakum Go W Warzai W Jednich Zkawi Arni Usias, .qsiez Nasigo Spot Kania Iz Pas Jake Pow Iadal Mi Opersi W Zirigich Pow Na Radzieki O Ukraini. Translated. But even after his second arrest, Skarzinski was not exposed and went to Poland, where in 1922, I accidentally met him in Warsaw in one of the cafes. He was pleased with our meeting and passionately told me about working in the ranks of the POW in the Soviet Ukraine. The continued existence of the PM is cited many times in the published interrogations and in NKVD reports now available. How likely is it that all of them could have been forged or otherwise faked? At any rate, as with any historical statement, such a forgery cannot be simply assumed. As Snyder does, it would have to be supported with evidence. But it is very likely that a clandestine military intelligence espionage organization would keep its existence secret and deniable. Therefore there is no reason to assert, as Snyder does, that the PMO no longer existed. Titra v. Kaibai. Pamayatki. 2010.1 at portal 2010_II/14.pdf Chapter 5. Examining Snyder's claim of national terror in his study of the Comintern 13 during the 1930s, William Chase records Bielowski's report to the Executive Committee of the Communist International about the dangers of infiltration by Polish intelligence of the Polish Communist Party. On September 4, Bielowski wrote a top-secret document entitled On the Issue of the Crisis of the Leadership of the CPP that focused on the dangers posed by fascists, reactionaries, and their agents, especially the Trotskyists. In light of the alleged dangers, he asserted that the destruction of these counter-revolutionary elements by the NKVD under the direction of Comrade Yezhov is a necessary act of self-defense. According to Bielowski, the arrested leaders of the CPP pursued an emigration policy designed to penetrate agents of the Polish military organization into the USSR. After listing and decrying the party leadership's errors, which dated back to 1919, and its repeated failure to promote workers' causes, he recommended that the healthy elements carry out a complete reorganization of the party and its leadership and enhance its ties to the masses. Chase expresses skepticism about the charges in Bielowski's report, and suggests that Bielowski's arrest a week later was unfounded. As fantastic as this conspiratorial explanation seems, it was the assumption upon which Yezhov's NKVD built its case against present and former leaders of the CPP, including Bielowski, who was arrested a week after writing his report. The NKVD's assumption became the ECCI's conclusion. Evidently the NKVD's suspicions of Bielowski were correct. and Bieluski was on the ECCI. Even Snyder suggests that at least one Polish communist was, or became, a Polish spy. The Comintern suspected many more than this. At least some of them confessed. Chase's study provides much more evidence about these suspicions. As we have seen, those allegations that we can now check against published primary documents appear to be true. It is clear from the documents Chase quotes that the initiative for such suspicions came from the Comintern leadership. Stalin was reacting to them, not initiating them. More falsehoods by Snyder about Polish espionage. Yezhov followed Balitskaya's anti-Polish campaign in Soviet Ukraine, and then reconceptualized it as the show trials began in Moscow in 1936. Yezhov drew his subordinate Balitskaya into a trap. While prominent communists confessed in Moscow, Balitskaya was reporting from Kiev that the Polish military organization had been recreated in Soviet Communist Party of Western Ukraine and Communist of Western Belorussia. NIST International, the highest Comintern body. This is evidence of Polish espionage at the highest levels. Chase prints the notes ordered by Georgy Dimitrov, head of the Comintern, of the confession of Julian Lenski, another high-ranking Polish CP member, concerning the investigation of the Polish Communist Party. Along with many others, Bieluski is named as a Polish spy. TWIL also agreed on using Sikowski, Bieluski, Reden/Mieczysław Bernsteinel, and Maksymowski. We used the first three and planted Ithamel in the Comintern. I suggested appointing the following individuals, who were the POW members, to the Verification Commission: Pr Sixchniak, Skulski, Bieluski, Bordnowski, Krajewski. Snyder cites no evidence disproving the existence of the PMG. Soviet NKVD reports do document clandestine Polish spies, some of whom confess to being members of the PMO. Thus there is no evidence that Wądrowski, Bieluski, or any of the others was forced to falsely confess, as implied by Snyder's phrase "forced to confess." Stroryski too claims that Sakaki was forced to confess. But Strofisky also fails to cite any evidence that this was so. Shore, whose book Snyder cites here, also affirms that Wądrowski was forced to make a false confession, and also without any evidence. Use of such language as "forced to confess" implies that the confession was a fabrication. In fact, none of these authors has any evidence that Wądrowski's confession was false. According to William Chase, Sakaki was denounced as a police provocateur by the Politburo of the Polish Communist Party. On 10 October, a member of the Politburo of the Polish CP, composed the declaration. Blood lies Ukraine. No doubt he simply wished to claim attention and resources for himself and his local apparatus at a time of security panic. Yet now, in a turn of events that must have surprised Balitskaya, Yezhov declared that the Polish military organization was an even greater danger than Balitskaya claimed. It was a matter not for the regional NKVD in Kiev but for the central NKVD in Moscow. Balitskaya, who had invented the plot of the Polish military organization, now lost control of the story. Soon a confession was extracted from the Polish communist Tomasz Melbel, who claimed to have directed the Polish military organization in the entire Soviet Union. 7 sources. Strosky, Repros, 227. Snyder, Sketches, 119 to 120. Neither of these sources provides any evidence for the statements in this paragraph. Strofisky, Repros, 227 concerns events in 1938. None of the matters in this paragraph are discussed there. Snyder, Sketches 119 to 120 outlines the investigation and suppression of the PMO espionage within the USSR during the mid-1930s. Snyder has no evidence whatsoever to sustain his repeated claim that there was no such espionage and that those who were arrested, named by others, confessed, etc. as Polish spies were not guilty. But instead of acknowledging this fact, Snyder uses argument by quotation mark, putting scare quotes around everything he would like his readers to believe is false. This is a form of the logical fallacy of begging the question assuming that which ought to be proven. Snyder's claim that the PM did not exist and was a falsification by the NKVD is itself a falsification, an attempt to mislead his readers. As we have shown above, Snyder himself, in his earlier book Sketches, acknowledges the seriousness of Polish espionage inside the USSR in the 1930s. Moreover, Snyder cites materials in that book that document Polish spies confessing to participation in the Chapter 5. Examining Snyder's claim of national terror PMO. We have also cited the recent Ukrainian book about the PMO in the USSR and a German intelligence document of 1942 that states that the PMO was the most active Polish underground organization in Nazi-occupied Lithuania at the time. Snyder, like Stroryski, assumes that Dombal was innocent, forced to confess. This is begging the case assuming that which should be proven. There is no evidence that Dombal was forced to falsely confess. We do have one confession of Dombal's, dated January 16, 1937. Dombal was arrested on December 29, 1936. We also have two very detailed reports by Yezhov concerning the Polish operation. Balicki is not mentioned in any of them. Snyder continues. Thanks to Yezhov's initiative, the Polish military organization lost any residue of its historical and regional origins, and became simply a threat to the Soviet Union as such. On January 16, 1937 Yezhov presented his theory of a grand Polish conspiracy to Stalin, and then with Stalin's approval to a plenum of the Central Committee. In March Yezhov purged the NKVD of Polish officers. Although Balicki was not Polish but Ukrainian by nationality, he now found himself in a very awkward position. If the Polish military organization had been so important, asked Yezhov, why had Balicki not been more vigilant? Thus Balicki, who had summoned up the specter of the Polish military organization in the first place, became a victim of his own creation. He yielded his Ukrainian position in May to his former deputy, Israel Blovsky, the NKVD officer who carried out the Kulak operation in Soviet Ukraine with such vigor. On July 7 Balicki was arrested on charges of espionage for Poland. A week later his name was removed from the stadium where Dynamo Kiev played its soccer matches to blood lies be replaced by Yezhov's. Balicki was executed that November. B. Snyder's sources. Nikolskyi, Reprezivna, 337, *Strofisky, Reprizh, 227. For details on Balicki, see Shapoval, Balicki, 69-74. Snyder is inventing stories again. There's nothing in any of his sources about Yezhov asking Balicki why he had not been more vigilant or Balicki becoming a victim of his own creation. Nikolskyi, Reprezivna, 337 simply describes the beginning of the Yezhovshchina of July 1937 onwards, with quotations from a few of the central NKVD texts. There's nothing about the POW/PMO, Yezhov report, Balicki, Lplovsky, or any of the matters specifically mentioned in this paragraph. Strorsky, Reprizh, 227 does discussion Yezhov and the PMO case. But it does not deal with any of the matters in this paragraph. Yezhov's January 1937 report, or Balicki, or Lplovsky. Strofisky does not mention Balicki after 1936. According to the bibliography in Bloodlands Shapoval, Balicki is an article in a Ukrainian language collection. 15 The text of the article ends on p73, so the reference cannot be 69-74. 70 give relevant information about Balicki, but only pages 69 that is interesting. EA1H of Koro 3 Apuri BAJIH 7 G 1937 PYCNM 60 Bami Barohai GA Api Poem NG 15 6 times 10 cubed ARM 3 Ania 11 HCOM MEX 0 BA. ILP 0 BJIH 0 61 UIK, BI 6 PA JIHYPHA 0 EI Harop 0 A, TPHOPAEHH Kep B 0 Horo Npanopa, Op AEHH Hep B0H0I3 IPKH Ta Tipinogoric Hep B0 Horo Ilpanopa YPCP, ABA 3 Ha KH no Hek Horo GEK C Ta. BIH11 Po RPH Ma BC9 Hino Bro, IB3AH by BIA17 GA3I3 Ha BCH, Logo 6 YBBTH1 HYR High HH Kippo M Han HKHLAI 1935 PY BIOS COBE 04A111 HCTC BKHH3 AK0110T. A Hanan HTI 26 GA. SIK high RLP0 BJIH4K.RNY.HKBAYK pi high, Opio Illinois _N, do hikes Hmua. K _ A6 PUC _ 1997 Chapter 5. Examining Snyder's claim of Nationai Terror 3 AC Ren HHK Hap Ko Mabi Hirpia 1 Hicksnfa BCPCPJLBJ1 Ku. Haka J1 BHHK5 RO by AANI /LBHKBACPCPM. Hi K0 J1 AEB, Kai Pieta no Mi HHHKOCRAH Boro P. Jalak TEHRYPT, 3 AC by AHHB, 1110 OC06HCRO3 ABEP6 YBABCB OYA 3 AC Tier 1 HKBM.EAHHHCB Koro Ta B.IBAHOBA. Haka J1 BHH Ka 6 RO by AIJY YAG 11 KBA YPCP 9.11 HCB Mi H Horo Ta Haga of HHKB Bano Zap Kip Kai 06 J1 ACTIC. Mago Ta no Bop 0 He 3 B Keen 06 NACRIO.P03 AHOBA. Translated. Balitsky was arrested July 7, 1937 in his official car on the undated warrant number 15 signed by N. Eshove. They searched him and took away his government awards, 3 orders of the Red Banner, the Order of Red Star and the Red Banner of Labor of the USSR, 2 awards Honorable Chekist. He did not hold out long, and his statement of July 17 admitted that he was recruited by L. Yakir at the end of 1935 into the military fascist rebellion. And on July 26 interrogation, conducted by Deputy People's Commissar of Internal Affairs of the USSR L. Belsky, head of the 5th Divistan HUDB NKVD of the USSR N. Nikolaev Zurad and his assistant R. Lysengurt, Balitsky testified that he personally recruited his deputies M. Bakinsky and B. Ivanov, chief of the 6th Division UDB NKVD USSR Law. Pizmeny and heads UNKVD in the Kharkov region S. Mazo and in Voronezh region O. Razanov. The dates of these interrogations may or may not be correct. Shapoval gives only an archival identifier that of course cannot be verified. Blood Lies, a statement summarizing Balitsky's confessions and including all the information Shapoval gives above, is printed in Lubyanka 1937-1938 number 144, dated July 21, 1937. Snyder shows no familiarity with this vital and widely known collection of Soviet primary documents that bear directly upon his subject. Shapoval does not refer to it either. Balitsky's other confessions have not been declassified. But his statements are corroborated in a very long and detailed confession of D.M. Dmitriev, another NKVD head of October 16, 1938, after Beria had effectively taken over the NKVD from Eshove. Some of Dmitriev's confession can be verified by comparing it with other evidence we now have. None of Snyder's sources document his statement that Balitsky was arrested on charges of espionage for Poland. It appears that Snyder has invented this, or copied it from someone else who invented it first. We now have overwhelming evidence, including evidence from beyond the borders of the USSR, that the conspiracy of Soviet military leaders against the Stalin regime, often called the Tukhachevsky affair, really did take place. Lb there has never been, as opposed to assertions by Soviet and Russian any evidence authorities that this was a frame-up of innocent men. In view of the evidence we now have, it could not have been, therefore there is no basis, no evidence to sustain any doubt that Balitsky really was involved with the Tukhachevsky military conspiracy. Snyder could and should have used these primary sources instead of the older secondary source by Shapoval. As for Shapoval himself, we cannot accept his unsupported word. As we showed in Chapter 1 by examining one of his articles, Shapoval cannot be trusted to quote his sources honestly. For example, see Grover Furr, RHE Murder of Sergei Chapter 17, Furr and Vladimir of an Iuabrov, Marshall S.M. Hudieni Iothatikakevsky Trial, Imp Witness. 2, pages 8 to 24, allable at http:/edu/12. PDF Chapter 5. Examining Snydero's claim of national. There is some very interesting and important material about Bielitsky in Shapoval's article, and in other documents not cited by Snyder but which he should have used. But Snyder ignores all these matters, perhaps because he doesn't know about them, perhaps because they do not support his conspiracy theories. Even if the idea of a deep Polish penetration of Soviet institutions persuaded Yezhov and Stalin, it could not serve as the evidentiary basis for individual arrests. There simply was nothing resembling a vast Polish plot in the Soviet Union. Yezhov told Stalin that Polish political émigrés were major suppliers of spies and provocateur elements in the USSR. Leading Polish communists were often already in the Soviet Union, and sometimes already dead. Some 69 of the 100 members of the Central Committee of the Polish Party were executed in the USSR. Most of the rest were behind bars in Poland, and so were unavailable for execution. And in any case, these numbers were far too sources. Asterisk on the suppliers, see Kuromaya, Stalin, 118. Asterisk on the Polish diplomats, see Snyder, Sketches, 121-127. Asterisk for the data on the Central Committee, see Kizachevsky, Repress, 198. Asterisk on the experiences of Polish communists in the USSR, Budgetiskas is invaluable. L. In contrast to Snyder, Kuromaya, Stalin 11b admits that there may well have been assassination plans against Soviet leaders. Snyder chooses not to inform his readers that Kuromaya, who is extremely hostile to Stalin, considers the idea of conspiracies plausible. In fact, we have a great deal of evidence concerning such plots. Strasby is a book of personal memoirs, not relevant to any of the specifics Snyder makes here. Blood lies. As for Jansen and Petrov, on the pages cited by Kuromaya they also assert that the Polish military organization no longer existed. But this is a bluff. As we have explained above, they cannot possibly know whether a secret organization did or did not exist. All they, or Snyder, can in fact know but they do not cite any is that it had been publicly disbanded. Evidence of that either. We have already shown that there is plenty of evidence that the Polish military organization continued to exist as late as 1942. Jansen and Petrov also add. In September 1935 a new wave of arrests started, with a view to end an alleged POV network. 86 During the same month, the representative of the Polish Communist Party in the Comintern Executive Committee, B. Bronkowski. As head of the NKVD, whose duties included state security, Yezhov would have been a fool not to heed such a warning from one of the leaders of the Polish Communist Party. In note 87 Jansen and Petrov inform their readers that they were not allowed to see the document. They repeated this note in the recent Russian-language edition of this book. But they believe it exists, or they would not have included this information in their book. Snyder, Sketches, 121-127 documents the considerable network of spies that the Polish government did in fact have in the USSR. On pages 125-6 Snyder quotes documents indicating that by November 1937 Polish intelligence had very little remaining of its network. Of course that means that Polish intelligence did have such a network prior to that date. By the evidence Snyder himself cites, that network was active earlier in the decade. Chapter 5. Examining Snyder's claim of national terror. No Central Committee is mentioned by Kizachevsky, Repress, 198.1b. Snyder falsifies a quotation in the following paragraph. Snyder makes a dramatic charge. 1. Moscow NKVD chief understood the gist of the order, his organization should destroy the Poles entirely. his officers looked for Polish names in the telephone book. Point 14. Snyder's sources are the following. Quotation, Petrov, Polskaya Operacja, 23. The phone book anecdote is in Brown, No Place, 158. This is the passage in Petrov. Translated. As A.O. Postel, UNKVD officer in Moscow Oblast, admitted, when we, heads of departments, heard Ezhov's order to arrest absolutely all Poles' rights, Polish political émigrés, former POWs, members of the Polish Communist Party, ETAL, this caused not just amazement but a number of unofficial conversations that only ceased when we were told that this order had been approved by Stalin and the Politburo of the CCVKP and that it was necessary to smash the Poles completely. Snyder does not inform us, as Petrov and Rodzinsky do, source of this statement, and point 3, apps MBNC 6 no MOCKBH Mokop 0U06.NACTH. CJ1EACRBH HOAEJ10A.O.RIACRAJIHN 52668. AONPOC 0T11AECA6PQ1939R. Translated. Archive of the UFSB for Moscow and Moscow Oblast. Investigative file of A.O. Postal number 52668. Interrogation of December 11, 1939. Of the Postal was being interrogated in 1939 in the case of the mass murders carried out by Ezhov and his men. We have further evidence of this fact in Souvenirov's work. Former Chief of the 3rd Division of the 3rd Department of the UNKVD of Moscow Oblast, Lieutenant of State Security A.O. Postal, was sentenced in April 1940 to 15 years deprivation of freedom for serious violation of the law. 236. Translated. Blood Lies. Chapter 5. Examining Snyder's claim of national terror. Have that Ezhov carried out these national operations independently, without the knowledge of the Stalin government and in an attempt to further its overthrow. Snyder claims that Stalin hated all Poles. Snyder claims that Stalin made a racist anti-Polish statement. Ezhov reported to Stalin that 23,216 arrests had already been made in the Polish operation. Stalin expressed his delight, very good. Keep on digging up and cleaning out this Polish filth. Eliminate it in the interests of the Soviet Union. 17 sources. Quotation and number, Namuov, NKVD, 299. 300. Asterisk for examples, C. Strofisky, Reprosj, 223, 246. Snyder's statement is false. According to Namuov, Snyder's own source, Stalin wrote Polsko-Szpianskoje Gryas Polish spy filth or the filth of Polish spies, that is, the filth were spies who happened in this case to be Polish. The Stalin quotation is indeed in now a note by Stalin on a report sent to MOV.23. The original source him by Ezhov dated September 14, 1937, is at the foot of page 359 of the important document collection we have noted before. Here is Stalin remark on Ezhov's report. Translated. In my edition of book this quotation is on page 209 and 210. It is also online at very bottom of the page at http://ev.org/fond/issues-doc/61182. After my departure to Kazakhstan, Zhukovsky carried out obviously criminal activity in these cases. In months he arrested 12,500 persons, and arrests were made by consulting a telephone book, as long as the name seemed Polish, Latvian, Bulgarian, etc. Both Snyder and Brown have interpreted this passage incorrectly. Riedens testified that he had heard that Zhukovsky's men used the telephone book to look for Polish last names. This happened after he had left for Kazakhstan, so Riedens did not know this at first hand. Rather, Riedens accused Zhukovsky and his men of doing so after he, Riedens, left to become commissar of the Kazakhstan NKVD. This was in January 1938, when Zhukovsky had just been appointed head of the UNKVD in Moscow Oblast. Snyder compounds this error by misreading what Brown wrote. Snyder claims that the officers who used the telephone book were under the command of the NKVD chief who thought, as Hove said, to destroy the Poles entirely. The NKVD man who understood Eshove's order in this way, Petrov and Roginski, add that Eshove did not actually say this was Postel, not Zhukovsky. Zhukovsky was the NKVD chief, not Postel. Rydens made this statement under arrest, while he was being investigated for helping Eshove in mass murder. Rydens was arrested on November 22, 1938, virtually as soon as Beria took Eshove's place as the head of the NKVD. According to Bilokin, Rydens made this specific statement in a confession of April 14, 1939. He was tried, convicted, and executed in January 1940, at the same time as many other top Eshove NKVD leaders. Snyder omits all the facts above and the entire context in which these statements were made. The result is that Snyder gives the impression that these tactics were Soviet, and therefore Stalin's, policies. In fact, the opposite was the case. These men were arrested, and being investigated, for flagrant violations of Soviet law by Eshove and his cronies. The context, which Snyder completely omits, is crucial, as it is part of the vast amount of evidence we blood lies com. Eshove. Very good. Dig up and clean out in the future too this Polish spy filth. Smash it in Intek, oft USSR 1. Stalin 14/1x/37. To be able to discern Snyder's falsehood, you have to read Russian and to know where to look. Snyder's readers will believe falsely that Stalin called Poles filth, as Snyder intends they should. Snyder tries to make it seem as though Stalin hated all Poles. Later on the same page Snyder says, people such as the Jurowiczes, who had nothing to do with Polish espionage of any kind, were the filth to which Stalin was referring. He also repeated this same falsehood in one of his essays. Stalin spoke of Polish filth. Evidently Snyder thinks that none of his readers will bother to check the dramatic allegation that Stalin made such a racist statement. Snyder uses this phony quotation in his standard talk on his book as well. Point 2s later in this same chapter, Snyder repeats the accusation that Stalin hated Poles and deliberately set out to murder them, although Stalin, Eshove, Balitsky, Lplovsky, Berman, and others linked Polish ethnicity to Soviet security. This is yet another falsehood. Snyder has no evidence that Stalin ever did anything of the kind. No such evidence exists. But perhaps, Stalin reasoned, killing Poles could do no harm. The breathtaking dishonesty of such a statement hardly needs to be pointed out. Stalin never supported killing Poles, and of course Snyder has no evidence that he did. Those responsible for Stroaski, Repressi, 223, 2467. The former page some sentences of terms in a camp or to death, the latter, of some persons whose bodies were found by the GE in Ven in 1943, where they another exhumation for propaganda. A report along lines identical to Kathun report STMWDs. Here is simply that victims. Chapter 5. Examining Snyder's of National. The mass murders of the Eshove period, including of Poles, were arrested, tried, convicted, and in many cases executed for these immense crimes. Snyder falsifies yet another citation on the next page. This whole chapter concerns the period 1937-1938. Snyder writes the following: Leningraders and Poles had little idea of these proportions at the time. There was only the fear of the knock on the door in the early morning, and the sight of the prison truck, called the Black Maria, or the Soul Destroyer, or by Poles the Black Raven. As one Pole remembered, people went to bed each night not knowing whether they would be awakened by the sun or by the Black Raven. 21. His sources, awakened, Dzwonkowski, GI 6d, 236. Black Raven appears in Polish and Russian, Black Maria in Russian. Snyder cites no evidence at all to support his claim about the fear of Leningraders. He has only an anecdotal story about the fear of Poles, and this is about a period a few years earlier. Without evidence to support his claim about the fear of Leningraders and Poles, it is misleading and dishonest for Snyder to insert these claims into his book. Was the Belarusian intelligentsia the special target of the NKVD? Snyder makes the following dramatic accusation: the mass killing in Soviet Belarus included the deliberate destruction of the educated representatives of Belarusian national culture. In Gid. 236, the passage about the KNK, Black 1933 and 1934, during the famine, while the Polish operation of 1937 to 1938. Blood Lies. Snyder gives the following details: as one of Berman's colleagues later put it, he destroyed the flower of Belarusian intelligentsia. No fewer than 218 of the country's leading writers were killed. Berman told his subordinates that their careers depended upon their rapid fulfillment of Order 00485, the speed and quality of work in discovering and arresting Polish spies will be the main consideration taken into account in the evaluation of each leader. 23. Source: as is almost always the case, a check of Snyder's sources reveals quite a different story. Lunge, vertical, 624 is a only very short list of the NKVD troikas in Belorussia of 1937 to 1938, it adds nothing to any understanding of what happened. It appears that Snyder added it to pad his footnote, make it look more thoroughly researched. Meanwhile, as we demonstrate, Snyder omitted crucial information that his sources do supply. Marinoas, Bialoru, 88-89, I had access to the 2004 Belarusian 27 and 2007 Polish editions. The figure of 218 writers killed is in both Ofthern. Of 238 Belarusian literary figures of the Stalin period, only some 20 survived, was usually called Belorussia or the SSR. Between 1921 and 1939 Belorussia was divided between the USSR and Poland. Chapter 5. Examining Snyder's claim of national terror. Ni Topatopa 3 Noxi Sita J1 Iha NPA, KB1 J10 TOJ1 BK 20 T Bapkoi. But no evidence or source for this information is cited. Nor is the Stalin period defined. But Marinoas certainly means the period of the Azovshchina, 1937-193b, when Azov was killing as many Soviet citizens as he could in order to sow discontent with the USSR among the population and facilitate an uprising to coincide with an invasion by one or more imperialist countries. ZB. As we shall see, Belarusian historian Shiveka, whom Snyder cites elsewhere, claimed that the anti-communist Polish AK killed thousands of Belarusian teachers and intellectuals, a fact Snyder omits. In my 2010 edition of Namuov, NKVD, the national operation is covered not on pages 262 to 266 but on pages 207 and following. The flower of the Belarusian intelligentsia quotation is indeed in Namuov. Its origin is a quotation from the book by famed Soviet spy D.A. Bystryolitov, Perbesis Merknik. This is a quotation at third hand. Bystryolitov claimed that these were the words of A.A. Nastkin, Boris Berman's successor as NKVD chief of Belorussia. Translated. Listen, in Minsk during less than 1 year of work Boris shot more than 80,000 people. Do you understand me? I understand you. He killed all the best communists in the flower of the national Belarusian intelligentsia, Stakhanovite workers, chairmen of collective farms, team leaders, writers, scholars, artists. But Snyder mentions only the Belarusian intelligentsia. This implies that they were Berman's special target. But Bystryolitov chapter 5. Examining Snyder's claim of national terror mentions them third of 7 or 8 groups of people that he says were targeted by Berman. Moreover, by omitting the essential context of this statement, Snyder leaves the impression that this mass murder was not just Berman's and Azov's aim, but also that of Stalin and the Soviet government. In reality, it was just the opposite. Azov, Berman, Nastkin, and others were being prosecuted, and were to be executed, for their mass murders. Berman was arrested in September, 1938. At this time Azov was still the head of the NKVD. But Lavrentiy Beria had been appointed as his deputy in August 1938, unquestionably to oversee Azov's activities, which had finally aroused the suspicions of Stalin and the Soviet leadership. Berman's arrest must reflect Beria's involvement. Of equal interest is this, a study of the pages from Namoeuro's book that Snyder cites, 262 to 266, reveals some important information that Snyder withheld from his readers. For example, Blood Lies. Translated. Interestingly, in January 1939, Smirnov-Koral was arrested, and almost immediately testified that in July 1937 in a private conversation Frenovsky told him of Ezhov's intention to come to power on the basis of their group in the NKVD. Of course, one might attribute this to the imagination of Beria's investigators. But here's an interesting detail. Muranov's wife Agnes Muranov in her memoirs says almost the same thing: we thought that Ezhov had risen even higher than Stalin. These thoughts, according to the text of memoirs, are from sometime in mid-1938. But who is this when who were thinking such thoughts? Judging by the text of Muranova's memoirs, she was then talking only with the members of her family, with Muranov's brother, the intelligence official David Koral and his family, and with the Frenovsky family. We have a great deal of other documentary evidence that Ezhov led a conspiracy of his own that was linked to other right conspiracies, including that of Bukharin and Rykov and that of Tkhachevsky. For example, we have confessions by Frenovsky, Ezhov himself, and others which I have made available online in Russian and in English translation. Point 2g. Once again Snyder has deliberately deceived his readers. This passage from Naumov's book, which Snyder cites several times, is the proof that he knows about it. Jansen and Petrov also discuss Ezhov's conspiracy. The more recent Russian-language edition of their book, Petrov and Jansen, discusses it in even more detail. But Snyder fails to tell his readers about it. No doubt this is because it reveals Grover Furr _ the Moscow trials, the Great of 1937 to 1938, what the evidence show. Resident in Germany, I immediately established espionage contact with him, then he was the assistant chief of the ENOI Foreign Department. In 1937 one specially sent him from our organization to Belorussia and made him Commissar of Internal Affairs. There he met with German agents and received assignments and instructions. That means your widespread espionage organization in the case of an attack on the USSR by Japan and Germany could seize power not only in Moscow. Nikita Petruev, Stalinsk Nikolai Ezhov. Moscow, Rospin, 2008, pages 367 to 379. At Russian http://misawebby do research/uhtml blood lies but in border areas, opening the road to the invaders. Do I understand this correctly from your confessions? Yes, that was exactly what we had planned. It's useless to deny such things. 32 Berman was tried, convicted, and executed in February 1939, after Beria had replaced Ezhov. According to Ezhov, Berman was really a Lagoda man. A.A. Naistkin, on the other hand, was one of Ezhov's men, tried and sentenced to death in January 1940 with many other of Ezhov's closest NKVD collaborators. As one of Ezhov's chief henchmen, it is hard to imagine Naistkin claiming somebody else was bloody. It would be the pot calling the kettle black. Snyder has omitted all the evidence long available that Berman, along with Ezhov, were conspiring against Stalin and the Soviet government. The effect is to create the false impression that Berman and Ezhov were carrying out the orders of the Soviet government. This is in fact what Snyder states. Once again Snyder has deceived his readers. There is no hint of all these important details in Snyder's account, and that account is false to boot. Either Snyder knows virtually, i.e. he has not studied the nothing about the Ezhovshchina, or he does know something but has concealed scholarship on it from his readers in order to give his book a suitably anti-Stalin and anti-Soviet bias. According to Jansen and Petrov, Alexei Naistkin, the former Smolensk NKVD chief and from May 1938 on Interior People's Commissar 33 of Belorussia, described the situation at the conference this way: Ezhov approved of the activity of those NKVD chiefs, who cited astronomic number as co-interrogation by Rodos, in Alexei Polinsky. SOV. Istoria Stalinskogo Narkoma. Moscow, Vesh. Aria Ifo, 2001.275-280, at Russia Original at http://misawebmclair.edu/ferg/rasiri/ezho-pakazania HTML of Affairs. O. Jansen and Petrov People's Co. Chapter 5. Examining Snyder's claim of national terror bears of persons repressed, such as, for instance, the NKVD chief of Western Siberia, citing a number of 55,000 people arrested, Dmitriev of Sverdlovsk province 40,000, Berman of Uspensky of Orenburg 40,000, Lyashkov of the far Redens of Moscow province 50,000. The Ukrainian NKVD chiefs each cited numbers of people arrested from 30,000 to 40,000. Having listened to the numbers, Ezhov in his confuting remarks praised those who had excelled and announced that, undoubtedly, excesses had taken place here and there, such as, for instance, in Kuibyshev, where on Postishev's instructions Uroflev had transplanted all active party members of the province. But he immediately added that in such a large-scale operation mistakes are inevitable. Naistkin made this statement on July 16, 1939, under arrest and during the investigation of his case by Beria's men. Having gained control of the NKVD from Ezhov, Stalin and his forces were investigating the enormous atrocities committed by Ezhov and his men and punishing the guilty parties. It is this that the ideological anti-communists like Snyder wish to conceal from their readers. Snyder claims that Japan did not move against the USSR after mid-1937. The Japanese leadership had decided upon a southern strategy toward China and then the Pacific. Japan intervened in China in July 1937, right when the Great Terror began, and would move further southward only thereafter. It is hard to imagine how anyone could make such an ignorant statement and think it would not be noticed. In reality, Japan attacked the USSR twice after 1937. In the Lake Kazan or Chankyufen incident of July-August 1938, the Red Army lost about 236 killed, the Japanese army perhaps twice that number. Blood lies. But from May to mid-September 1939 a real war was fought between the USSR and Japan. This was the battles of Khalkhin Gol or Nomonan incident. The Soviet Union and Japan each lost about 8,000 soldiers. It played an important part in Soviet negotiations with the UK and France, since the USSR was determined not to fight two wars at the same time, one in Europe against Germany, and the second in Asia against Japan. The Soviet victory at Khalkhin Gol convinced the Japanese not to attack the USSR. Snyder has to know about this. Evidently he thinks his readers are so ignorant that they would accept his statement here at face value. Snyder invents Stalin's theory of interrogation. Stalin had brought to life his theory that the enemy could be unmasked only by interrogation. Where did this theory come from? Snyder has no documentation for this statement, not even false documentation. There is no evidence that Stalin had any such theory. This is yet another falsehood. Snyder reads Stalin's mood. It is evidently important to Snyder's project that Stalin be personally responsible for the mass murders of the Azovshchina. The problem is that all the evidence now available points in the opposite direction. Presumably this is why Snyder, like other ideologically motivated writers, repeatedly invents his facts. For example, Snyder claims that Stalin was made happier, or something like that, by all the mass murders. Yet the conversion of columns of peasants and workers into columns of figures seemed to lift Stalin's mood. Snyder has fabricated this weird factoid. How can Snyder know Stalin's mood anyway? Its purpose, evidently, is to portray Stalin as some kind of bloodthirsty monster. Once again, there is no evidence to support it. Historians have no business engaging in this cheap psychologizing, propaganda disguised as history. Chapter 5. Examining Snyder's claim of national terror, the Azovshchina as Stalin's policy. At this point in Chapter 4, Snyder inserts the quotation with which we open our discussion of the Azovshchina. And the course of the Great Terror certainly confirmed Stalin's position of power. Having called a halt to the mass operations in November 193b, Stalin once again replaced his NKVD chief. Lavrenti Beria succeeded Yezhov, who was later executed. The same fate awaited many of the highest officers of the NKVD. Blamed for the supposed excesses, which were in fact the substance of Stalin's policy. For ideologically anti-communist researchers, it is important that these mass murders be Stalin's plan and intention. But this is false. When Stalin acted, he did so on the basis of reports sent to him through Yezhov. According to V.N. Kostov, a very anti-Stalin researcher and one of the compilers of several of these invaluable document collections, these reports were falsified. Translated. And the most frightening thing was that Stalin made his decisions on the basis of confessions that were the result of the inventions of certain employees of the organs of state security. Stalin's reactions. Lubyanka Golgotha p6. Now online at http://k2*sfa_1937_193b/p4.php. Blood lies attest to the fact that he took these confessions completely seriously. Snyder, Stalin didn't lose, therefore he was always in control. Snyder then says, because Stalin had been able to replace Yagoda with Yezhov, and then Yezhov with Beria, he showed himself to be at the top of the security apparatus. Because he was able to use the NKVD against the party, but also the party against the NKVD, he showed himself to be the unchallengeable leader of the Soviet Union. Soviet socialism had become a tyranny where the tyrant's power was demonstrated by the mastery of the politics of his own court. Source: Klubny UK, Party and NKVD, 23, 28, Binner, Massenmord, 591-593. The false logic in this paragraph of Snyder's is worth examining also because it is used by other anti-communist researchers as well. Snyder commits the logical fallacy of post hoc ergo propter hoc. Because Yagoda and then Yezhov both conspired to overthrow Stalin but both failed, Snyder concludes that Stalin was always in control. Imagine applying this to football games. The team that won was always going to win, and the fact that they won proved that they were in control of the outcome the whole time. Logic like this is evidently intended to absolve anti-communist researchers of the normal scholarly trouble of having to find evidence to support their assumptions. These are puzzling statements that require examination. Of course, it has to be true that Stalin ended up at the top of the security apparatus after Yezhov's removal. But this does not address the main question here, which is, did Yezhov violate the Politburo Stalin's orders in Pers during these mass executions of innocent? Chapter 5. Examining Snyder's claim of national terror: persons, or not. And when did Stalin use the party against the NKVD? Evidently Snyder is trying to imply that Stalin planned everything that Yezhov did because Stalin had succeeded in removing Yezhov. Of course the latter does not imply the former at all. If Stalin did not know about Yezhov's criminal mass murders and then found about them, he would have wanted to remove him. From the evidence we have, this appears to be what happened. Once again Snyder appears to be trying to insinuate something that he cannot prove. Naturally Stalin did not have any court. Nor was he a tyrant, whatever that means, or a dictator, one whose word is law. Stalin had been openly challenged at the June 1937 Central Committee plenum, and was to be decisively defeated in October 1937 in his desire to have competitive elections to the Soviets as stipulated by the new Constitution 35. Turning for clarification to the sources Snyder cites here, we find that Klubny UK, Party and NKVD, 23, 28 contains no evidence to support any of the claims in this paragraph. It merely summarizes in very general terms the situation after Yezhov's resignation in late 1938. Binner, Massenmord, actually Binner and Lunch, and titled Wieder Terror Grosswordy, Massenmord under Lagerhaft Nachbefehl 00447 also summarizes the events of September to November, 193b. While insinuating their conviction that Stalin was in control of what Ezhov was doing, this assumption is common to all anti-communist researchers. Neither Binner and Lunge nor any of the other anti-communist researchers have any evidence to support their conviction. This is pure ideology, common to most if not all anti-communist writers. They want evidence that Stalin was in charge of Ezhov's mass murders. Unfortunately, all the evidence points in the opposite direction, so they just assert that Stalin was really in charge. See Furr, Stalin, and the Struggle for Democratic Reform Part 1. Cultural Logic 2005, paragraphs 112 ff, and the sources cited there. At http://clogic.eserver.org/2005/furr. HTMI Blood Lies. Binner and Lunge do note that as early as 1993 Boris Starkov claimed that Ezhov had not informed Stalin of his actions. Although Binner and Jung disagree with the statement of Starkov's, they have no evidence to support their disagreement. It should not surprise us that Snyder fails to mention this. But we know now that Starkov was correct. In fact, he did not go nearly far enough. We now have the evidence that Ezhov's mass murders were not authorized at all, and were part of Ezhov's conspiracy to overthrow the government and party leadership. 36 Snyder, noting a person's nationality is not so very different from Nazism. Germany's Nuremberg laws of 1935 excluded Jews from political participation in the German state and defined Jewishness according to descent. German officials were indeed using the records of synagogues to establish whose grandparents were Jews. Yet in the Soviet Union the situation was not so very different. The Soviet internal passports had a national category, so that every Soviet Jew, every Soviet Pole, and indeed every Soviet citizen had an onechaly recorded nationality. In principle, Soviet citizens were allowed to choose their own nationality, but in practice this was not always so. In April 1938 the NKVD required that in certain cases information about the nationality of parents be entered. By the same order, Poles and other members of diaspora nationalities were expressly forbidden from changing their nationality. 47 and 47, Hirsch, Empire, 293-294. This is another dishonest attempt by Snyder to bracket Soviet policy with Nazi racism. Snyder has certainly not read the NKVD requirement he refers to. He does not even give a date for it. His source, Francine 3 Starkov's statement, is Narcom in J. Archgetty and Roberta T. Manning. eds. Stalinist knew who she believes greatly exaggerate the significance of this NKVD directive. Hirsch completely rejects any comparison of Soviet and German Nazi policies on nationality because, in fact, they were very different. In a very multinational state such as the USSR, nationality was an important component of individual identity. It had nothing to do with Nazi notions of genetic superiority and inferiority. However, there are some problems with Hirsch's analysis. For one thing, Hirsch interprets the new NKVD policy as indicative of Soviet policy, as she does terror. She appears ignorant of the fact that in 1937 to 1938 the NKVD, under Nikolai Ezhov, was out of control. We have taken the trouble to obtain the text of this document. It has never been reprinted since its first appearance in an obscure Memorial Society newsletter. Now that we have the text of the NKVD directive of April 1938, we can discern a more serious problem with Hirsch's discussion. She misrepresents what the NKVD directive actually says. She states, the explicit aim loft NKVD passport decree of April 1938, was to ferret out members of suspect nations who, the NWD claimed, were concealing their true identities. Empim knowledge and the making the Soviet. 2934 Blood Lies. The NKVD introduced this decree in April 1938, directing registrars to write the nationality of a passport recipient's parents and not the self-defined in newly nationality of the passport recipient. Issued passports, if a person's parents belonged to two different nationalities and one belonged to a foreign state, the registrar was to write the nationality of both parents in the passport. Even Poles and Germans who had lived in Russia for generations were designated as people who belonged to a foreign state. Hirsch cites archival documents, so we cannot be certain that she is referring to the April 1938 NKVD passport decree we quote below. But this document is the only one now available. It contains nothing about suspect nations and does not mention foreign states at all. Hirsch spreads false information about this NKVD regulation, making it appear much more sinister than its text actually warrants. This is possible only because the document is so hard to locate. Petrov and Roginski, both of the Memorial Society, refer to it and certainly read it since it is published in a Memorial Society publication. Hirsch must have read it too. But her description of it varies widely from the text we have. Snyder fails to inform his readers that the NKVD order is discussed, and quoted in part, in Petrov and Roginski, Operatsiya NKVD 1937-1938 GG. Snyder is certainly aware of this fact, as he repeatedly cites this work. Petrov and Roginski mention two different NKVD documents of two different dates, Circular Number 65 of April 2, 1938 and Explanatory Directive of the Department of Citizenship of the NKVD of the USSR No. 148-6178 of April 29, 1938. Footnote 18 Petrov/Roginski states that the second of these documents was published in the very rare journal Memorial Aspect in 1994. They give no source at all for the first document. 1. http://ahopxfq This is a translation of Alain Glum et Martin M. Ispolet. L'anarchie bureaucratique. Status Reich et sous Stalin. Paris, Editions Lotte Covert 2003. The journal Memorial Aspect is apparently not held by any American library. I would like to my valued colleague Vladimir L. of Moscow for obtaining this document for Blood Lies. To all chiefs of the OAGS 40 of the NKVD and UNCT Circular NKVD number 65 of April 2, 193b has established a new procedure for indicating nationality at the time of the issuance or exchange of passports, requiring that the nationality of the passport holder be based solely on birth nationality by birth. In this regard, the situation which has existed up to now when nationality of citizens in registering civil documents is recorded as that reported by the registrant is changing. In all cases of documentation that nationality should be indicated on the basis of the passports presented at registration. Act off of documents or status. Blood Lies where no passport is present, the determination of the nationality of the registrant is to be done by questioning the individual present. Bear in mind that the notation of nationality must be carried out in conformity with actual national origin of the registrant's parent. If the parents were German, Poles, etc., regardless of their place of birth, length of time they have resided in the USSR, or change of citizenship, etc., the registrant must not be recorded as a Russian, a Belarusian, etc. When the indicated nationality does not correspond to calls himself Russian, Belarusian, etc., and if at the time of recording it is not possible to establish the actual nationality of the registrant, do not fill out the section on nationality until the individual has presented documentary proof that the registrant belongs to one or another nationality. Explain to the employees of the ZAGs that failure to present documents about nationality can influence only the recording of nationality, but may not delay the registration in general, which is guided in such cases by directives of Chapter 322 of the Instruction on Recording Documents. Record the nationality of a baby at birth, if the parents are of different nationalities, according to the parents' wishes. In such cases indicate in the section special remarks that the baby's nationality has been recorded on the basis of the agreement of the parents, i.e. according to the nationality of the father or the mother. If they do not agree, the matter should be decided by the organs of guardianship. Do not fill in the nationality until a decision has been reached. Chief of the Bureau of Regulations of Civil Status Major of State Security Alievsky. A study of this document yields some important results. Although they do not admit as much, evidently even Petrov and Roginski have not seen NKVD USSR Circular Number 65 of April 2, 1938. It is simply referred to at the beginning of the document above. The examples cited in the document make it clear that the aim of the new requirement to determine a citizen's nationality on the basis of his parents' nationality or statement is to avoid absurdities. The examples given are of persons surnamed Papandopoulou and Muller who claim that they are Russian by nationality. In such cases the directive requires officials to request documentary proof of nationality. It does not give officials the right to determine this themselves. In the USSR, nationality was an important marker of citizenship. Persons of certain nationalities had certain privileges in certain areas of the USSR where that nationality comprised a substantial part of the population. In Soviet institutions an attempt was made a proportion of citizens of minority to have affirmative action nationalities that approximated their percentage of the Soviet population. Failure to do this would run the danger of the domination of all important posts by Russians, Ukrainians, or Jews, who usually did predominate unless affirmative steps were taken to promote persons of minority nationalities. It is outrageous for Snyder to suggest that official registration of a citizen's nationality was not so very different from the Nazi practice of racial stigmatization, removal of civil and legal rights, repression, persecution, imprisonment, and murder. Snyder's doing blood lies so demonstrates how desperately he strives to bracket Soviet actions with Nazism whatever the cost to the truth. Snyder sums up his treatment of the Azovshchina as follows: the Soviet Union benefited from the public violence in Nazi Germany. In this atmosphere, supporters of the Popular Front counted on the Soviet Union to protect Europe from the descent into ethnic violence. Yet the Soviet Union had just engaged in a campaign of ethnic murder on a far larger scale. It is probably fair to say that no one beyond the Soviet Union had any notion of this. A week after Kristallnacht, the Great Terror was brought to an end, after some 247,157 Soviet citizens had been shot in the national operations. As of the end of 1938, the USSR had killed about 1,000 times more people on ethnic grounds than had Nazi Germany. The Soviets had, for that matter, killed far more Jews to that point than had the Nazis. The Jews were targeted in no national action, but they still died in the thousands in the Great Terror and for that matter during the famine in Soviet Ukraine. They died not because they were Jews, but simply because they were citizens of the most murderous regime of the day. This is an important paragraph, in that it combines one truthful fact, the number of people killed in the Azovshchina, with a fallacious interpretation of that fact. The phrases "the Soviet Union had just engaged," "the USSR had killed," "the Soviet had killed," and "the most murderous regime" are falsifications, in that they express the assumption that these killings were the policy of the Soviet government and the Politburo headed by Stalin. It is a substitute for understanding what was going on. The 1932-1933 famine was not deliberate, so the USSR didn't kill anybody in it. Nor did the regime kill people on a national basis. It was Azov who did this, in pursuit of his own conspiracy to overthrow the Soviet government. Chapter 5. Examining Snyder's claim of national terror. In the official sense, the Soviet government, the Politburo, Stalin, all bore responsibility for Azov's mass murders, in that they were, formally, in overall charge of the country, and therefore were obliged to take steps to stop criminal activity and to punish those responsible. This is true of all governments and heads of state anywhere at any time. However, no one holds a government morally responsible for illegal crimes and atrocities committed by government officials unless the government discovers those crimes and yet refuses to punish the perpetrators. The Stalin government did vigorously pursue, investigate, prosecute, and punish Azov and the NKVD men under him who were responsible for these atrocities. Therefore it is not true that the Soviet government or regime was guilty of these mass murders or that Azov was some kind of scapegoat. Azov's mass murders were a rebellion against the Soviet government, party, and Stalin. Snyder admits that Poland was anti-Semitic, like Nazi Germany. Grand deportation schemes made a kind of sense in 1938, when leading Nazis could still delude themselves that Poland might become a German satellite and join in an invasion of the Soviet Union. More than 3 million Jews lived in Poland, and Polish authorities had also investigated Madagascar as a site for their resettlement. Although Polish leaders envisioned no policies toward their large national minorities that were remotely comparable to Soviet realities or Nazi plans, they did wish to reduce the size of the Jewish population by voluntary emigration. After the death of the Polish dictator Józef Piłsudski in 1935, his successors had taken on the position of the Polish nationalist right on this particular question, and had established a ruling party that was open only to ethnic Poles. Blood lies here. Snyder finally admits the truth: it was pre-war Poland that was racist like Nazi Germany. The USSR was not in the least. Snyder denies Poland wanted to invade the USSR alongside Germany. Pilsudski's heirs in this respect followed Piłsudski's line, a policy of equal distance between Berlin and Moscow, with non-aggression pacts with both Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union, but no alliance with either. On January 26, 1939 in Warsaw, the Poles turned down the German foreign minister, Joachim von Ribbentrop, one last time. In one of his articles Snyder makes the same false claim: Ribbentrop's master Adolf Hitler wanted a deal so that he could begin a war. For the Nazis, the Soviet Union was the main enemy, and its agriculture and oil the prize. But between Germany and the USSR lay Poland, and the Poles expressed no interest in being the junior partner in the adventure. This is all false. Up till the beginning of 1939, when Hitler decided to turn against Poland before making war on the USSR, the Polish government was maneuvering to join Nazi Germany in a war on the USSR in order to seize more territory. Here is what really happened on January 26, 1939, the date Snyder mentions. Polish Foreign Minister Joseph Beck was in negotiations with Nazi Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop in Warsaw. Ribbentrop wrote, 2. I then spoke to M. Beck once more about the policy to be pursued by Poland and Germany towards the Soviet Union, and in this connection also spoke about the question of the Greater Ukraine and again proposed Polish-German collaboration in this field. M. Beck made no secret of the fact that Poland had aspirations directed toward the Soviet Ukraine. Chapter 5. Examining Snyder's claim of national terror and a connection with the Black Sea, 41 Beck told Ribbentrop that Poland would like to seize much of the Ukraine from the USSR, for that was the only way Poland could have had a connection with the Black Sea. Such aspirations could not have been fulfilled without an invasion of the Ukraine. Poland could never have undertaken such an invasion by itself. Therefore Beck was stating his openness to a joint Polish-German invasion of the Ukraine, if the conditions became favorable. This means that, far from expressing no interest in being the junior partner with the Nazis in carving up the USSR, Beck expressed considerable interest but, given the current political situation, begged off. Snyder withholds this information from his readers. Snyder terms Stalin's anti-Hitler move a pro-Hitler move. In spring 1939, Stalin made a striking gesture toward Hitler, the great ideological foe. Hitler had pledged not to make peace with Jewish communists. Nazi propaganda referred to the Soviet Commissar for Foreign Affairs, Maxim Litvinov, as Finkelstein. Litvinov was indeed Jewish. His brother was a rabbi. Stalin obliged Hitler by firing Litvinov on May 3, 1939. Litvinov was replaced by Stalin's closest ally, Molotov, who was Russian. The indulgence of Hitler, 56 source, *Haslam, Collective Security, 90, 153. * on Litvinov, see Herf Jewish Enemy, 104, and Orwell and Politics, 78. This is completely wrong. Let's look at Snyder's sources. 1 Original in Deutschen Awardischen Polit JK_serve DBDVS 139-140. English translation in D on Foreign Policy. 1918-1945 Vol V, the document in question No. 126, pages 167 to 168, this quotation on p. 168. Also in Russian in Gonzisa 1, Doc. Number 120. Blood Lies Haslam, Collective Security, page 90 concerns Litvinov's gloomy conclusions in late 1935 that France was drifting in an anti-Soviet direction. Jacob Suritz was sent to activate contacts in Berlin, since the last thing the USSR wanted was any kind of Franco-German alliance against the Soviet Union. Suritz, by the way, was Jewish. At page 163 Haslam outlines similar remarks by Litvinov to the effect that if France would not ally, or have anything to do with the USSR, then the Soviets would have to turn towards Germany. Snyder's reference on Litvinov, see Herf, Jewish Enemy, 104 is pure bluff. Page 104 of Herr's book discusses how satisfied Goebbels was to see Litvinov back in a prominent position after the Nazi invasion. This says the opposite of what Snyder states, so Snyder probably meant Herf, 93. There Herf writes, the replacement of Jewish Foreign Minister Maxim Litvinov by Vyacheslav Molotov had signaled the end of Soviet support for Popular Front anti-fascism. As the historians of Soviet Union Mikhail Heller and Alexander Nekrich put it, for the first time since the founding of the Soviet state anti-Semitism was becoming official policy. Point 2 Soviet policy was becoming officially anti-Semitic? What is Herf's evidence for such a serious accusation? Herf's footnote 2 is to Heller and Nekrich, Utopia in Power, p. 364. But there the search for evidence ends, for Heller and Nekrich, visceral haters of Stalin, have no evidence at all to support this statement. Here is what Jeffrey Roberts, one of the best academic historians of the Stalin period in the West, says, why did Stalin choose to replace Litvinov at such a critical moment? A common interpretation is that it was a prelude to the pact with Nazi Germany signed in August 1939. The problem with this explanation is that far from abandoning the Triple Alliance negotiations with Britain and France, Molotov pursued them with even more vigor than Litvinov. The most likely explanation is that Molotov's appointment was connected to Litvinov's failure to make any Chapter 5, examining Snyder's claim of national terror headway in the negotiations. As Roberts concludes, Snyder, Herf, and Heller and Nekrich, are all wrong. In fact, the opposite was the case. Molotov was the closest person to Stalin in the Soviet leadership. His appointment signaled redoubled Soviet efforts to get collective security guarantees from Britain and France that they would fight Germany if the USSR did. These talks only failed in the end because the British envoy, Admiral Drax, arrived in the USSR high-slow boat and without any authority to sign any agreement. There is no evidence that any desire to indulge Hitler had anything to do with Litvinov's replacement. Snyder appears to recognize this, in a vague way, in the following paragraph: the alternative to a German orientation, an alliance with Great Britain and France, seemed to offer little. London and Paris had granted security guarantees to Poland in March 1939 to try to deter a German attack, and tried thereafter to bring the Soviet Union into some kind of defensive coalition. But Stalin was quite aware that London and Paris were unlikely to intervene in Eastern Europe if Germany attacked Poland or the Soviet Union. Once again, Snyder is completely wrong in claiming that London and Paris had tried to bring the Soviet Union into some kind of defensive coalition. In reality, just the opposite was the case. The USSR had tried to negotiate a mutual defense pact with the UK and France. This attempt foundered because the British did not want it, and the French went along with the UK. The transcript of the negotiations between the British, French, and Soviet representatives was published in the Soviet Union in 1959 in two successive issues of the Soviet journal Mezdunarодная Жизнь International Life 1.42. The texts are available online, including. A Polish source states that this document was sent to Polish ambassador to London Edward Razinski rather than to Lukasiewicz, and gives the Polish original as follows, of which the Russian text above is a faithful translation. 46 Telegram Ministra J6 Beska do Ambasadora RPW Londini Edward Razifiskiego w Zwiecko z Propozycjami Okrazenia Wojsk na Territorium Polski w Wypadku Wojani Ambasadorowi Francuski I Angielski z Rasili Sie Duni w Wynikunigok Jakji Stabowicz Francusko Angielsko Sowieckioi, WKT6 Reg Soietes 8 ky moino si wegesia w contact z armic niemiak 4 na pomorzu, su walski inye iw malapolzi oshadnij. Demarche angielski I francuski popirai to stanowisko. Od powiedziakum, I gestritz zanido pus zalk, aby tepaf is tx.va diskutoaki o wiziskanyo wojaskowum territorium inigo paristwe suwerenigo. Polsk z sowietami yadni uldati wojaskowi ni jest intant jakrit do polskiego taki wadzorsi. Ambassador Francuski zaproponowik, od powiedzil sowietom, ihtrs od polski odm6 will discuss lub rzqd francuski ni podjakl sie formalnej demarche, bidake puni od powiedzi od monaj. At http://www.ibidem1gib1939/193920 tel cknhtmi ** the August 12, 1939 session, during which British Admiral Drax admits that he has no powers to conclude any. The August 16 telegram from French Foreign Minister Bonnet to the French ambassador to Poland Noël, insisting that he make clear to the Poles that they're agreeing to allow Soviet troops to cross Polish territory to engage German forces is absolutely essential for any collective security agreement. Polish Foreign Minister Joseph Beck's August 20 telegram to Julius Łukasz, Polish ambassador to France, declaring that Poland refuses any military agreements with the Soviet Union. This is the document that definitively sabotaged any collective security agreement, thus guaranteeing both the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and Poland's defeat in September 1939.45. At http://www.hrano.info/decum/193-doc/193908220 beck.html blood lies posostojum spra odpowiedza sowietom uznania frank gi anglii, zistrskijk sie, aby odpowiedzi ni dala pauda dnieperazumi fi. // Beck Otterzimuj, London, Peru, Moskwa. Ziradlo. Bologna, London 1955, ZL, S74. English translation. The French and English ambassadors have approached me as a result of negotiations of the Franco-Anglo-Soviet staffs, during which the Soviets demanded the possibility of entering into contact with the German army in the Pomors, Suwalszczyzna, and in eastern Little Poland. Chapter 5. Examining Snyder's claim of national terror. This was the direct cause of the failure of collective security against German aggression. It was thereby also the direct cause of the German invasion of Poland. Hitler feared a two-front war, his general staff even more so. He would not have invaded had collective security been established. And it would have been established except for England and Poland. In his interview in Izvestia of August 27, 1939, Marshal Voroshilov put it this way. Translated. The Soviet military mission considered that the USSR, having no common frontier with an aggressor, can render assistance to France, Great Britain, and Poland only if its troops will be allowed to pass through Polish territory, because there is no other way for Soviet troops to establish contact with the aggressor's troops. Just as the British and American troops in the past World War would have been unable to participate in military collaboration with the French armed forces if they had no possibility of operating in French territory, the Soviet armed forces could not participate in military collaboration with armed forces of France and Great Britain if they are not allowed access to Polish territory. Despite the fact that this position is obviously wrecked, the French and English military missions did not agree with this position of the Soviet mission, and the Polish government openly declared that they did not need and would not accept military help from the USSR. This circumstance made military collaboration between the USSR and these countries impossible. This is the basis of the disagreements. Over this the negotiations have been broken off. Point 4 BHHTEPBHWKE. At http://www.hrono193_dok/193908227v or OSHHTML of the first two paragraphs of Voroshilov's statement is taken. Soviet explains break with Allies, New York, August 27, 1939. p. 28, Chapter 5. Examining Snyder's claim of national terror *, there is also good evidence that Beck had been well paid by the Germans to act in their interest, that he was, in fact, a German agent. 49 Snyder falsifies the Molotov-Ribbentrop non-aggression pact. Snyder states, in fact, the very opposite is the truth. Far from destroying Poland, the Molotov-Ribbentrop pact was intended to guarantee the continued existence of Poland in case the German army overran it. Here is the test of the secret protocol to the Molotov-Ribbentrop pact. So, Article LL. In the event of a territorial and political rearrangement of the areas belonging to the Polish state, the spheres of influence of Germany and the USSR shall be bounded approximately by the line of the rivers Nerev, Vistula, and San. The question of whether the interests of both parties make desirable the maintenance of an independent Polish state and how such a state should be bounded can only be definitely determined in the course of further political developments. By this secret protocol, as long as an independent Polish state continued to exist, it would be east of the Nerev-Vistula-San line, and Germany could not occupy it. That would be desirable for the USSR. Such a rump Polish state would provide a buffer between German troops and the Soviet border, and be hostile to Gaffer many and more likely to agree to a mutual defense treaty with the See the document cited at http:// from a large collection of documents from Soviet archives. A discussion of this important document took place in 2011 on the Russia mailing list. See the posts begin Mlun 29, 2011 at ending November 21, 2011 at http://tinyurlam/beck-german-agent-ll Paul Halsell S. Modern History SCWR sub OK*, Fordham University. At http://wa.fordham.edu/mod/ethtml. See here for a map. http://misaweb.montclair.edu/ferg/research/mlg09/mrepact html Blood lies USSR, something that, as we have seen, Poland rejected as late as August 1939, less than a month before the Polish-German War. But no one had foreseen that the Polish government would abandon its country without appointing a successor government, thus leaving Poland without any government at all. Without any command for the military and without any entity with which to negotiate a surrender, Hitler had the pretext and, in fact, a good case in international law to take the position that Poland as a state no longer existed. German declaration that Poland as a state no longer existed amounted to a threat to repudiate the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, which concerned the Polish state. If Germany insisted there was no Polish state any longer, it was free to send its troops hundreds of miles further to the east, to the borders of western Ukraine and western Belorussia. And this is exactly what happened. Hitler's government stopped referring to Poland and began referring to in the area lying to the east of the German zone of influence. The USSR could not stand by while Hitler's army rolled up to its pre-1939 borders. No state in the world would have acted this way. Nor did international law demand it. This compelled the USSR to enter the former Polish state in order to prevent the German army from marching up to the 1939 Soviet border. Chapter 7 of the present book is devoted to a more detailed examination of the issue of the German-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact and questions related to it. Snyder fabricates a justification for mass murder by Stalin. The irony was that Stalin had very recently justified the murder of more than 100,000 of his own citizens by the false claim that Poland had signed just such a secret codicil with Germany under the cover of a non-aggression pact. This statement is just another outright falsification by Snyder. Stalin never made any such statement, and naturally Snyder does not cite a shred of evidence that he did. Chapter 5. Examining Snyder's claim of national terror. Snyder begins his false account of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact officially. The agreement signed in Moscow on August 23, 1939 was nothing more than a non-aggression pact. In fact, Ribbentrop and Molotov also agreed to a secret protocol, designating areas of influence for Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union within Eastern Europe, in what were still the independent states of Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and Romania. Now the Soviet Union had agreed to attack Poland along with Germany. This is a lie. We have quoted the secret protocol above. It contains no agreement whatever to attack Poland at all, ever, much less along with Germany. Of course Snyder cannot cite any evidence in support of his statement here. Throughout the rest of his book, and in many of his articles, Snyder writes about the alliance between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union, for example, the Nazi-Soviet alliance. The union between Moscow and Berlin. 2 days after the Soviet military victory over Japan, on September 17, 1939, the Red Army invaded Poland from the east. The Red Army and the Wehrmacht met in the middle of the country and organized a joint victory parade. All these statements are false, and of course Snyder has no evidence to support any of them. 1. There was no Nazi-Soviet alliance. Snyder repeats this over and over again. But it never existed, so of course he has no evidence that it did. Nor was there any union between Moscow and Berlin. 2. The Red Army did not invade Poland. It sent troops into the former Polish state only after the Germans had informed the USSR that there was no longer any Poland. This meant that the Blood Lies Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was no longer in effect, because it was a pact concerning Poland and Germany considered that Poland no longer existed. Germany told the Soviets that if they did not send in troops, new states would be formed in western Belorussia and western Ukraine. That meant a pro-Nazi Ukrainian nationalist state, as the Soviets no doubt knew. 52. Given this situation, the Soviets had no choice but to send in the Red Army. No state in the world would have permitted the German Wehrmacht to march right up to its borders without taking some kind of action to prevent it. 3. There was no joint victory parade. In the next chapter we will expose, in detail, Snyder's lies about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and related issues. By opening half of Poland to the Soviet Union, Hitler would allow Stalin's terror, so murderous in the Polish operation, to recommence within Poland itself. Thanks to Stalin, Hitler was able, in occupied Poland, to undertake his first policies of mass killing. In the 21 months that followed the joint German-Soviet invasion of Poland, the Germans and the Soviets would kill Polish civilians in comparable numbers for similar reasons, as each ally mastered its half of occupied Poland. Every one of these statements is false. Naturally, Snyder has no evidence for any of them. The Polish operation was not Stalin's terror. The many murders in the Polish operation were carried out by Zhov in pursuit of his conspiracy against the Soviet government and party. Stalin had nothing to do with them. This is well demonstrated by the evidence we have. At least one expert, though highly anti-communist historian, Kostov, has admitted that this is what happened. Some primary source of these statements may be FOLVUA into my article on the pact at http://misaweb.montclair.edu/futg/mlg09/no_partition.html. See Chapter 7 of the present work. Chapter 5. Examining Snyder's claim of national terror. 277. The USSR did not carry out any terror in Poland at all. As we shall see, Snyder is unable to find any evidence of such a terror. To say that Hitler's mass killing was thanks to Stalin is the reverse of the truth. As though Hitler would not have killed Poles if he had occupied all of Poland instead of just the western half. On the contrary, he would have killed many more Poles if he had had the whole country under his control. Hitler's conquest of Poland and the subsequent mass killings of Polish citizens were the direct result of the Polish government's rejection of collective security, and then of their abandonment of their own country, leaving it without any government. The Polish government must share with Hitler the responsibility for the immense death and destruction visited upon Poland by Hitler. The Polish regime's refusal either to agree to collective security with the USSR or to avoid war with Germany by yielding to Hitler's demands was suicidal. No one believed that the Polish army could stand up to the German army unaided. Yet the Polish regime flatly refused any alliance with the Red Army, the only military force that could have intervened in a timely manner if Germany should attack Poland, as in fact it did. The Polish government made the situation qualitatively worse by committing an unprecedented act of cowardice. The government, along with the military leaders, abandoned the country and crossed the border to internment in Romania. Since Romania was neutral in the war, it had to intern the Polish government. Rather than permit it to operate safely on Romanian soil, or be guilty of a hostile act against Germany. Moreover, the Polish government failed to appoint a successor government, either within Poland or in exile, before fleeing into Romania and being interned. Once interned, the former Polish government figures could not perform any governmental functions. That meant that there was no Polish government and no one with whom Hitler could negotiate. It also meant that the Polish army, parts of which were still fighting Warsaw, had not yet fallen to the Germans, for example, no longer had a legitimate blood-lies commander. Therefore, as a state, Poland had ceased to exist. No other government in World War II acted in this manner. Naturally, one could also blame the governments of Great Britain and France, who failed to honor their obligation to attack Germany if Germany attacked Poland. Their actions proved that Soviet suspicions were correct. The Western Allies were not inclined to hinder Hitler as long as he kept moving east, towards the hated Soviet Union. Even Winston Churchill acknowledged that the Soviet Union was correct to enter Poland rather than allow the German army to march right up to the pre-1939 Soviet border. In his radio speech of October 1, 1939, printed in the New York Times on October 2, 1939, p. 6, Winston Churchill, First Lord of the Admiralty, said, "Russia has pursued a cold policy of self-interest. We could have wished that the Russian armies should be standing on their present line as the friends and allies of Poland. But that the Russian armies should stand on this line was clearly necessary for the safety of Russia against the Nazi menace." Churchill also agreed that it was in the interest of the Allies to have the Red Army occupying these territories. Here these interests of Russia fall into the same channel as the interests of Britain and France. The Soviets declared their neutrality in the German-Polish War. Their neutrality was accepted by every state as well as by the League of Nations. The Soviets killed no Polish civilians in the following 21 months, let alone for comparable reasons to Hitler's. Hitler's reason was the extermination of Slavs. The part of Poland occupied by the Soviet Union had been seized by Poland in an imperialist war in 1919 to 1920. Poles were a Chapter 5. Examining Snyder's claim of national terror minority among the population. The Western Allies immediately recognized that Poland had no claim to these territories and they would not be returned to Poland after the war ended. Since 1939 these same lands have been part of Belarus and Ukraine and remain so today. The Polish government no longer claims that these lands are a part of Poland or should be returned to Poland. Chapter 6. The Azovshchina, or Great Terror, and the Polish Operation. What really happened? Snyder's fourth chapter relies upon a completely falsified account of this important topic. And the course of the Great Terror certainly confirmed Stalin's position of power. Having called a halt to the mass operations in November 1938, Stalin once again replaced his NKVD chief. Lavrenti Beria succeeded Yezhov, who was later executed. The same fate awaited many of the highest officers of the NKVD, blamed for the supposed excesses, which were in fact the substance of Stalin's policy. Snyder is wrong. We know now, from primary source evidence, that Yezhov acted directly against Stalin's the Soviet leadership's policy, i.e. intentions. This information was available when Snyder was writing his book. Either he was ignorant of this research and evidence or he knew about it but suppressed any discussion of it from his book. If the former, Snyder is incompetent and had no business writing about the subject at all. If the latter, he has deliberately deceived his readers. We now have the telegram sent on June 17, 1937, just prior to the June Central Committee plenum, in which Yezhov transmits the request of S.M. Mironov, NKVD chief in Western Siberia, reporting the threat of revolts by subversives in concert with Japanese intelligence. In it Mironov reports that Robert Ike, Party First Secretary of Western Siberia, will request the ability to form a Chapter 6. The Azovshchina and the Polish operation, what really happened 281 Troika to deal with this threat. We also have at least one of the reports Mironov sent to Azov to justify this request *. Apparently Eek, and then a number of other first secretaries, approached Stalin and the Politburo after the plenum and asked for these special powers to deal with conspiracies, rebellions, and revolts in their areas. This led to the Politburo decree on anti-Soviet elements of July 2, 1937, which authorized all first secretaries to arrest kulaks and criminals who had returned to their areas, shoot the most dangerous of them, and exile the rest to other areas. Point 3 This vision of organized internal revolts in conjunction with foreign powers occurred in the context of the Tkakhevsky affair of less than a month earlier. In that case, the top commanders of the Red Army were convicted of collaboration with foreign powers and a plot to overthrow the Soviet government. The loyalty of the military commanders was in grave doubt, rightly so, as we now know. The NKVD appeared to be the only force that Soviet power could rely upon. It did not become clear until much later that Azov himself was conspiring with foreign powers to overthrow the government and party leadership, and was using massive executions of innocent people to stir up resentment. The document authorizing the NKVD to proceed on a virtual war footing against rebels is Order No. 00447 of July 30, 1937. It is available in Russian in many places, and also in English. Point 4 This document authorizes actions only against those involved in rebellions and criminal activities. One group subject to punitive measures. 6. Kostov, Leonard Stalin, NKVD, 1937–1938 GG. Mokow, Rospin, 2009, 332–333, BMZCTOB, Jalegs-APR Chrono, HKB4U Penpekuyo 1937–1938 M, POCC 119H, 2009. Online at http://istmat.info/node/24544 Danilov, ETEDS. Trugodin-Savitskoy Derevny T pages 256–7. At 7, widely in Russian. Available in English in Getty Nomavdo. 169 pages 470,471. English translation in Get and Namuv, Doc. 170 pages 47347b. Hereafter GNN. Blood Lies 1. Former kulaks who have returned home after having served their sentences and who continue to carry out active, anti-Soviet sabotage. 2 former kulaks who have escaped from camps or from labor settlements, as well as kulaks who have been in hiding from dekulakization, who carry out anti-Soviet activities. 3 former kulaks and socially dangerous elements who were members of insurrectionary, fascist, terroristic, and bandit formations, who have served their sentences, who have been in hiding from punishment, or who have escaped from places of confinement and renewed their anti-Soviet, criminal activities. 4 members of anti-Soviet parties, former whites, gendarmes, bureaucrats, members of punitive expeditions, bandits, gang abettors, transferees, re-emigres, who are in hiding from punishment, who have escaped from places of confinement, and who continue to carry out active anti-Soviet activities. 5 persons unmasked by investigators and whose evidence is verified by materials obtained by investigative agencies and who are the most hostile and active members of Cossack White Guard insurrectionary organizations slated for liquidation and fascist, terroristic, and espionage saboteur counter-revolutionary formations. In addition, punitive measures are to be taken against elements of this category who are kept at the present under guard, whose cases have been fully investigated but not yet considered by the judicial organs. 6. The most active anti-Soviet elements from former kulaks, members of punitive expeditions, bandits, whites, sectarian activists, church officials, and others, who are presently held in prisons, camps, labor settle Chapter 6. The Azovshchina and the Polish operation, what really happened 283 months, and colonies and who continue to carry out in those places their active anti-Soviet sabotage. 7 criminals. For the next year or more Stalin was flooded with reports of conspiracies and revolts from all over the USSR. A large number of these have been published. Undoubtedly a great many more remain unpublished in former Soviet archives throughout the former Soviet Union. According to Kostov, a very anti-Stalin researcher and one of the compilers of several of these invaluable document collections, Stalin believed these reports. H0.S. Translated. And the most frightening thing was that Stalin made his decisions on the basis of confessions that were the result of the inventions of certain employees of the organs of state security. Stalin's reactions S. Lubyanka Golgofy p6. Blood lies attest to the fact that he took these confessions completely seriously. It is important to ideologically anti-communist researchers that these mass murders be seen as Stalin's plan and intention. Kostov is honest enough to admit that the evidence does not bear this out. Some, and no doubt many, of the confessional and investigative documents Azov sent on to Stalin and the Soviet leadership must have been falsifications. But in reality Kostov has no idea which were fabrications and which were not. What is important here is that Kostov admits the existence of a major conspiracy by Azov and concedes that Stalin was deceived by him. Azov admits as much in the confessions of his that we now have. Kostov admits that Stalin acted in good faith on the basis of evidence presented to him by Azov, much of which must have been false. Russian historian Yuri Zhukov suggests that after he got these special powers for Western Siberia, the other first secretaries asked Stalin for the same powers, and received them. Evidently there was a connection between this campaign of repressions, carried out as a virtual war against rebellious anti-Soviet forces throughout the country, and the cancellation of the competitive elections that had been stipulated under the new 1936 Soviet Constitution. Stalin and his supporters in the Central Soviet government and party fought for such elections but failed to win the Central Committee to approve them. Zhukov has traced the final decision not to hold such elections to October 11, 1937. He also located a draft or sample ballot for contested elections, a ballot never used but preserved in a Soviet archive. 6 Azov's conspiracy gradually uncovered beginning perhaps at the January 1938 Central Committee plenum. Stalin and the Politburo began to uncover evidence of massive illegal repressions, first of all against party members. Politburo C. Grover Per, Stalin and the Struggle for Reform, part in Cultural Logic 2005, paragraph 60 end. At http://clogic.eserver.org/200s/fua.html. Much of this material is from N. Zhukov, NOI Politishsk/e-Reformy vSSSRV 1933-1937 ggm0_Vagrius, 2003. Chapter 6. The Azovshchina and the Polish Operation. What really happened? 285-member Pavel Postashev was dismissed from his post on the grounds that he was killing off the party infrastructure. 7 From what we can tell from the documents now published, the suspicions continued to grow in the Politburo that massive, unauthorized repressions were going on. In August 1938, Azov's second in command, Mikhail Frenovsky, was replaced by Lavrentiy Beria. Evidently Beria was chosen as a reliable person to keep watch over Azov, as Azov himself later stated. In November 1938 Azov was convinced to resign his position as commissar of the NKVD. We are not sure exactly how everything happened. There is some evidence that Azov and his men planned one final desperate effort at seizure of power by assassinating Stalin and others at the November 1938 celebration of the Bolshevik Revolution, but that timely arrests forestalled this. Zhukov claims to have seen Azov's actual resignation and claims that it was done in a rushed way, on any scrap of paper available. Zhukov concludes from this that Azov was only persuaded to resign with difficulty. As soon as Azov resigned, to be replaced by Beria, orders were given to immediately stop all the repressions, to repeal all the NKVD operational orders that enabled them, to stop the work of the troikas, and to re-emphasize the need for oversight by the prosecutor's office of all cases of arrest. This document is available in English. 10 After this there began a flood of reports to Beria and the Central Party leadership concerning massive illegitimate repressions and shootings on the part of local NKVD groups. We have many of these documents now, and no doubt there are many more of them. The Central Party leadership began to investigate. On C. Furr, Khrushchev lied. 45 FF, 282-2 BB_. On January 29, 1939 Beria, Andreev, and Malenkov signed a report about the massive abuses during Ezhov's tenure. It begins as follows. We consider it essential to report to you the conclusions about the situation of cases in the NKVD USSR. 1. During the period of time that Com. Ezhov headed the Narkomnudel have been occupied by enemies of the people, conspirators, and spies. 2. Enemies of the people who penetrated the organs of the NKVD have consciously distorted the punitive policy of Soviet power, have carried out massive, unfounded arrests of completely innocent persons, while at the same time covering up real enemies of the people. 3. The methods of conducting investigations have been perverted in the most brutal manner. They had recourse to beatings of prisoners on a massive level in order to force them into false confessions and admissions. The quantity of admissions that each investigator was supposed to obtain from prisoners in the course of 24 hours has been decided upon in advance. In addition, the quotas have often reached several dozen admissions. Investigators have widely made use of the practice of fully informing one another concerning the Kon Nikita Petrov, Mark Jansen, Stalinsky Nikolai Ezhov, Moscow, Rospin, 200b, pages at http://istmat.info/node/24582 English at http://msuwcb 2939 UIS HTML Chapter 6. The Ezhovshchina, the Polish operation, what really happened. 287 10 of the confessions they obtained. This gave the investigators the ability, during interrogators of their prisoners, to suggest to them by one means or another facts, circumstances, and names of persons about whom confessions had earlier been given by other prisoners. As a result, this kind of investigation very often led to organized false slanders against persons who were completely innocent. In order to obtain a greater number of admissions, a number of organs of the NKVD had recourse to direct provocation. They convinced prisoners to give confessions about supposed espionage work for foreign intelligence services by explaining that these kinds of fabricated confessions were needed by the party and government in order to discredit foreign states. They also promised the prisoners that they would be liberated after they gave such admissions. The leadership of the NKVD in the person of Com. Ezhov not only did not put a stop to this kind of arbitrariness and extremism in arrests and in the conduct of investigations, but sometimes itself abetted it. The slightest attempts by Chekist party members to oppose this arbitrariness were stifled. Com. Ezhov concealed in every way from the Central Committee of the ACP the situation of the work in the NKVD organs. Besides that, he hid from the CCACP materials that compromised leading NKVD workers. In addition, we believe it essential to note that all the above disgraceful actions, distortions, and excesses in the matter of arrests and the conduct of blood lies investigation were carried out with the sanction and knowledge of the organs of the Procuracy of the USSR. Assistant Procurer of the USSR Roginsky has been especially zealous in this matter. Roginsky practice of work raises serious doubts about this political honesty and reliability. The report continues in this vein. Reports and investigations of NKVD abuses